How's it going, everybody? It's been a long, long time since we've been here and done a live stream. I'm not gonna lie, I may not remember how to do this, so hopefully, we have a good show today. Thank everybody for joining me. I know it's crazy. Friday night has more live shows than you can shake a 10-foot pole at, but thank you to everybody who's hopping over here. Not much of an agenda tonight. I've got some things I want to do some unboxings on. I've got like 3 packages from Whatnot. I just got a CGC delivery back earlier this week. I realized I still haven't even shared with the channel the things I picked up at C2E2, and that's been weeks ago now. So lots of things to cover as far as that goes. Be hanging out, interacting with the chat once we get through some of the stuff I just mentioned. We're going to bring in some people, see who we've got hanging out, and just kind of, go where the conversation takes us. So if you want to hang around, ask some questions, we can get into some of that. And beyond that, it's thank God, it's finally Friday, holiday weekend here in the US. So we've got a lot going on. I know I just finished getting a brisket ready, got that out on the smoker. So I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the holiday, ready for the weekend. But first thing, we're going to dive right in to some Whatnot unboxings. I've been stacking these things up for a little bit now. I've got 3, so it's not like I've been buying a ton of stuff, but that's kind of my thing. I don't buy a ton of stuff. But when there's a good deal to be had, I pick it up. So we're going to start with the very first package I've had, the one that's been sitting here the longest. And in a way, it kind of worked out. So I bought this book after hype had kind of died off for the property. And since then, we've got a little bit of news, and I haven't seen a lot of movement in the market as far as value goes. But, anytime I can pick up another copy of a book when it's down and then it gets hot again, in the meantime, I'm pretty excited. Damn, this guy ships in brand new top loaders. So yeah, if you got the money, why not? Hell. But what I picked up, first thing, I bought a copy of Hulk 449 off of Whatnot a while ago. I think I paid $100 shipped for it. Not bad. Definitely not the best deal I've ever got one of these. I doubt I'll ever beat that because I pulled 2 of these out of a $1 box back before the pandemic and all that. So I doubt I ever beat that. But it's not perfect. It's got a little bit of wear, but nice collectible copy. I'll find a new home for that. So obviously, we've heard that Thunderbolts is going to be coming to the MCU. It's almost certainly not going to be the team that is featured in this book, but what the heck. Still a book that I think a lot of people are interested in, looking for. So I think it's like the 3rd copy I'll have in my inventory, but that's okay. Hopefully things kind of settle down some and get back out on the road for some shows. But in the meantime, we're going to open our second book. This one I got off a buddy of mine. This is actually the first of 4 books I got from this particular seller, though only one of them that I got off of Whatnot. And this thing is ugly. Uglier than I recall. But if you see the price tag on it, don't worry, I did not pay this for this book. But what I did pick up is a copy of X-Men 96 that really, it just needs some love and care. It's got a nasty tape pull up here, a lot of surface dirt, but I'll go through, I'll get it cleaned up, I'll press it. It'll be a nice, low-grade, affordable copy for somebody. But major key, of course, it's the first appearance of Myra McTaggart. And I think I got $20 in this, so I'll clean it up. I'm not going to retire off of it, but I'll get a nice, desirable X-Men book in the hands of some X-Men fan, and I'll get money. They'll get the book, and we'll all be happy. But yeah, X-Men 94, or excuse me, 96. Numbers are hard. Okay, this next one was actually a first for me. I never win anything as far as like prizes go typically. So after all these months of being on Whatnot, I finally won a giveaway, and I did it while I was at C2E2 up in Chicago. Of course, the Whatnot Wednesday crew was up there going strong. And I tell you one thing, guys, those people hustle because they started doing shows at like 10 a.m. in the morning, and they were still going at midnight or later some of these nights. And they can party too. While I was there, Nerdy Girl's birthday party happened. And I'll tell you what, I felt really old watching those dudes hit the bar and go at it. I did the classic one drink and duck out. So that's kind of my move. I don't know if you guys can party quite like that, but that's not done me wrong up to this point. But this was a giveaway, and it was actually, I believe it was on Golden Age Guru's stream. So taped to my well-packaged book that I won in the giveaway is this nice letter. So we'll see what the heck this is. I've never bought anything from the crew over there, but I've heard on more than one occasion they tend to pack a lot of wild stuff in with the items that you get. So this actually was kind of a joint thing between Golden Age Guru and Rage. So I got a Pokemon card. It's my first ever Pokemon card. I got a Furret. I don't know what this means. I can tell you it's not a first edition, but I got nothing else. I don't do that stuff. Business card from one true Nerd King. I got a Rage Theo sticker. Shout out to Rage. Rage is a really upstanding guy. I appreciate him. When I was first looking at getting into Whatnot, I reached out to a couple people, like, what the hell am I getting into? What's this all about? The dude literally doesn't know me from Adam. Picked up the phone, called me on IG, talked to me for 30 minutes. Like, this is what you should expect. This, that, watch out for this. Amazing. Just completely blew me away. So big shout out to Rage. And then I also got a thank you card with a little sword taped to it. So that's all the fluff. Now what I actually won, get this thing opened up. Right. And again, thanks to everybody for hopping in. I know there's lots of stuff to watch tonight, so appreciate you all stopping by over here. And once we get through this last Whatnot book, we'll dive into the chat and say hello and see who all's joined us. So like I said, I never win crap. If there's a prize, I'm not going to win it. That's just, I've accepted that. As long as I've been around, I know how it is. What I won was a Daredevil 179, and it's a pretty sharp looking copy. Like I said, it was Rage's giveaway on like Guru's stream or Guru's giveaway on Rage. They were kind of just tagging in, tagging out. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but when you're sitting in your hotel, you got nothing else to do, you hang out on Whatnot. So won this book, nice book. And I tell you what I think I'm going to do with it. I'm going to pay it forward. I don't know if you guys have been keeping track, but that subscriber count on the channel is getting closer and closer to a certain milestone, which is 10,000. We're starting to flirt with 9,000, which means we're on the short road to 10,000 subscribers. So as we get closer to that, I'll start talking about a giveaway. You may have noticed I've never done a giveaway on the channel before. So when we hit 10,000, we're going to have a giveaway. I've got some stuff tucked away that I've been sitting on for a while, but this is going to go in the pile. So let this be the initial reveal of some of the items you can expect in the CoMo Comic Books 10,000 subscriber giveaway. So if you would like a nice copy of Daredevil 179, stick around. Once we hit 10K, you'll have your shot to get one for free dollars, my favorite price. So that's the three things I picked up on Whatnot. Not bad. I think all in, I've got 120 books. And just to recap, if you came in after the fact, we've got Hulk 449. Nice copy. Not perfect by any means, but it's like a 9.0, 9.2, something like that. Very collectible. Next up, X-Men 96. Not very pretty, but still is what it is. Very collectible. Somebody needs a space filler in their X-Men run, and that'll make them happy. And then the book we just talked about, we got that Daredevil 179 that, like I said, will be going up in our first ever giveaway once we hit 10K subs. Don't know if it'll happen this year. Probably next year. I'll be honest with you guys. It used to be something I worried about a lot more, but, you know, as long as you're getting value out of the content I'm putting out, you know, I don't feel like me hitting 10K is that huge of a deal. Like it's a vanity metric. It's awesome. I appreciate that you know, folks want to follow me, but I'm going to focus on putting out content that you guys like. I'm not going to sit here and just continuously spam refresh to see, you know, the instant I hit 10K, or, you know, it's still going to be me when I hit that. So again, that doesn't mean I don't appreciate all the subs. Absolutely do, but I'm going to focus on the content as opposed to the numbers there. And I think, you know, we'll all be fine. So let's hop over to the chat, see what we've got, see who we've got hanging out. I know way early, first guy in the chat, this dude was here waiting, commenting before I even had anything set up. So John, Big Daddy Ross, shout out to you, my guy, here 25 minutes early. I've never been 25 minutes early to anything in my entire life. So welcome, sir. We've got Ryan with Automatic Comics in the chat. Welcome, Ryan. Thanks for hanging out. Tom with MSG Comics. Welcome to you. And, you know, as I said, guys, we're gonna pull in some people to chat here once we get through a few more books. So you may see some of those guys here on screen in a bit. So hang out, if you will. Beckerman, how's it going? Got Tom Lennox, Ralph, how's it going? Thanks for being here. Matt Kelly, how's everybody doing? Circumstances, man. I don't know if you guys are on Instagram, if YouTube's just your thing, but if you want quality comic book reels, you can't go wrong with Circumstances. I think the dude was just on with Reggie this week, if I remember right. Also, MSG Comics is right there with him. He does some great reels over on the IG, and sometimes he sends me these videos, and then I have inappropriate ideas like that god-awful one with the weird lady on the subway. Sorry, guys. Sometimes my brain goes to weird places, and that's the kind of stuff that winds out on Instagram. So keep up the good work there, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Funhouse Comics asks what my definition of a foundational book is. That's a great question. Honestly, I think Alex has really hit a chord in the market, or at least in the community, talking about these foundational books. And honestly, it's something different to everybody, right? Like when you're first starting, your foundation is one thing. When you're well along the process, your foundation is something else. But ultimately, I think a foundational book is any kind of a book that's just generally accepted as a book you're going to see in most collections, a book that is commonplace in most collections, but that actually adds value, right? So for people who came up around the same time I did, like when I was a kid, a foundational book in my collection when I was first starting out was Spawn 1. You know, at the time it was a $20 book, but when the rest of my collection was full of dollar books, Spawn 1 was a pretty decent book. When you get into that next level, your next foundational book would be like Secret Wars 8, ASM 252, X-Men 266. Next level yet, ASM 300. It can be a number of different books, but I think that's a fun thing to discuss, and maybe something we'll circle back once we get the group going. Circumstances ask that everybody lovingly caress that like button. Do with your like button what you will. I'm not going to tell somebody what to do with the like button in the comfort of their own home. Right. Tom, getting some more guys in here, or some more comments in here, rather. Just doing some scrolling. Got Michael, Cadet, welcome. All right. Hope everybody's having a good night. Ralph, thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words. Forgive me. Like I said, it has been a ridiculous amount of time since I've done a live stream. So I literally just remembered that I can click a comment and it'll appear up on screen for you guys to see. So forgive me as I knock the rust off of here. All right. Lordy Sparkler said he subscribed, liked, and onward to 10K. I appreciate that, man. Happy to have you here, and thanks for joining us. Matt Kelly says X-Men 164, Avengers 116, 181, a Daredevil, Hulk 250. Yeah, there you go. I think all those are great options. It can't be a post C2E2 event where somebody doesn't bring up acetate covers, right? I mean, it's like the 90s all over again. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. We're going to go ahead and talk about a couple of different books. Let's talk about some of the things I picked up while at C2E2. So obviously, in the days and weeks since C2E2, there's been a whole uproar over the things that happened there. We all know that. We all heard it. Is it resolved? No. Will it ever be? Probably not. Honestly, I'm at the point where I'm just kind of over it. It is what it is. It sucks, but I'm kind of tired of it, unfortunately. My biggest thing is it completely overshadowed the fact that there was an entire freaking huge convention in Chicago that weekend. You never heard anything about the show. It was always about what happened at the show. Understandable. It was a big deal. That said, C2E2 itself for me was pretty underwhelming. There were tons is probably a strong word. There was a shocking amount of empty vendor space on the floor. I didn't expect that at all. And when I say a shocking amount, there was one valley. Okay, so this would be, they were either 8 or 10 booth valleys in the individual islands. One of these valleys had one dude in it. So 1 out of the 8 or 1 out of the 9 spaces was filled. That was it. There was another place across the way that 3 or 4 in a single stretch were open. It was just weird. It's not what I expected from a Reed Pop show. So that was kind of shocking. And then the last kind of thought on the actual show itself, and if you've heard me anywhere, like if you joined when I was on Canon or anything like that, any place else I've been lately, you've probably heard me say this, but there was a ton of vendors there. And it was really obvious that so much of the inventory they had, particularly on their wall books, were books that had been bought at the peak of the market, before prices started nosediving. And the rub there is they're out over their skis. They're looking at a situation where obviously I don't know where they bought it, but the fact that their price is still at the late 2021, early 2020 price, and we're in August of 2022. It's painfully obvious they're not lowering the price because they can't. I mean, they're looking at selling this stuff at a loss, which sucks for them. But the number of things I saw at that show that were 15, 20, 25, up to freaking 40 and 50% over FMV blew my mind. It was nuts. And I've been around. You guys know I'm used to convention pricing. I knew they were going to be high, but when you're talking 20, 25% on a 5-figure book, that's some serious stuff. I mean, that's ridiculous amounts of money. But I digress. Let's talk about some books. We can complain about pricing and all that later. So on the way to Chicago, we hit up a shop in Springfield, Illinois, which I really enjoy Springfield, Illinois, because when you're coming from my area, it is the first place where you get close enough to Chicago that you find a Portillo's hot dogs. So I don't know if you guys have ever been to Chicago, if you like hot dogs, whatever, but Portillo's, it's a thing. It's excellent. So we always stop there. But we had some time before MSG Tom was able to get into town. So we hit up a shop, place we've been to before. They've got tons of back issues. It's really set up weird, but I always find some stuff doing some digging. So I found a Nova 1. Of course, this is the new Nova, and I got it for $4. I figured, that's pretty good. Depending on how this goes, I'm willing to roll the dice for $4 on this guy. And, if we get this younger version of Nova, I'll be happy. All right. Beckerman. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Portillo's and their Italian beef. He knows. The Italian beef is my favorite, to be honest. So I agree with that statement. Yep. Desired knows. Very cool. Glad you guys have experienced the Portillo's as well. I believe in them. And the last thing I bought at this shop was a complete set of a book that was hot for a bit and then just kind of fell off. Just totaling it up. Looks like I paid $11 for a complete set of Rise of Apocalypse. You guys have heard me talk about how I feel about Apocalypse on many occasions. Just such a great villain. Growing up in the 90s like I did, he's one of the top X-Men villains to me personally. It's just, I think maybe the problem is those of us that grew up with the X-Men cartoon had this incredibly high expectation of how you handle the character. And thus far, Fox has completely shit the bed at every opportunity. I mean, it's just pitiful how they've handled the character. Once Marvel feels that catastrophe is far enough in the past and we look at getting Apocalypse in the MCU, that series is still relatively hard to find. I just feel like, it's probably a long-term hold. Not going to get a lot out of it, but, nothing else. I'll stick it in my PC and enjoy it for a little while and flip it if and when the time comes. So that's the okay stuff I got, just the fun stuff I bought on the road to C2E2. Now let's actually get into the stuff that I bought while at C2E2. Matt, I did not get to go to Giordano's this time, but usually when I go up to Chicago, I've been to C2E2 for a while, but I've been going up the last couple of years to the Kane County Toy Show, which is it's a bit west of downtown out in Kane County. It's St. Charles is where we stay, but right across the street from our hotel is a Portillo's, and then like a half a block down from that is a Giordano's, and we eat really good when we go for the toy show. So I definitely feel you there. Desired's talking about Geno's. Heard about Geno's, haven't got to try that, so it's on my list. One of these days I'll make it up there. Tom MSG is talking about some Harold's chicken. Yeah, I remember you talking about that, but we didn't hit it up. That Italian place we hit up was good though. That was worth it. All right. Well, this book, and if you caught me on Comic Book Canon a few weeks ago, you've seen these, but I haven't actually revealed them on the channel here. So we're going to go over them again. First book I bought, and the cool thing about these is I bought 4 books. I got 4 books I'm going to show you. And with the 4 books I bought, 4 12-cent Marvel runs were basically finished. I do have a book for a couple of them that I need to get, but I'll explain that once we get there. So the first book I picked up is Amazing Adult Fantasy 12. So get some focus. This, of course, it's a Ditko cover, but if you don't recognize the title, you're like, wait, what's Amazing Adult Fantasy? Amazing Fantasy 15 was the last issue of a series that actually had 3 different titles. It started out, issues 1 through 6 were called Amazing Adventures. Amazing Adventures Volume 1. Of course, we get Volume 2 and Volume 3 later on with some reprints and stuff. But started out as Amazing Adventures. Then issue 7, it changed to Amazing Adult Fantasy. And of course, everybody knows the final issue, Amazing Fantasy 15, where Spider-Man first shows up. So this is, like I said earlier, the final issue I needed to complete Amazing Adventures 1 all the way through Amazing Fantasy 15. So I have the entire Amazing Adventures / fantasy run now. It's not a really great copy of the book, but I'm more of a completionist than a perfectionist. I'd much rather have one of everything than the best of anything. So being able to polish that run off was extra cool. And I've got a feeling it's not a run that a lot of collectors ever completely check off, with that last issue being pretty price prohibitive. Next up, this is a pretty decent looking copy, is Thor 127. See if I can get it to focus there without the glare from the screen. This is a really nice Odin cover. Of course, it's the second issue of Thor after he takes over the title or the numbering from Journey into Mystery. And it was the last 12-cent Thor that I needed. So happy to have that. And with this issue, I have like Journey into Mystery 84 through, I don't know, Thor like 168 or something like that. I need 169. And then I'll have, I think, all the 12 and 15-cent Thors. But the 12 cents kind of what I'm shooting for. My goal with my main goal with my collection right now is to collect all the 12-cent Marvel superhero books. And I'm really close. So next up are 2 books I picked up, and they actually represent 2 of the last 3 issues I need of this title. I picked up a pretty decent copy of Tales to Astonish 45, which of course is the second appearance of the Wasp. You've got the return of Egghead, just a great early Ant-Man issue. And then I picked up Tales to Astonish 46, which, again, early Wasp appearance, early Ant-Man appearance. And now, with the exception of 27, I have all of the superhero Tales to Astonish books. So we're getting close. Unfortunately, the last few books are really going to hurt. I tried to make a play. One of my hopes for C2E2 was to trade into some bigger books. I was walking around with a bit of money in trade, like books for trade, and unfortunately just couldn't get it done. At one point, I was trying to trade into a 2.5 Hulk #1. Also made an offer on a lower grade Tales to Astonish 27, Journey to Mystery 83 and Daredevil 1 all in one lump package. Couldn't get that deal done either, unfortunately. So I still have my what I was trying to trade was I have a 9.8 Tomb of Dracula #1, which pretty hard book in a 9.8. I think the census count was 62 for that the last I looked, and it's got a bit of value in it. I don't have much in it. I don't have much in the way of like interest or just interest really in holding on to that book for long term, especially with the massive upswing in value it's seen lately. I would much rather liquidate that, take some of the equity I've got in that book and put it into books that I would like to know or like to have in my collection. So unfortunately, while I was on the ground trying to make some magic happen, it just happened to be a really tough time in the hobby to really get people interested in trades, where everybody, if they're like me, dealers that is, my phone's been ringing off the hook. Like, people are trying to sell comics like crazy right now, trying to cash in and get actual funds for their comic collections, just due to the way the world is right now. People would much rather have the money to pay bills and buy necessities as opposed to sit on their comic collection. And maybe want isn't the right word. Maybe it's more of a need, which that's unfortunate. But everybody was very focused on trying to get cash. So I don't blame them, but it was kind of disappointing. I'd really hoped to come home with a Ninja Turtles #1. Was looking for something like a 7.5 or an 8.0 range. There were literally 2 in the entire convention, which I figured C2E2, I'd probably have a lot better opportunity than most shows. But it was like one was a 9.0, one was a 9.4, and the 9.4 was one of the books that was incredibly overpriced. I think that it had $55,000 on it, and I get home the next day and Grails is selling one on IG for like $40K or something like that. So that one was a little bit of sticker shock, but didn't get that done. But that's all right. I'll find something to trade for it. I appreciate that, Tom. I did. It was a serious negotiation there for a little while. Me and what was the name of that booth? We found this booth at Chicago, and I tell you what, it was the most impressive freaking booth I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen some good spreads, but this guy had practically every major Silver Age marble key you could want. Like, he had a 2.5 AF-15 that was like the nicest looking 2.5 AF-15 I've ever seen in my life. He had that 2.5 Hulk I was trading for. If you're more of like a pre-code fan or like a pre-code horror fan, he had the EC Annual Tales of Terror 1, which is like a freaking unicorn. He had that, tons of great raw pre-code horror, every major key from the Silver and Bronze Age you could practically think of, but he didn't have a 9.8 Tomb of Dracula 1. Fortunately, he just didn't want it more than anything else. So we're going to hop back over here to the chat, see what's happening. We got Vancouver Comic Junkie up in here. Hey, man, I'm glad to be here. I know I mentioned it'd been a while since I'd had a stream, and maybe this is a good time to apologize to everybody, because at the beginning of 2021, I set a goal. I'm like, I want to have a live stream every month. Let's just hang out, we'll keep it easy. Just chill out, see what's happening once a month. That's not bad. It's been 15 months since I've clicked go live in the StreamYard on my own channel. So I'm sorry, guys. I suck. I didn't make it happen. I let you down, but we're here tonight. We're going to have some fun. We're going to hang out, talk about some stuff. And I'm going to hydrate because I'm already getting parched. John, what you got here? Recently traded off 2 copies of Tomb 1. Yeah, that thing just got like stupid high all of a sudden, which if they, maybe at D23, we'll finally learn something about this Halloween special that's coming out. I think last year there was a sale like $14,000 or $15,000 for one of the 9.8s. And then I'd seen where like Comic Tom had traded his 9.8 straight up for a 3.0 JIM 83. I'd make that deal. Hell yeah. So I don't know what's going on with that book. I think it's just spec maybe about the whole supernatural side of the MCU that's coming, not coming, who knows. We got Soul Z Death. Well, you know, if I think the first Daredevil red costume is buying right now, I think that book is worth buying anytime you can find it at a decent price. I never hate having a copy of that book on my wall. It's legendary. Let's just all take a moment to appreciate Wally Wood for saving Daredevil, because it was awful, absolutely terrible. And, you know, he breathed life back into the character and gave it enough energy to make it until Frank Miller came along. So my advice would be, as long as it's a reasonably priced copy, you know, comparable to FMV, I don't think you can go wrong with Daredevil 7. Cadet wants to know if I have an Albedo 2. No, I don't. And if I did, I'd probably trade it to MSG Comics for something cool he had, because I know he really wants one and I could get a good deal. He's in the green room in the back watching. I didn't even get a smile. That's okay. No, I don't have an Albedo 2. I'd love to have one. I actually met this great guy at Planet Comic Con a few years ago, back before the pandemic. It was like 2019. Kevin Eastman was there. We're standing in line to get some signatures from Kevin Eastman. I've got one of the IDW oversized hardcover that reprints all the Mirage stuff. And anytime Eastman comes around, I just have him do a sketch in the front of it. He does it for dirt cheap. And, you know, hell, it's worth it to me to just stand there and shoot the breeze with him while he does it. But this dude was like one or two people in front of me. And I'm standing there, I'm bored, and I'm a people watcher. I've got a decent attention to detail. And I see this dude, and he's just shuffling some things around. And I see something in his hand. I'm like, was that what I think it was? So I kind of take a long step forward, and I kind of lean in. And I go, did I just see what I think I saw? And he just kind of takes his books and just kind of sneaks this one out. It's a freaking gobbledygook #1, which if you're a Turtles fan, you know what that is. But if you're not, it is a book that Eastman and Laird literally made on a photocopier and stapled together. Just some stuff they put together. It's got, I think it's Fugitoid on the front. But the back of this book is an ad for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1. It's the cover image on the back of this. It's basically considered the first published image of the Ninja Turtles. I don't know. The terminology or the definition of it's kind of changed a couple times. But it's just, there's 50 copies of this book. 50. And seriously, most of the ones that are out there, they have to get Kevin Eastman to verify, because, like I said, they made them on a photocopier. So you can, if you're old enough to remember old photocopiers, there was always noise in copiers when they got old. It would always print like the same line or the same distortion in a certain area. And Eastman will come along and be like, yeah, that's our copier. You know, it's got the black marks in the right spot from being a piece of junk. So that was just awesome. But this guy was really into indie stuff back in the very early days, had a great shop. He bought that gobbledygook off the stand, bought his Turtles 1 off the stand. And if you saw the video earlier this year where I posted what I picked up at Planet Comic Con, I picked up a second print Turtles 2 and a Grindel 1. It was actually this dude. We spent so much time shooting the breeze at that first show. He wound up bringing the gobbledygook back into the sales floor that next day. And there's actually pictures on my website of me flipping through this book. And if it looks like I was freaking levitating, it's because I basically was. But yeah, just great dude. Happy to have him as a a friend of the business to come by, and he came by this year and showed me some crazy stuff. It's just pretty great. So now I'm going to dive back in. I'm going to talk about a couple CGC books I got this week. And if you follow us on the Instagram, you've already seen these. But if you're just keeping up with us on the YouTubes, you haven't seen these. So the first book I got back from CGC this week is an Avengers #1. And you may be thinking, that is the best looking 0.5 I've ever seen in my life. Well, that's correct, except for there's one problem. And that's right there. You should not be able to look me into the eye right now, but you can. There's a glorious absence of Avengers 1 right here in this bottom corner. So it came back a 0.5, but it's freaking Avengers 1, y'all. It kind of broke my heart when I saw it. Long story short, the seller is actually the aunt of one of my best friends, and he'd been telling me for a while. He's like, hey, my aunt's got some comics she wants to sell, see if you're interested in. I'm like, yeah, okay. And I forgot about it and got busy and never called her. And I'm from a small town, you guys. I don't know if you know how small towns work, but my buddy's aunt ran into my mom at Walmart. He's like, hey, I've been trying to get a hold of Drew about these comics I've got. So then, the hotline picks up. My mom calls me. He's like, hey, I talked to so-and-so at Walmart. She says she got comic books she's been trying to sell you. Okay. So yeah, I called her. She sends me this picture. And the very first picture I open up, she sent me like 4 or 5, like usually happens. Very first picture I open up, it's just kind of a few of the books fanned out. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? It's that Avengers 1 in a pile. Of course, as they were arranged, I didn't know the bottom left corner was missing off of it. But still, like Tom Lennox says here, still a valuable book. And that is for sale. Last sale was like $1,600, but an incomplete, just a straight up complete 0.5 was like $1,600, but an incomplete 0.5 sold for $1,800 recently. I don't get that, but it is what it is. Somebody out there wants that book desperately, and that will make them very happy. So I couldn't leave it where it was. I picked it up, sent it off to CGC, and then along for the ride as well was this guy, which, this is my former PC copy of Avengers #8. Got that first Kang appearance. It's a 2.0. It's missing a little piece here on the Fight the Glare on this lower corner. But like I said, this was my PC copy. If you came out and saw us at a show over the last couple years, I had a raw copy I bought back in like 2019. And I stuck the I don't want to sell it price on it because I just kind of had a feeling. I'm like, Kang's going to show up somewhere in all these Avengers movies. I'm not going to give it away. So I put the I don't want to sell it price of $200 on this book and sat it on my wall for a while. I sent a bunch of books into CBCS, had them pressed, had them graded. This raw copy I had, once it was pressed and clean and came back a 5.5. So I'm keeping it. I'm going to stick that in my PC. I'm going to sell this guy, which was my PC copy, and I'm going to make like 3x what I was going to sell that thing for, raw 4x, whatever it is, which I'm fine with. I think I haven't put them up on the website yet, but I think I'm list the Avengers 1 at 18 and this 8 at 700. So they'll eventually go up on the website. If you're interested or know somebody who is, check those out there. They will eventually make it up there. And that'd be great. I appreciate anybody who checks out the store. I don't put a lot up on there, but I'm starting to feel like maybe my slabbed books in the inventory may play better there. I got 3 books left, and these ones I literally just picked up last Saturday. So last Saturday, I woke up in St. Louis. Mrs. CoMo and I had gone to St. Louis to deal with some ticket things we had. We got like tickets to the local theater there, and I don't know how it happens, but how you can pick 7 Saturdays out of 52 of them in a year and always have at least a couple of conflicts to deal with. That just freaking happens, I guess. So we had to resolve that. But I just finished last week's video, the Doom video, which thank you everybody for checking that out. If you haven't, be sure to. But it's done pretty well, been well received. I just finished that, and I got a message. And I'll be honest, it was 1:30 in the freaking morning. I went to bed. Got up in the morning, checked the message, and it was a buddy of mine who just picked these books up. He's like, I'd shot him an offer. He's like, yeah, I'll do that. So went to bed at 1:30 in the morning after that message came in. And by noon the next morning, I had gone to the bank, got the money, met my buddy, and I picked up a few Spider-Man books that might be of interest to some folks. Got a Spider-Man number 4. This, of course, is the first appearance of the Sandman, Flint Marko. Also, the first Betty Brant. It's like a 1.5. It's been well read, well loved and enjoyed. But ASM 4, y'all. Always happy to have those. And that's my thing. I'm a Spider-Man fan. I just like having cool Spider-Man books on my wall when I go to a show. Next up, book 2 of 3, ASM 13, first appearance of Mysterio, one of my favorite Spider-Man bad guys. And this thing actually cleaned up really well. The white is very white. The page quality is really nice. It presents super good for, I graded it a 3.0. It's just got some tearing up around this top staple that knocks it down, and a little tear over here that keep it from being a higher grade, but it presents super well for the grade. A lot of eye appeal just in how white it is. So, all right. And now I'm losing control of the stream, just clicking stuff. All right. And the last book, one that's semi-relevant right now, ASM 15. Of course, this is the first appearance of Kraven the Hunter. Nice book, except for the guy who originally had it ate some like fried chicken and then read it because his thumbprint just melted into the cover right over here. But very structurally sound, tight copy, great page quality. I may wind up keeping this. My copy has a detached cover, so I may flip this thing out, even though it's got that gnarly fingerprint, thumbprint burn into the cover. Still just a cool book. Second Chameleon, first Kraven, classic Ditko. I love that Silver Age blue or purple background, whatever the hell you want to call it. But yeah, those things cost me some money, but you know, just to be able to do this, you know, on your wall, just bam, bam, bam. That's what I like to see. Always happy to bring this kind of stuff to the local market where people can have the shot to add books like that to their collection. I like finding the stuff. I've got all these things, but just being able to put people on books like that is part of the fun, because you just see how excited they get. That's the best part about vending, you know. I've literally seen people move to tears over a book that I wouldn't have considered to be anything special at all. You know, I've seen little kids whose favorite characters, the Scarlet Witch, and to see their mom and dad put the money down to buy them that copy of the book. You know, that's the cool part of buying and selling comics. I like money too, but you know, it's things like that that make it worthwhile. So that's the end of the program. I see we've got a few people hanging out here. Well, one anyway. We'll dive into the comments, catch up there a little bit, and then we'll bring on some guests, see who we've got to hang out tonight. All right, Cadet says great Doom video. I appreciate that. It was kind of a harder one to write than I thought it would be. I like this new series, The Keys for Every Budget. It's been really well received, which I'm thankful about, because part of the problem I've found in doing the YouTube thing is trying to figure out what to do every week. Like you know, people say have a content calendar, write stuff down. That's tough. I'm not what I'd call a planner. But now that I've kind of got a few different series that I feel like are well received, worthwhile, that's helped kind of fill that out. So the collector series, where I focus on, you know, like some affordable books that are good. I guess you could even call them foundational books, fun to look at. The Keys for Every Budget video, also fun. What I didn't plan on is characters like Doom. It's hard to find like $10 and $25 books for a character that, you know, for the first 10 years they were around, every damn issue is worth $600, $700, $800. So that's something I hadn't considered, but I appreciate the kind words. Yes, Matthew. Sorry about your heavy breathing. That was an ASM 13. That's one of my favorites. Absolutely love that book. Tom says Kid Colt gets him. It reminds him of his dad. I've seen a few Tim Colts over the days. I hope you got a good price for your Avengers 8, Tom. 4.5. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, Doom is hard to find right now. I've had some luck earlier in the year. I bought, oh my God, I think I bought a FF58 from a guy for $20 at a toy show. Brought it home, cleaned it, pressed it, flipped it for 400 or something like that. That book is a 57, not a 58. It's that Doom's head with the purple background, surfer cover. Really good book. So Doom is tough to find right now. I'd like to have some of the Doom books back that I've sold over the years. Checking in. Venom says he appreciates my videos. Always looking to see if we got new content. Well, thank you. I appreciate your patience. And I guess this is a great time to break it to you guys that welcome to this week's video. There's not going to be a new video drop tomorrow with real life stuff, other things going on. Just didn't happen this week. So I'm like, you know, let's dust off the live stream machine and, you know, we'll hang out and hopefully everybody enjoys that. All right. Don Dahlman says, hello. You know, tuned in late. That's fine. We've been going for almost an hour. I'm going to shut up though now. I'm glad you got in here. And really the fun is just starting. I've been promising these guys I'd bring them on. I told them I was only going to babble for 20 to 30 minutes. And well, that didn't happen. And first up, I'm going to bring Ryan from
How's it going?
Hangout Comics.
Yeah, I've been watching the whole time.
Yeah, have you? So don't believe me when I say it's going to be 20 to 30 minutes, because apparently I have no ability to judge time.
Well, it gave my laundry time to finish, so you don't have the dryer going in the background.
Oh, well, I mean, we could all do with a nice soothing rumble in the back, you know, nothing wrong with that. And then we got one more person in the background. We got Tom. Ooh, you got a little grain going there, Tom. How's it going? Tom from MSG Comics, which if you guys aren't familiar with Tom, he's not a YouTuber, but as I mentioned earlier, he does some really good IG content over there. So if you're on the Instagram, check him out. Let's try a little different arrangement here.
I'm always impressed that it seems like because you do the post with your students, right? Where you ask them questions.
Yeah, and so we've only done one this year because I'm still trying to figure out the kids, like figure them out. But then I was thinking today, because I do those videos for Reels, but I also do them for our school, like our school video that we show in the mornings. But
Mhm.
I was thinking of doing one today, like maybe instead of asking students, asking teachers like which superhero they would want in their classroom. So I don't know.
Mm. No one will
I
say
was impressed
Deadpool.
that like some of the ones where you asked them questions where they had to like it was like either recognize something or be able to name a character. I was surprised that some of them could do it. So,
I'd have to say my favorite so far has been I asked like kids who Stan Lee was, and I asked the girl like, "Who is Stan Lee?" And she's like, "Oh, you mean from The Office?" And that was just like the funniest moment ever.
Oh, that's great. So, Tom, first thing I notice is we got to have a conversation about your apparel. We do have a dress code here. You can't wear freaking KU gear on the CoMo channel. But, we'll overlook that. Your first infraction is free.
Well, we're playing right now. I mean, we're actually going to win a football game. It looks like so.
oh man,
Rock chalk. Yeah.
that's
Ugh.
been rare for
we
Kansas
might
the
we
last
have one
couple
win
years.
in the book. It might be it.
Well, like Ryan said, it's been a while, so I guess I can't even be too mean about that. Tom, you'll like this guy, Ben. He dropped that hideous phrase as well.
So,
So Ryan, what's been going on with you lately, man? It's been a little while. I talk to Tom all the time, but it's been a bit since we've caught up.
Yeah, I mean we've chatted like a little bit with your
Mhm.
C2E2 stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean I've been trying to put out more content. I try to do like 3 a week, and so that's
Mhm.
what but I fully understand it's tough. Like,
Yeah.
it's a lot of time and just prep,
Mhm.
to put those out. And I keep telling myself, I'm like, I need to be able to set up a live. I've never done live streams, and I was like,
Yeah.
that would just like take care of at least one video a week where I can just like turn on live, and then I'm like, oh, I'm done now.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, for sure.
but
You
yeah, I'm
you
always afraid
just
I'm going to do it wrong, and then it's not going to save, and then it's just going to be a big mess. So, or I'm going to like record something that I didn't mean to, and then it's like,
uh-huh.
so there's lots of concerns with me
Yeah.
for my own live stream. I've been on like newbies and
Mhm.
Mickey's on Swaggle House and that kind of stuff, but I've never run my own.
Yeah. Say I shot Newbie a message. He might be on here in a bit. You know, I get kind of spoiled. I forget that not everybody works first shift, and so I reached out to a couple guys. They're like, "Yeah, I'm still gonna be at work." I'm like, "Oh, damn, that sounds awful." It's like, but
Especially on the holiday weekend,
well, I mean, they're both from the Northland, so I don't think
Oh,
they
okay.
have the
Well,
same.
no, because I asked them because I'm in this chat with
Uh
Newbie and Chris, who was in
huh.
the comments here for a bit at least.
Uh huh.
And I was like, "Do you guys have a holiday this weekend?" They said they
Yeah.
did. So
Really.
yeah, I don't know if they get Monday off or anything, or if it's if it's that type of holiday. But
Mm-hmm.
then they
Yeah.
said that we stole it from them, just like Thanksgiving, and
That's all right. It's fine. I'm not too worried about it.
but yeah, no, I mean, like lately I've been trying to vary my content a little more, because like a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times I do a fair number of like unboxing type related content where I use
Mm-hmm.
that to like talk about other things.
Yeah.
But I've been trying to like dial back my purchases a little bit, because I've got a big submission I just sent into CGC, and I need to
Mm-hmm.
like clear up some space for when that
Yeah.
eventually gets back. So
Nice.
but yeah, oh god, man, those like the combination of like pressing and grading fees, it is,
Dude.
it's brutal.
You're
Yeah.
not using CCS, are you?
Oh no, I use
Okay, good.
a third party presser.
Very good.
I have heard very little in terms of positives, at least within the last like 2 to
Yeah.
3 years. It used to be, it's like some people
Mhm.
said that like CCS used to be great, but like I have not heard that in like 2 or 3 years. All I hear is like detached covers, like pulling staples, or like seeing pictures where people like post the book and you're like, that book clearly wasn't even pressed once.
Yeah.
Like they just looked at it, they're like, meh, and
That
just pass it through.
that was my experience, because I sent 4 books in. I sent a FF48, FF49, TTA 44, and a Showcase 30 in.
Mhm.
And I'm like, okay, this is where they're at now. We'll see what they come back. They came back exactly what they were. I'm like,
No, I saw one guy
It's
and like
just-
the back cover was like all wrinkled and stuff. And I'm
Yeah.
like, what is
like,
this?
did you guys just take my money and
Yes,
sit on them for
and made
8
it
months and
yeah,
not
and
do
made it
anything?
take an extra 6 months.
Yeah.
Your books.
So needless to
the
say,
problem
that's
with
not
them is-
happening anymore.
And that's the problem is like sometimes you get the book back and you're like, you can see that the same crease is there, and you're like,
Mhm.
this wasn't even done. But
Yeah, and I've had good success using CBCS's pressing. Steve Ricketts, who runs it over there, I've met him a couple times. He's from St. Louis. He used to come out to a couple of the shows, and I got a good relationship with him. But I mean, their turn times are just
That's what I've
killer
heard.
right
It's
now.
like a year or more.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it, the high dollar, like faster tiers. It's like a year. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I've been using he's on Instagram, a guy called The Comic Book Presser. That's who I use. And because I can do fast track through him, and
Chris is his name, right?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got Tom and I know some guys who used him for a while now. We're used to. So
Yeah, I used him for my last submission, and then this submission I sent him most of them, and then I had put a hold in with Impressive Comic Books like 6 months ago, so I sent some to him as well. But
nice.
But yeah,
we're actually pretty fortunate. We've got a guy in Kansas City who's like a bit of a guru.
yeah,
Tom, you've had some good luck with him, right?
yeah. His name's Todd Olson. He goes by Embassy
Collection, right? Embassy
Collection. Yeah,
I think I've seen him on Instagram.
He does amazing work, and I gave him a Strange Tales 110, and the stuff he did to it was a pretty beat up copy, and I was like, I'm gonna let him try it. But I've seen some of the books that he's gotten and just fixing just spine rolls and just getting them really light and doing just some magical stuff, and seeing stuff that's like a 6.5 be bumped up to like a 9.0, and it's just like, how like you even do that? It's pretty amazing. Yeah, pretty much. But he does amazing work, and we're really lucky to have him like locally. So I actually have a couple books that I need to give him.
Shipping these, it always makes me so nervous. It's like, how many thousands of dollars are in that box, and it's like, hopefully it gets there, and you just send it off, and like it always makes me hesitant when I'm doing that.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything to Todd yet, just because I have trust issues. But I mean, I let Tom be the guinea pig. He's gone and had good luck, and I've talked to Todd at some shows and stuff. So I've just got to get that ball rolling. Tom, you're being heckled from the crowd.
Yeah,
I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah, whenever these Missouri guys come to Kansas, they got to burn the city down or burn something down. So,
shout out to my buddy Bob. If you ever find us at a show, Bob's always there. He's the right hand man in the CoMo live world.
Oh yeah, but I wanted to say, I when I saw your Avengers 1, I went and grabbed a book I have that looks like had very similar fate. So this one is a Golden Age one, but you can see through this one too. and up in the upper corner and down in this corner. It's just like the mice just
still pull a 0.5.
Oh yeah. It is a solid 0.5, but it's like the thing I liked about it is, I'm like, they stopped right before they got to the women on the cover. It's like, so you still have the art.
Yeah, the best part's still there for sure.
And so I was like, yeah, for 0.5, I mean, I think I picked it up on Heritage and it was almost nothing because it looked like that, but I'm like, the book is so rare. I was like, I'll take it.
Well, and that's the way I felt about, the Avengers 1. It's like, it sucks, but nobody gives a shit about this text box that's down here, and it's just Loki's arm.
Yeah.
Ant-Man and the Wasp are both still there. I mean, so this is, hold it like this, and you've got a book that looks a hell of a lot nicer than the grade. So,
I mean, you were talking about pricing. I sold I had a 0.5 restored C4 Avengers 1. I sold this summer for $1,500. I mean, it's just the base value on that book has gotten very high. It's definitely it's a book that it used to be like probably like the cheapest like major key, and now it's
next to
really
Daredevil
corrected.
1, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just to throw fuel on that fire, the last copy I had, I sold raw for $15 or $1,500. It was like a 3.5 or a 4, and it wasn't worth it to me to grade it because, you know, like a graded one was only going for a few $100 more. So I'm like, I'll just sell it raw.
Yeah.
That's 4 or 5 years ago at this point, but I'd do it differently if that happened today. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Captain
Didn't the
Beardo.
person you buy that from though, didn't they cut it and trim it, or?
Yeah, that's the story. It had some sort of, I don't know if it was like really bad box rub or rodent chew or what it was, but she trimmed it up for whatever reason. And yeah, it is what it is. You know, people that aren't into collectibles, into comics, they think they're doing the right thing, and I don't care what it looked like. It would have been better if, you know, some of it was still there, but oh well. But Captain Beardo was asking what the KC guy's name is. It's on IG.
I just
the
looked it
Embassy
up.
Collection.
It's the Embassy Collection. His name's Todd. He does great work. He's part of some comic presser network, and I think he's in the top. Like, he's one of their preferred pressers, but you just look at his stuff he puts on Instagram, and he does an amazing job.
Yeah, I don't know if he's taken on new work or not right now, but, you know, generally those guys have stuff coming around.
Yeah, and I mean, if the backlog on pressers is just, it's still huge. I mean, for good pressers, I mean, like if I wasn't fast, like I think even fast tracking, it's like, for me, it's like 5 weeks for the pressing, but not fast tracking is like 16 weeks.
Oh my God.
Just like, and I think impressive was, I mean, I put that hold in like end of February, and it's like, it just came through, you know, I mean, it's just like the backlog is pretty huge.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's one of those things I kind of wish I knew how to do it myself, but I don't have time to learn how to do it.
That's my thing. I've got a CO 160. Bob, whose comment I featured earlier, we went in and bought a CO 160, another CO 160 before I bought my own. So I own like 1.5 presses or whatever. But it's like I can't remember the last time I actually went and had, you know, a full stream of books going through the thing. Every once in a while I'll get a book and throw it in there and just kind of, you know, do some quick, fast, and dirty pressing. But if it's anything of substantial value, I'm not going to touch it because I don't want to jack it up. And I just, to your point, Ryan, it's like I don't have time to really perfect that craft and still do the other things I've signed up for at this point. So yeah, it is what it is. I play with it sometimes.
You have to put a lot of time in it. Get the impression, because it's like, it's different for different ages. It's different for, you know, different publishers, and, you know, all kinds of things that can be really important that if you screw up, you're just like, you're ruining that book.
Yeah. And I bought the comic book CPR book, and read that, which helps, let me find that.
Well, the thing is like, I don't know. I'm constantly pressing. Like, I always have books in my press. I have the really big seal, but it's like, I think when it comes to a bigger book, like, I know enough to screw it up. And so with something like that, like, I can clean and do it, but it's like some of those books, it's like, you know, you need to take to somebody that's like, has that skill set that can do it.
So yeah,
I think I've seen that.
Yeah, that's the book I bought. This same guy, I think it's Captain Mike's Pressing on Facebook, is the group. A great Facebook resource if you're trying to learn how to press. They'll give you feedback and show them the book, tell them what you've done. They'll help you problem solve and work through it. And they actually came out with another book, this comic book stain removal, which they're doing some interesting things with. Various versions.
I'm torn on that one. I don't
like the hydrogen peroxide and stuff.
I don't like it personally. It makes me uncomfortable. It feels it feels off because using like the blue LEDs to make things lighter and
yes,
you know,
yeah.
it doesn't, I don't know. It
Non-chemical
feels like
bleaching,
cheating.
basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't
I
know.
feel like it's something if CGC could detect it, it would be a
Mhm.
purple label. It's the fact that they can't detect it. But you
Yeah.
can, if you've seen some of those books, you're just like,
Uh-huh.
that doesn't look like a normal book. Like it's so white
So
that
vivid.
you're like, that is too
It
white.
just
Like
looks
there's no way.
suspect.
Yeah.
I'm torn. I mean, it's human nature, you know. If
Mhm.
you can find a way to
Oh yeah,
sneak
I know. I have
something in,
books that
bend the
had stains on
rule.
them that I'm like, oh, that could probably, you know, move from a 7.0 to a 9.4. But I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
And that's the thing. I mean, it's always a roll of the dice. I mean,
Yeah.
most of the time they don't get caught, but I have seen stories where even they say they'll submit a book and that somehow they can detect it. So I don't know if they just went too heavy with the chemical or something, because as I understand, I'm terrible at chemistry, but basically what happens as the hydrogen peroxide evaporates, all that's left over is like a single oxygen molecule. So they say it's untraceable, something like that. I
Well,
don't
and a
know.
Well, I
lot of
think
them they start with just deionized water, and so
Mhm.
you use that, and so a lot of times you can get things cleaned up with just that, and so then it's nothing. You're not adding any chemical to it.
Right.
But yeah,
But I think the thing was with you start off, Ryan, with the water, and then what you do is after that dries, you press it, and then you're supposed to introduce the hydrogen peroxide in just small increments and then dry
Mhm.
and do several layers. And then, from my understanding, is once you put it into a press, there is some oxygen molecules left, but supposedly that heat releases the rest of the
Just bakes
hydrogen.
out.
And then it's like they can't detect it, but at the same time, it's like I could see that if I was doing to my own personal book because I wanted it to look better for myself. But then at the same time, it's like if you have something that has like water stain on the back and you can press some of that water out, but on that back white cover, if you can get some of that out, it's like, okay, now are you restoring it or
yeah,
is it still like,
and the reason I'm kind of torn, it's weird because at one point people felt the same way about pressing. You know, they were
yeah,
like, you know, it was like pressing
Mhm.
shouldn't be allowed. That should be restored because it's
Yeah.
usually pretty easy to tell when a book's been pressed. You know, like
Oh
you
yeah.
can,
Oh yeah.
you know, every once in a while you might have one where you're like, I'm not sure, but usually it's like there's just things you can see on the
It's
spine
like,
or like,
why
you
is this color missing from this
know.
incredibly
yeah,
flat spot? What happened here?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. Um, let's see. Tom asked a question. He wanted to know if anybody knew any pressers up by Buffalo. Um, I don't know anybody geographically located by Buffalo. I think the comic presser somewhere like Carolinas
He's
or
in North
something, isn't he?
Carolina, and
Yeah.
then Impressive used to be up near in New York, and then he
Mhm.
moved to Florida. He just moved to Florida.
Oh, okay.
So
Nice. So I don't know that we've got a solution for you there, Tom. We might check out some of these guys online. I tell you, a guy, um, pressing's kind of a secondary thing but that I've been really impressed with on Instagram is the Sanderson Studios guy doing all the
oh
leaf
man,
casting and
he's done
stuff
some.
and the
Do you see
cleaning.
some of his like Wonder Woman cleanup stuff that he
Yeah.
yeah.
did? That is crazy.
And I don't know why. I'll just sit there and watch like his video clips of him just going over with the eraser just really soft. And so like I'll just sit there mesmerized
Yeah,
for
he did that thing where he
longer than I care to
cleaned like
admit.
the middle section so you could see
Yeah, yeah.
like that. Oh man, that was cool. That
I,
must take like that's like you only do that for a super valuable book because it must
yeah,
take for so many hours to put
so
into that.
long. I used to know a guy who worked for like Rainbow Vacuum Sweepers, right? Okay, so this, you guys know me, I'm terrible at stories, but this is going to come around. And he said like part of their training in doing these Rainbow Vacuum Sweeper demonstrations in people's houses is they wanted to leave the skunk stripe. Like they wanted to go in and clean a section of your carpet to where every time you walked by it, it aggravated you how clean that spot was compared to the rest of your carpet that they clean. That's essentially what that Wonder Woman clip was for me, because you know he
Yeah.
did, he just kind of took that diagonal section
Mhm.
and it was just like shiny and awesome, and then it was just, I mean, there was 80 years of grunge he took off of that just looked great.
Yeah, it's cool how he says he did it. Like he takes like it's almost like eraser particles and dumps them on and then like goes over it with a light eraser, so it kind of like is using it to roll up the stuff
Mm-hmm.
instead of actually rubbing against the. So yeah, I
I've
mean, it's just like it. Yeah, it sounded cool.
I've got and this is the guy we're talking about, Chad.
Yeah.
If you want to check him out on the IG.
Yeah, I think it's that Wonder Woman on the right.
Yeah. So that's the first, and just don't get me started. I'll sit there and watch this all day. You guys will pack it up
Yeah,
with me.
'cause yeah,
That's the
yeah.
picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. Just that line, those lines of delineation right there where he cleaned and then stopped. I mean, it's just amazing. And then he'll like chemical treat or like soak the books to get the tape off, and then he'll leaf cast them to piece them back together. He just does some amazing stuff.
Yeah.
And I know another guy who's quasi local here in the area is Alex the Comic Hoarder. He's a couple hours away from here, and I know he sent a couple of his books to him to work on some of his Golden Age.
Oh,
It was like
I would guess he probably sent that the more fun, probably the one that
maybe
he has that restored First Spectre, I think, or is it First Doctor Fate?
Yeah, I think Fate maybe.
Yeah, it's like More Fun 55 or something like that. I think I wouldn't be surprised if that's the one he sent to maybe try to see if there's something he could do with it.
Yeah, he worked on this Marvel Comics one, which was one I enjoyed watching him do, but you can just see all the
there was a ton of resto.
The amount of resto, and he'll just go through. I mean, and that's what it is left when he gets that off. But you just think about that. He'll go through and he'll remove all this, and then I don't know if I passed it up here, but you'll get the payoff eventually. He'll come back around and post where he's leaf casted it, which if you're not familiar with leaf casting, it's taking the pages, and maybe we can see something here. So this is what this looked like. He removed all this tape. I think he actually had to separate this leaf. I think they were split by the time, but then he just adds paper fibers back to the pages and basically reattaches them. You can see the lines here where the original pages were. It's unbelievable work. I mean, obviously, yeah, here's a spot where he's soaking a book or a page. It's just unbelievable to me that, he can do that. Obviously, the books don't come back blue labels. They're mostly
they're usually conserved.
I was going to say somebody else on Instagram and YouTube who does a lot of amazing work is Jerry the Jitterbug.
Jerry.
I love watching how he adds like just cellulose to paper to make it like stronger, and then does the leaf casting, and then just removes stuff and then just adds stuff on, like takes it and soaks it. Because before I ran into that Instagram account, like I would watch Jerry, I'm like, I didn't even know you could do that. Like take a book apart like that, clean it with water, and then put it back together, and it just looks so much better.
They have like special tools to pull those staples so you don't damage them, and then you can put them, just put them back and all that kind of stuff.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Matt made a comment. He said that cleaning is much harder than pressing, but pressing is more time consuming. I do a little bit of dry cleaning. I'm probably not the best at it, but I cleaned this book and it cleaned up pretty damn well. I'm pretty happy with it. But yeah, it's one of those things that to me, it's almost soothing. It's nice to be able to just focus on something and to be able to sit there and watch the gunk go away and stuff. He's talking about dry eraser and the Absarine pad. I need to get an Absarine pad. I've got some pintail stick erasers. I've got a document cleaning pad that is kind of like you were talking about, Ryan, with the pulverized rubber eraser in it.
I actually love this stuff.
I really liked that stuff at first, but then it kind of just got to a point where I'm like, not patient enough for regular Abzarine.
It is. You gotta really be patient with
Is
it.
it like the silly putty type stuff or
Yeah,
something? Or?
yeah,
Okay.
and you got to
Yeah.
sit there and knead it out and activate it and all that. My problem is I get impatient and then it gets sticky and it tears the pages and then I just
Yeah.
bad things happen.
You have to be very patient, and there's like a time window where it's too sticky, and there's a time window where it just gets too hard, and
Mm-hmm.
you just have to be able to like know what to use it for. But especially on golden age books, it's really good at getting that dirt, or even just most even copper and bronze,
Mm-hmm.
getting that dirt off of some of those covers in that areas where you can't use an eraser at all.
Yeah, I tell you what I've been doing. So Captain Beardo was talking about Sanderson. Yeah, he definitely did some good things. I reached out to him because my AF-15 is restored and it's trimmed. I was like, okay, it's a signature series though. And he said he's worked with CGC for years. He's like, the one thing they won't let me do is carry over signature confirmation.
Yeah, it's tough to get that. That was one of the things I was talking about with the comic book presser, the one in North Carolina. He said that's like the next level he's trying to get to now. That's I think like the highest level you can get with CGC is being able to retain a signature, and there are not a lot of people that can do that.
Double secret probation type stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm probably gonna have to break down and send mine to CCS to get leaf casted, just because I mean it's a freaking signed AF-15. If I can ditch the purple and get up to conserved, and then by taking out and filling in the other holes while they leaf cast it, it could potentially bump up to a 3.5 3.0 or a 3.5 just by filling in some of the missing pieces. So yeah, I mean that's kind of a double jump.
I mean, this stuff is old paper. Like at some point, it all will just deteriorate. Like it's like conservation. Like people, don't or often have this like real negative view of like conserved or restoration, that kind of thing. But it's like the older you get, like once you get into those like golden age books, which isn't that long before the silver age stuff, the early silver age stuff, it's like maybe another 20 years, and a lot of stuff like it becomes very acceptable to have restored or conserved labels.
I agree. I mean, it's just the simple fact that because we already see this in the rare book hobby, it's commonplace for those books to be conserved. Just because they're hundreds of years old in some cases. It's like art work is conserved and cleaned to preserve it, because just time is corrosive.
Yep.
I mean, between dirt and just exposure and
well, and it's like in I know CGC and CBCS, they tell you, they're like, oh, you should change out your slabs like every it's like 8 to 10 years. Like nobody's doing that.
No,
like, I'm not paying you guys again.
I mean, how many old label books are still out there? And then, I mean, my God, you hear the horror stories that people are like just send in for a reholder, and the next thing you know, they've completely destroyed your Captain Marvel.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen reholders where they then like clamped it into the the case, and you're like, oh my God, like and they're like, well, we'll give you some money back for it, and it's like, that's not the point, like
no.
I mean, it's just like that's why like I have some books I've considered getting reholdered, and I'm just like, I'm so afraid that they'll damage it, because you're basically you sign something effectively that's like, yeah, you can damage it, and it's like, no, like I just from grading in my last couple submissions, I've had, I mean, it was a number of books. It was like 80 books, but I had 3 of them that got significantly larger spine tears from being graded. And I'm just like, oh gosh, I'm like, just be a little more careful when you're flipping through these things.
Yeah. Tom, you want to share your story?
Yeah. So I'll share this, and so this was a book that I wanted, but actually I'll share this one. But I had been wanting this book for a long time. I bought it at C2E2, but I've been wanting a Dynamic Comics this cover for a very long time. I know it's the glare, and it's pretty amazing book. I had it at about a 2.5. I probably had it about a 3.5, and you can't see it, but it was very brittle. I bought it from Metropolis and literally walked it over to CBCS and gave them the book. And I checked this staple, it was attached, the cover was attached, and it had a little bit of spline split at the top. I get it back and I look at the notes, and now it's a 6-inch spine split and the cover is detached. And when I look at it, there's only one staple because a lot of these Golden Age books during the war years only had that one in the middle. And I can see it's like, I'm not going to try to show you. It's like really would be really hard to see, but I can see where the staples like attached to the cover, but then that split goes like this. And so it's completely detached. And then to top it off, this is a book that I've been wanting for a long time as well. And I bought it. I'll say who I bought it from. I bought it from Dale Roberts, but it's an Eagle Comics #1. And I've been wanting this for a long time. It's a really hard book to find. And the bottom staple was detached from the front of the staple, but not from the back cover part of the staple. And then they put it as completely detached. And it was a little brittle. And now I can see where like there's just the staple with like the piece of comic and it's detached and split on both sides. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
what the hell, dude? Like, can I not get a break?
Brittle spines. Like I'm just like when I'm sending them in, I'm just like, they're probably going to damage this. I'm just like accepting it now when I send in like a brittle spine book.
Well,
it sucks, but it's just like
Jerry the Jitterbug is on like this crusade about this missing piece of a book.
Yeah.
Right, Tom? Like he sent a book in and the corner was barely holding on, and he got the book back and the piece was no longer there. He's like, where's the piece? Like, what happened to it? And they're like, oh, it was a whole thing, but
was his CBS or CGC?
CGC, I believe. And he's not letting them off the hook. He's like, well, where's the piece of my book? I want it back. And it's just been a bit of a crusade on his part to try and get to the bottom of that. But I think it's painfully obvious they're all maxed out, beyond maxed out.
Yeah, and that's why like I get annoyed, but I also go like, this is the risk of me sending this stuff in. I fully understand that there's a chance and it's not like it's like a 0.001% chance. There's probably like a 5 to 10% chance that some of my books are going to end up a little worse than they were when I sent
slightly better than Russian roulette level of chance.
I wish one of the things they would do is because, if I was going to sell these, I probably would have sent them to CGC, but I just wanted them preserved, kind of like what we were talking about. I just want something that's going to like protect them and make sure like they hold it. But I wish they would just provide a service where they just holder the books. Like, I don't care what the grade is. Like, I wish I could just submit them this book and they just take it and be like, this is the book. They don't put a grade. They just put like something on it. You know what I mean? Like not graded, because that's really why I sent them in. I mean, the Eagle Comics #1, I had it like a 3.0. It came back a 3.5. And this Dynamic Comics, I had it at a 3. And it's a really rare book. It's the one I wanted. And it looks freaking amazing. But it's just like that spine, and it just comes back worse. I mean, and there's nothing I can do. There's nothing absolutely.
No, there's no recourse.
Yeah.
There's
none
nothing.
Whatsoever.
It's nothing. I just got to bend over. And the thing is, it's like people say, well, send it to CGC. Well, it's going to be the exact same thing. Like,
yeah, there's no difference. I mean, and yes, they can grade a page.
Yes, they can. They'll do entire wraps or just individual leaves.
Well, I mean, they did that. Remember CGC did that, the #1 from the.
Oh, Jesus. Yes. Just the
Comics.
#1, literally from Action.
Yeah. It sold for like $8,000 or something. It's so funny.
That's the closest thing to an Action one that would be in my budget that there is.
The video that Dave from Comic Book Investments, the guy who owns Collectors Comics, that he did about that, I watched it like 3 times because I was laughing so hard when he did the video. Like because I think it was white pages too, which just it made me laugh.
How do you know? I mean, it's Schrodinger's comic.
They're pure white,
point.
they're so perfect.
Yeah. Maybe that's
Oh,
where
God.
Bad Idea got the idea for the transparent comic book.
Oh,
And
man.
I actually like that they grade pages. One, if for some of these golden age books where it's hard to find guts, period. I mean, if you've got an incomplete copy and you can buy a certified page that's not restored to Mary, that's kind of nice. Also, there's some really freaking great splash pages out there. Like Batman 1 comes to mind with having some really good pages
Oh, yeah, like
you can
Tech
pick up.
38, that's opening splash page costs,
Yeah,
like
it's
it's like
fantastic.
I think it's like 4 or 5 grand, the last one I saw. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not cheap because it looks exactly like the cover.
Yeah, and AF-15 has that great Ditko splash. There's a lot of really good books and even interior pages. I think like the classic Ramita picture from ASM 50 where the suits in the trash can and Peter's walking away. That's the kind of stuff that, even though it's obviously a portion of a comic book, it still presents really well. At that point, you're almost to the point where like it's artwork. You're displaying artwork. It's like, yes, this is legit. It is what it is. But
Well, I mean, like
it's just a display piece.
Otto with 3 Men, like he likes to buy those like the coverless books.
Yeah.
And it's because like the way, I guess I don't know if it was Stanley or who, but they would describe it as like it was like the opening splash page is like the second cover, and so you often have some really awesome work there on that opening page.
Yep.
And that's one of the downsides of slabbing is you don't ever get to see that. But
correct.
But yeah.
Well, I think last year what I had to do is I even though I'm a big Captain America fan, I've accepted the fact that I'm never going to own a Captain America Comics #1. Like it's just not going to happen. But I was able to buy an interior page where he gets the serum and becomes Captain America. So it's like I think it offers that opportunity to own that. And I bought it. I bought it from a friend of mine, and I'm like, you know what? I own this. I own the page, the most important page, probably out of the comic. And there's one other page where I'd like to get where he fights like, the Red Skull for the first time. But it's like, for some collectors, like that's literally all we're going to get, because I think a 0.5 Captain America comics is going to cost me like about like 15 grand. You know what I mean?
Probably more than that.
Probably more now.
Yeah. I mean, cause like Batman 1, even the lowest you could get, like a restored 0.5 is going, I think, around 30 now. I mean, it's like those books are just, they're multiple 5-figure books.
A buddy of ours was selling a back cover to Batman 1. God, this had to be like 2016, 2017. I think at that point, a loose back cover. I think he had 5K on it or something.
Mm-hmm.
And
who was it, Drew?
Leroy had it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it's just, that was kind of my introduction into where we're at now with a lot of this stuff. It's just like, when you're paying mid 4 figures for a single leaf, back cover, but just like a half of a fold, it's just like, holy crap. And of course, that was a really collectible pinup page, which is why so many Batman 1s don't have back covers. They were tacked on walls and lost. Same reason why, your Bat 181s don't have centerfolds. Same damn thing. But it's just, that was kind of where I realized the value of individual pieces, because I'd love to have, just a slab AF-15 splash page. That'd be awesome. But hell, those are 8,000 now, I think, last I looked.
Yeah, I don't remember what I know. There's one seller that he seems to get pages of that every once in a while, and I didn't know if they got up to 8, but they were pretty pricey. I mean, they, at least on auction.
Mm-hmm. And it's been a while since I've looked at it, so they may have come back down. I may have just caught it at a high point, but Cadet, to your question there, that's kind of where we're at now. It's not cheap by any means.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, the downside of that is that it sometimes you feel like maybe it if somebody has like a low grade copy, they'll cut it up instead of keeping it complete because they can get more for the pieces.
Part it out.
Yeah, which I'm not a huge fan of. But yeah,
I generally like to leave things better than I found them, and I don't know that actively destroying them for greater profit fits that bill. Cadet's saying he's got a coverless Tech 38 that's so brittle they wouldn't even grade it.
Oh, wow.
I've never seen. Yeah, I've had brittle books graded before, but I haven't seen it before.
I have too, but that caught my eye. It's like I didn't realize that was a thing.
I know that if you send them in and they're too brittle, obviously they're not going to like press them. But I've never seen where it's too messed up that they're like, yeah, we're not gonna grade it.
Yeah, especially if it's a coverless, because they don't grade it. They just put like NG. So I mean,
you get just as many grader's notes on that as you do a 9.6.
Yeah.
I had a book come back, a 9.6 that had grader's notes. I was like, holy cow!
Wow.
It was
I
my
bought a lottery ticket.
It was my Transformers 1, and I was like, that's
impressive.
And the thing was, the grader note was a thing that wouldn't have even impacted the grade. It was a date stamp. It was just like date stamp on cover. I think it was because they say the grader's notes aren't necessarily always grade impact things. It's to communicate between graders. At least that's the reason they say that you don't always get them. Now, I will say, in my last few submissions, outside of moderns, I got grader's notes on everything. All my express, all my standard, all my economy, all had grader's notes. Moderns was like 50%. And so I think the thing that bothers people a lot are like when they're sending in super moderns, and they want, and it's like at the 9.6 and they're not getting anything. And so, but like, I've noticed like with anything that's older, I was getting grader's notes on almost everything, but I don't submit super moderns. Like I don't submit stuff from the last 5 years or anything like that. And so for me, it's, I don't experience that, but I'm guessing that's what it is. Why they, when you get a 9.6 and you don't see any spine ticks, you're like, come on, tell me why this thing is a 9.6.
What was it? Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. This was my, sending these two, this was my first CGC submission in 2 or 3 years.
You use CBCS mostly, right?
Yeah, I had been. I'd only sent like 2 or 3 orders. I honestly, I haven't made it a habit of grading too many things, especially for like inventory stuff, and some of the PC stuff I've done is just for conservation, or if I keel over, the missus knows to just call Heritage, and it's like, this is what it is at that point. Don't call Tom.
Well, I would say don't call Heritage. I like Heritage for buying, but for selling, they take a lot of money. They take a huge cut.
Tom, weren't you saying that you had a good conversation with Comic Link and
I had a really good, and I should say this, I've sold a lot of stuff on Heritage. The original art has always done very well for me on Heritage, but just because of that, I think recently I've submitted some really good books to Heritage. And first of all, one thing people don't know is that rate that you pay as a seller is negotiable. A lot of people don't know that. So I've been very lucky in that I've negotiated a very different rate than what a lot of people have, which has been beneficial to me. But I've just had a last couple sales on there, especially things that are like graded by CBCS that haven't done as well as like some of the CGC counterparts. At C2E2, I talked to Comic Link, and the reason I thought about talking to them is we have a friend who owns a shop down in Lubbock, and they use Comic Link for everything. And I think with Comic Link, I'm willing to send them some books to give it a shot, just because it's, the 10%. Heritage will give you a cash advance if you want, but they charge you an interest rate. Whereas Comic Link, if you want that cash advance, they just send it to you. And I just think I'm going to try it and see it out. The one thing I didn't know about Comic Link until I talked to them is, that 3% you have to pay as a buyer's premium. I didn't realize that's waived if you paid by I think it's electronic check.
Well, because it's not really a buyer's premium; it's a credit card fee.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I just want to
And
point
I've
out
always
we've
just
got a DDLT up in here. Dan hopping in. Nice to have you, sir.
Oh yeah, hey Dan.
so I don't know, Ryan.
I
Have
tell you what,
used-
nothing happens in this community and Dan isn't there. I don't know how he does
Yeah.
it. He's got to have like clones. He is the man.
He's
Is
got like
everywhere.
5 monitors, all the live
Yeah,
streams.
yeah. We're happy to have you,
sold
Dan.
much
Thanks for stopping by.
Have you sold much on Comic Link, Ryan? Or
I sell almost exclusively fixed price on eBay. I sell occasionally on Instagram, but I don't like leaving things to chance of auctions. So
Yeah.
I know my prices that I want to sell for, and I fix price them, and that has worked for me. And so that's how I sell everything. Now, if I've had people ask me what I would use, depending, because eBay has a little more, you have to put a little more work into it. Obviously, you got to make the listings, take pictures, all that kind of stuff. If I was going to be selling with an auction house, I'd use Comic Link because of the 10% fee, which is the same as Comic Connect. And they, one thing that I've talked about this on some recent videos, like you have people often think Heritage gets more, but the reality is they all sell about the same. Heritage is just very good at advertising their wins, because I watch and track every weekly Heritage auction sale. I for the last 2 years, I've tracked every single one.
That's how I first came to know you, is through your videos on that.
Yeah, and so I like when you look at like the Heritage sales, you have generally about like 15 or to 20% that sell like well above what I expect them to go for, like 20% or more above. You have about 15% that sell 20% or below, and the rest are right in the middle, just like everything else. It's just the way all of them are. Like they have high sales, they have low sales, but Heritage is very good at advertising. And so, but that's why, like, to me, I would just use Comic Link. And I think that's why, like, ETA Nick, that's why he sent everything to Comic Link. I think he probably realized that, and he's just like, they're the lowest fee and the least work for me because I just ship them the books and they take care of it. And I think he really liked that he could ship them the pressed books already, and they would send them off to CGC for grading, and it just gets all handled through them. But yeah, if I was going to auction, I would just use Comic Link. I wouldn't use eBay for auction. eBay auctions are, they're brutal.
Yeah. I mean, chat seems to be pretty heavy on eBay too. So like Tom saying he sells exclusive on eBay, Matt as well. Tom up in there with 1,000 listings.
Wow.
I tell you what, I think my most was like 7 or 8, and I hated my life. I can't imagine what the hell 1,000.
I have over 200. Like. So
yeah, I mean, I'll pour one out for you, my friend. That's crazy. Got a couple more people hopping in the chat. We got Comics with Bueller up in here. Thanks for hopping in, man. What part of the country are you in right now? I always enjoy seeing some of the sunsets and stuff you capture out there in the US. We got Swag up in here as well. Looks like Journo's live stream just wrapped up. I know they were going pretty good over there on some conflicts of interest. So
yeah,
I'm gonna have to check that on the replay.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I'm guessing a lot of it's been around that Death of Superman 30th anniversary from Big Time Collectibles that was then graded through CGC. I mean, the reality is, like, my opinion on it is, like, it seems largely fine. The only real issue I once you learn the details, part of the big problem was CGC was terrible with their messaging. Like the way it started off, it was like, this is an exclusive that we're putting out, and you're like, what are you doing? And then it's like, oh no, it's just that we are the exclusive grader, but we don't have anything in it. But then the problem is that their name's on the back of the book, which it's like hard to think that like somebody grading it is going to be as impartial when they see the name. But you could also say, well, like maybe they'll be more critical. But I mean, when you hear the details, and it all seems fine. Like basically, like people would be concerned that, oh, well, how can you send 300 books and they're all 9/8? And it's like, well, it's because they send them 1,000, and they send them the entire print run. And it has to come straight from the printer. It has to be with the invoice. And so Big Time Collectibles never saw the books. And so it's like CGC gets the books, they pick the 300 it's like basically a pre-screen 9/8. They do 300, but it's a pre-screen 9/8 for 1,000 books, but they basically destroy the other 700.
And I think if they had some transparency where they
Exactly.
showed the burn pile,
Well, Big Time Collectibles said that they have to send him a video of them destroying the books.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's cool.
So
Honestly,
like it all, like, it's a pretty cool concept, and so it's like all the stuff that, like, it would be great. They just are terrible at messaging to make things clear.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
when we look
thing.
back on 2022, I'll let you get in here in a second, Tom. But I think when we look back on 2022, it's just going to be the year of the PR shitstorm. I mean, like, how many things happened this year that just were messaging fails, were poor optics, just like somebody somewhere in the job of controlling the messaging or the imaging was at lunch or something when this really important thing came across and somebody else just said run with it. It's like,
yeah,
how could, because this is what at least the third major like fluff up.
Yeah, you had the
been involved in this
you had
summer.
The lost books, and then and to me, the lost books wasn't even the big issue. It was the shipping of the books to somebody's house.
Yeah,
that was like, the craziest thing to me. I was like, you got to be joking me! Like, that is totally wrong. Like, never should have been what they're doing. But then this, and the graders notes. The graders notes to me was the biggest issue that's happened at CGC, because I've seen so many books now where I'm like, man, that's a really nice looking book, and because it's like a detached cover, but there's nothing on the notes, and you check the notes. And but I will say one thing that Heritage has done that I think is a huge positive is that they are now, in most of the listings, they have the graders notes in the listing, like directly there with it
for free.
Yeah.
Yes, and if they don't, they still have a link that is directly to the CGC page that has it. And so that's the type of thing you need to have, I think, to help with that clarity. But still, like, you still have to check that, and not everybody's going into each listing.
Here's something I enjoyed. I sent this to Swag this week. It's like, CGC, we're going to remove unnecessary notes from the labels. We're not going to put things on there that are obvious. Then also CGC. Piece missing from entire book. No shit, guys. I didn't see that. I completely missed it. Like, how obvious? It's like, are we just a little gun shy now that we kind of got our backsides chewed by the community for wanting to remove things that now we're going to put everything on there? I don't know. I thought that was funny.
But yeah, because I mean, for me, it was in I was talking about a sale that happened like 2 weeks ago on Heritage, and it was a book that it just, like, it looked so nice, and I was like, this had to have been graded recently, because it was a 1.5, and I was like, this does not look like a 1.5. There's something going on. And it was a completely split spine, cover reattached with extra staple. It was like all the things that would normally be on the label, but you couldn't tell looking at the book. There was like, it was just, you could tell there was tape on the spine, but there was no way you knew that it was detached or that were extra staples or any of that kind of stuff. It's just,
I don't know. It's
and I don't know if they're burning the books or if they're shredding them or how they do it. But the reason that they have to destroy them is because they're sequentially numbered. And so it's guaranteed, it's a guaranteed 300 print run with sequential numbers for those books. And so they can't send them out. That's part of the deal for that. At least that's what the reason I felt like they probably they wanted their name on the back is because I feel like this is kind of, I've been hearing people talk about this, like because they're concerned about like print counts where people are like, oh yeah, it's 500. And then like extra 1,000 show up, somewhere else.
Yeah.
But this guarantees that you have that actual print run. So it's an interesting concept. I'm guessing you have to pay a pretty big premium to get it done, because you're having CGC have to do some extra stuff on their side. But I don't know. I think it's an interesting idea.
Well, even a video I saw earlier this week, it was talking about, like, did they only print 300, and were they only going to grade, like, or take the 9/8 of that 300? I don't think it was until like today that I found out, like, there was actually more than 300. They just chose 300 and graded those as a 9/8 and then got rid of the rest.
Well, in theory, it's, I mean, because from what what's his name? I think his name's Dan. I can't remember, the guy who owns Big Time Collectibles.
Yeah, it's
It's
Nelson.
not all 9/8 necessarily. It's a pre-screen 9/8. So you could have 9/9s or 10s, and it's a foil cover. So it's very likely that there are
Yeah.
9/9s or 10s. But it'll be interesting to see what the census count is on that. I think he said they don't get to CGC until like November or late October or something like that. So we won't even know for a couple months.
And I will say, this is a couple years ago, but when Nelson started, like I know him a little bit, and I saw him at Dallas Fan Expo, but like he's always been a real chill guy. But some of the variants he's come out with earlier, like they've come out the exclusives, like some of the stuff that Miko has done, and even the David Nakayama variants have been like really cool. Like, and I'm not a big variant guy, so like when I saw this, especially with the Whatnot and CGC thing, I was like, it seems like CGC is like it's trying like to spread their wings to like legitimize themselves because they're working with these other people. But at the same time, if this is supposed to be an independent company that's creating comics away from everything else, and it's like by spreading your wings, are you challenging your own legitimacy and like being able to be non-biased, I guess you would say.
I agree. It definitely brings things into question on if they're an impartial third party, you know, when they start getting more and more involved in this, like the retail side of stuff. I know we talked about that some with Mickey, you know, Swaggelhaus, that when you're getting into the retail side, you know, I mean, whether you keep those arms separately in your company or not, it's just like the optics of it are not great.
And it's just like when people used to complain, like if you send in your AF-15 or like your Hulk 1 and your fee is 1% of fair market value, well, then don't they benefit by giving you maybe a higher grade? So, I mean, that was the thing that people, three. Yeah. So that's what people used to complain about, right? Is you would get that higher, if you get that higher grade, you have to pay more, right? So.
Which, I mean, I get it. I wouldn't want to grade an Action 1 for $85 either. You know, there's a hell of a lot of liability.
Man, that PR though, like when they graded that Superman 1, where the guy's just like, flipping through the pages, I was like, how much did someone just pay for that?
No joke.
Be more careful with that.
It's like if you slip and put a 1/4-inch tear in that.
Well, that's seeing that person grade that, I was like, oh, that's why my spines are split.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's probably why we haven't seen behind the curtain since, because there was some hubbub about that. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, I also kind of miss the old days, you know, when they would come out and do on-site grading. And I realize it's not feasible in today's world where, you know, they're literally drowning in what they're trying to do on site, let alone, you know, take the show on the road. But
it's, you know, I mean, they've definitely brought in a lot of like new graders they put on moderns though, because man, those modern turnaround times, they're nuts.
Yeah.
You will get a modern fast track back before a walkthrough. Like that's how fast.
That's always been one of my pet peeves. Like, and I realize I'm not in the modern game. And when I send something off to be graded, it's generally a higher dollar book. But the fact that, you know, somebody's got their $25 on average modern book going through and getting it back quicker than I'm getting my $120 Express back. That just drives me crazy. It's like, I would think even from like a liability standpoint, you would want to turn and burn that stuff. You would want to minimize the amount of time that you're responsible for things of that value.
Well, and that's why, like, for me, I pay fast track for anything I can. Like, if I don't have any moderns in this one, because modern is really, I mean, it's 1975. Like, you can get some older books, they like almost 50 years now and still be modern. But I think this one submission is all, I have economy, standard, express, and a couple walkthroughs. And I have I send them to the presser. I have him send them directly in. I have it this time. I broke it out into my last one. I sent all the books as one submission. This time I broke it out into 4 submissions because it just terrified me so much last time having all those books in one box. And so, but I always make sure, you know, there's the little like hack that I think is most people are aware of now, where you always include at least an express or higher book in your submission. it gets
break
opened
into.
immediately.
Yep.
You cut like a month off your time, and then I fast track both the economy and moderns if they're in there. The other two you don't have fast track option. They're just fast enough on their own.
Yeah.
But the economy was the slowest for me. The economy took about 4 weeks, maybe 5 weeks once they opened it, which was immediate because there was an express in there. The standard took, I think, like 2 to 3 weeks. The express was like 7 days. It was quick, and I've never sent in a walkthrough before. This is my first walkthrough sending in, so we'll see how fast that one is. But yeah, I'm terrified. I have a Crime Suspense Stories 22 that's going in that I paid a lot
I was going to
for.
sit here. I'm like, I'm going to be watching like a hawk to see what came through, but now I know. So
yeah,
I'll
and I have an FF1. It's a trimmed, but it's still got to go through walkthrough. But yeah, the Crime Suspense Stories. I do not want to see that book come back with any additional damage. I will be calling them at that point.
Yeah, I mean. It's one thing, you mess up Jack Kirby, you mess up Steve Ditko. That's one thing. Don't mess with the Johnny Craig.
Yeah.
Play that.
It's the most I've ever paid for a raw book. So it's like, I have a lot into it too. And it's a keeper book for me. It's not one I'm like, I sold my lower grade when I got this one. So it's like, this is one of my, like, my wall books, but
I've never pulled the trigger on that book. And Craig is my absolute favorite EC artist. And it's one of those I really regret.
It just keeps getting more expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. I like it. It's a good cover, but it's not my favorite cover he did. It's shock factor. It's good.
Well, because like in the EC books, like for me, I like the Jack Davis covers more. Like if I'm picking like covers, like I like the Jack Davis covers. I like the detail he puts in.
Yeah.
The Johnny Craig covers, like if I had to pick a favorite, it's probably Vault of Horror 35. The Christmas cover. Oh man, the cover is ridiculous.
That's one of my favorites. I don't know what it is with me in that book, but I've had like 3 copies of it or something. Like Tom, I know we traded for one. I think that's working out in my favor in as of right now.
I traded Sergeant Fury 1 for it.
Yeah, 3-0.
Yeah.
I was happy. I mean,
but
it's
at the
still
time,
a great
it was
book.
a fair trade.
Sergeant Fury, that's a pricey book too. I mean, it got a lot more respect over the last year.
Which I'm happy for.
At the time I traded you, though, I had 4 copies, so it was
and I had 2 of the Vault of Horrors, and then I actually just upgraded again this summer or this spring. A local auction house got a nearly complete EC collection from a guy in St. Louis, and I won like 5 or 6 books. Most of them went for insane prices, but that Vault 35 was one I was able to eke out and upgrade, and I sold it the first time my undercopy I sold the first time I took it out. I got a good price on it at Planet this year.
I've only ever had this. I have 1 copy, and I picked it up from Collector Supreme on Instagram. That's like that's and I mean, it's a low grade. I can't remember. It's like a 2.5 or 3 or something like that. I would love to eventually upgrade it, but it's like with books like that, because I'm in a chat with Newbie, and I give him a hard time all the time because we keep trying to get him to buy his stupid Tales of Suspense 39. He's never going to buy that book. But we just keep telling him, we're like, just get into the book, just get a copy. And so like, that's how I treat some of those. I'm like my first Crime Suspense Stories 22 is a 1.8. And it had a lot of discoloration on the cover and stuff, but it's still like, it's an awesome book. And I'm like, I have it. And now it's like trying to improve that one.
Well, my whole thing with EC, generally speaking, there are 2 conditions ECs exist in, right? There's Gaines file copies, which are beautiful and just mint. And then there's beat to hell copies that literally look like they've been sitting in the crypt for 70 years. I mean, there's very little availability of mid-grade copies. Yeah. I would almost prefer to have the lower grade ones just so that the aesthetic matches the vibe of the books. Like, I don't want to sit down and hold and read a Gaines file copy. It's just, if I wanted to look at something that nice, I'd go break out the archives. I love it when they're just beat to hell and just kind of look as grimy as the material inside.
I've had people that'll comment on my channel, like where, you know, you can tell it's like someone who doesn't really like slabbing, and they're like, well, you can't read it. I'm like, I don't want to read a $2,000 book.
Yeah.
I want to hold this thing, you know, like, I want to hold it as little as possible.
Yeah.
And so I know, like, I see some people that post pictures on Instagram, like reading those things. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. There's no way.
I like buying, I mean, I'm not much better. I'll buy raw copies and I'll get them. And, you know, you have to do the obligatory completeness check to make sure they're there. And I'll enjoy them. And then they go in a Mylight and I never touch them again. Right. So I totally get that. And I'm not going to lie. When I've only ever cracked 2 books. I cracked my AF-15 and my ASM-1 to have Stan sign them back in 2015 when he came to Kansas City. That's a whole nother story. But you're damn right. I sat there in that hotel room after I cracked them and flipped through them. There was no way in hell it was like, it might be the last time a human person touches these things outside of, you know, like that owns it, outside, you know, people who were going to grade it and stuff. It's like, I'm going to flip through this damn thing. I paid
I mean, I flip through every raw book I buy. I check, you know, and I tell every time I'm doing like grading videos and that kind of stuff. Like I say, I'm like, you have to do this, because a lot of people don't. They buy the book and they put it in a box and then they sell it without checking. And then they're selling you the book that's incomplete now, you know, and it's like,
they're on the hook for it.
Yeah. You want to catch it when it happens, when it gets sent to you. Cause I mean, earlier this year was especially bad for me. I had a bunch of copies that got sent. Like I probably had over the course of a month, like 7 books that I bought that were incomplete. And I was just like, come on, guys, like check your books before you sell them.
Joke.
Was it just a centerfold missing, or was it like a cutout? Or
I had one was missing the back cover. You know, so they clearly never even took it out of the thing. I had 2 or 3 that were missing centerfolds. I had a couple that were missing pinups, like cut out like pinup pages.
Okay.
You know, it's just it's kind of a mix. And I've had, you know, every once in a while I come across one that has like an ad cut out or something, and those ones I mean, I know that those are easier for people to miss, because sometimes if you're going through quick, you might, like, you see the page through it and you might think that something's there, but still you know, and the thing is, like, people are always good about taking returns, but that's not the point. I always feel like I'm doing your job for you, you know, like when I'm doing that.
Well, and I was thinking about this, like, especially when I buy older books, like, but it's like looking for things like color touch up and other things. And I think people miss that. I don't know if it was you, Ryan, or maybe somebody else, but somebody bought a book off of Heritage and it definitely had like,
it might've been me, because it had color touch and it had tear seals. Or I didn't think it had the tear seals, and I ended up returning it. And
because the tear seals, like, those are kind of noticeable.
That's like a texture.
But
the spine had a very strange feel, and then there was an obvious tear seal on the like a tear that was on the center of the cover, and it was, you could tell from the front, it was probably done professionally. Like, it looked really, really good.
They'd gone through and feathered the edges of the fibers back in where they kind of matched.
You couldn't tell from the art on the front, but on the back you could see the line. And that was one where it was funny, because Heritage had sold that same book like 15 years prior, because they keep all their records. And so I found that one, and it had the big tear in it when it had sold the first time.
Really?
And I was like, it's the same, because it had some stuff on the cover that you could tell was the exact same book. And I was like, it's the same one. And somebody did the restoration on it, and then it got sold as like 15 years later as and actually that's a tip for anybody that's watching. If you buy a raw book that's like a higher end raw book, it is good to go to Heritage and do a search for that book and look for restored copies, because that's a good way. Like, there's a guy I talked to on Instagram that he's had a number of books that he's found where somebody was selling it, and you see it that somebody had cracked the book out of a restored slab and sold it as unrestored. And you can find those there. It's just a good thing to do if you're buying, if you're not for like everything, because it's a lot of time, but if you're buying something that's an expensive book, just take the time to go check there, because Heritage,
Sure.
that's one of the big pluses there. They keep every sale, pictures of every sale
Yeah.
for forever. So
And
it's
generally
a great
very high
reference.
resolution
Yes.
pictures.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to point out what Dino Papa said here, and that's something I've realized that I kind of have picked up this skill. It's like I've handled enough books, I can almost just pick up a book and tell if there's a missing page at this point. It doesn't feel right in my hand, or something like that. But it's like
I don't feel like I've held enough for that. I just get you're flipping through and I'm like, there are not enough pages left in this book. It's just that sense of dread.
I don't have it for Golden Age, but Silver Age, I've handled enough Silver Age that I can almost tell instantly if it's missing something. So that's definitely a thing.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I have found, and I even I bought a Golden Age, a collection that had a lot of Golden Age, but as I was going through it, like the person already had them priced and whatnot, and they had like the complete price. And as I was going through it just to double check, I got to a page, and here's the page, but it was like there was a complete rip where it took out like a complete panel, and I was like, oh, this isn't a complete, like, yeah, it sucks, it's a rip, but it's like, there's things like that. And I think as somebody who sells at a lot of cons, like I would be very like sad if somebody bought a book, got home, and then sent me a message like, hey, this was like incomplete, or like there was something that was popped. Drew knows this story, but I bought a comic off of a pretty established comic dealer, and I went and had and somebody sign it. I had Frank Bruner sign it. It was a Doctor Strange #1. It was a really nice high copy. I looked at it. It looked fine. Not an expensive book, but I wanted Frank Bruner to sign it. And then it came back with like restoration. And it was like, oh. And then I hated it because I looked at that cover forever and I'm like, where is the restoration? I don't see it. Like, where is it? Which is something I wish.
There's some restoration that's just, it can be like, it's one of those things where I'm pretty forgiving with people on most, or not on some restoration, because there's some things that are super obvious where it's like it bleeds through and it's like you should catch that. But like trimming is, unless it's done like really poorly, trimming can be potentially difficult to see, especially on the bottom edge. Like the bottom edge can, because that one's usually flush anyway. And so that's something that, especially like you get some of these where it's like centerfold trimmed. You're like,
it's like
who trimmed the damn centerfold?
Well, and that's my beef with trimming, because I know in my gut a lot of times when you see bottom edge of centerfold or bottom edge of cover or centerfold trimmed, it's like they're not trimmed, they're just loose on the staples, guys. Like it's sagging, like it doesn't.
Yeah, I feel like you have
right. It's just shifted.
You have a chance to resubmit and get it not purple.
Yeah, I've done that. Believe me.
Well, that's like I bought some early Supermans. It was a 12, an 18, and I think it was like an 8. And it was an original owner. And I mean, the lady was like, my husband bought these, older couple, and their kids, like they were beat up. They were 1.0 copies. But then I sent them in to get graded, and it came back like centerfold married. And I'm like, there's no way that this is a married centerfold. Like this came directly from like, the collector's widow. Like, and they're like, oh, but then I've known people who've submitted books where they've married the centerfold and they've came back like,
I don't know who you're talking about, Tom.
Yeah, I don't know anybody who would do that. But then there's also books that I'm like, it's the trimming. Like, I'm like, is this just a miscut or is it a trim? Especially on some of these Golden Age books.
Oh yeah, like you can have some real.
Sitting there,
oh yeah, they're terrible.
And I'm not gonna lie, I have a book, and I asked my friend Todd, who does the Embassy collection. I'm like, I don't know if this is trimmed or not. And we looked at it. It's an early ASM single digit, and we looked at it, and he's like, dude, I just don't even know. He's like, I could probably see how it's trimmed, but I can see how it's not. And he's like, we can just submit it and see what happens and then go from there. And I'm just like, oh, do I take the gamble? But at the same time, I don't want to screw somebody over and say, I'm not sure if it's trimmed or not, because you literally can't tell.
Yeah, and that's why if I get a book that I'm uncertain about, I will get it graded. I won't sell it unless I do, because I don't.
Mhm.
That's the same thing with me. I don't want to ship something to someone and then, I mean, yeah, I could say like possibly trimmed or something like that, but I don't know. I feel like, especially on eBay, a lot of times people don't read the descriptions,
Yeah, yeah.
and
No.
so
Like, ooh, look at that
I
picture.
don't want them to come back at me and then it wrecks my feedback score
Yeah.
and all this kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
So yeah, this book I end up just pulling it off of my inventory, and it just like sits there, and I'm like, what do I do? Should I submit this and get it graded, or what? So, and that's the other thing. And I know Drew was talking about this earlier, but if he sent his AF-15 in and get leaf casted so it's conserved and not trim, I mean, how much is that leaf cast going to be that they're going to put on that?
Oh,
You know what I
like a
mean?
16th of an
Yeah,
inch.
that's why I'm like, what's the point at that point? But then it's the conserved grade, right?
Yeah, I mean, but you look at it, and I I don't know, Ryan. I think it'd be interesting to get your input on this, but generally, when I look at restored grading, it's half, like value cut in half. I
Well,
feel like
it depends on for me. I've noticed like it depends on the grade, like that Avengers one that I
on like the
sold. The
severity of it
Yeah, well no,
or
because like
intensity.
no, like the point .5 Avengers
Mhm.
one that I sold for 1,500, that
Yeah,
basically sold at full blue label value or close
yeah,
to it. And so when you're at a, like, this is what my experience has been. When you're at a very low grade,
hmm
you get higher percentages.
okay,
And it's because effectively, like, yeah, I could have that all that color touch that was on that book removed, and it
hmm
would still be a point .5. Like
yeah,
it's a point .5 either way.
hmm
But when you get to a very high grade, if that color touch is removed, it may drop from like a 9.4 to a 6.5.
yeah,
And so you have much bigger percentages. And so it's
hmm
like low grade, it's a scale. It's like it
okay,
might be 75% of value or 95% of value at a 0.5,
hmm
but at a 9.8 or a 9.6, it's like 10% of value. Like a 9.6 AF-15
hmm
restored is not going to sell for anywhere near $3 million.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know, it's probably going to sell for maybe, I can't guess, but maybe a couple 100,000.
yeah.
You're probably less than 10% of value.
Yeah,
And,
I
and so
would
that's
think
how you
like
get that
half
range.
mil would be a hard ceiling, like tough to probably cross.
Yeah.
Um, Dan's got a question here. I don't know. My thought was just by getting to wrap up this last thought, by getting rid of the restoration and up to conserved, I figure it's going to add more value than the expense for sure, and it'll just theoretically probably even give a little bump in grade. And
Conserved
conserved
is
books don't.
tricky. Conserved is tricky because conservation is technically just, I mean, at least on CGC,
Mm-hmm,
it's specific types of A1 restoration is
mm-hmm,
generally what it's classified as.
mm-hmm.
And so it's still restored. It just has a different label color.
Yeah,
And
but
yeah,
it's
I
like
know that
restoration we don't hate as much.
exactly.
Yeah.
Is kind of what it is.
But
But
I think the grade bump would be the bigger deal
mhm,
than the label change. I mean, it probably helps a little bit because that purple label, I think, like that
yeah,
that
it's
conserve
just
label bugs me because
mhm,
I've gone through, like, when I'm like pricing books and I'm going through relatively quick through the Heritage
mhm.
Weekly auction, I have priced a conserved book as a blue label before because I didn't notice it was conserved
Yeah.
because it's like it's so close.
Well,
Yeah.
and in my case, it's a restored signature series. So if you're just kind of glancing or if the light's just right, you don't notice that purple band at the top because 80% of the label is gold,
Well, and a restored I don't even, or a signed conserved one like that,
right?
all you would
That
have is the
that
grace.
gray is very inconspicuous.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so I don't know. I think that could be a fun thing to explore. And if I find a couple extra grand in my bank account someday, maybe I'll play with that. But Dan wants to know what we do. He's got a Marvel Spotlight 5 with a 1/2 inch piece that's pretty loose. It's about ready to tear off. He says the logical thing to do in his eyes is to tape it and save the piece, but obviously the tape would count as a defect. He wants to know what we would do.
It depends what the book is as it stands, because that's one of the things with grading. Like, once you, like, when you get certain points, you can have defects that won't add to the downside of the grade. That's like, you can have you know, like say that book is already a 4.0, you add that little piece of tape, it's probably not affecting your grade at all. If your book is in, you know, and if it's got a piece that's about to fall off, it means it's probably about a 1/2 inch tear. So if everything else was like mint, that book maybe tops out around an 8. And then you put a piece of tape on, you're probably going to top out around a 5. Like you're going to have a huge potential downside there, because the tape, I rarely see tape above a 5. Like you might get it at like a 6 sometimes, but it's usually 4 or 5 is where I see tape. But because I think I had a 5.5 with tape on the interior cover. I think I've had that.
The hobby seems to really have had a shift in its feelings with tape, because yes, it still hits the grade pretty hard, like you were talking about, Ryan. But I feel like the old school collectors, you know, the people who were actively collecting at a high level in the 70s, 80s, 90s, I feel like tape was handled by them like we look at trimming today. Like it's, you know, the great beast or something. It was a very, very bad thing to do to a comic. But I feel like we really softened on that lately. And I think it makes sense. I don't mind if it's like good archival tape, but maybe it's a fact that they came up with that god awful 60s and 70s tape that turns yellow and the adhesive melts into the book and all that. Maybe it's just been a change in, you know, what tape is and how it affects the book. So I don't know. I don't think to get back to Dan's question specifically, I think it depends on what you want to do with it. I mean, if you want to read the book, or if you want to have it graded, I mean, based off,
well, the tape's not going to be on the label anymore. So
yeah, that's for sure. But I mean, to look at all the evidence that's out there based off actual people's experiences, I wouldn't expect that piece to come back with the book the way it sounds like things are going right now.
Depending on how small the connecting piece, because I know Aaron at AA, like he had a Hulk 181 he sent in that was barely hanging on, and his kept it, you know, so his didn't come off, that he sent like maybe a year ago or something like that. But yeah, if it's like you're holding the book and it's like hanging down, yeah, I would probably put a piece of archival tape on it. I mean, because if it falls off, then and I'm assuming it's an external piece, not like an interior page piece, but
that would be my assumption.
I would do the same thing, put an archival piece of tape on it, stick it in a Mylar, and not touch it ever again.
Yeah, I mean, my thing was like, and that was the whole point with, you know, what you wanted to do with it. If it's literally just a collection piece, it's never going to go anywhere. You've got the milestone edition or whatever you want to read. I'd probably just slap it in a Mylar and never touch it again. But you know,
I'll be right back. I have a tape example. I'll bring.
Oh, here we go.
I was going to say, Drew, Mickey asked a really good question. Would you rather have a reward or
we're going to get to that next. We're going to get to that one next.
I was going to pose it back to him, and this is a great example. But I have an ASM 14. I know this book. Yeah, I have a 1.8 that is just like, I'm sorry for the glare, but it is just beat up. There is marker over here. It's really bad. And it's a 1.8 copy. It's off white to white. But then I have this other 1.8. And instead of taking the green label, they took the blue label, but it's a 1.8. It looks really nice. It looks at least like a 4550 copy, but it's incomplete because there's a coupon cut out at page 16. Coupon cut out. That doesn't affect the story. Remember, we're from Kansas. We have an accent. So.
I mean,
but it looks really nice.
Yeah, it does.
1.8, but it's like, would you buy this 1.8 or the other 1.8 with this having a coupon cut out that doesn't affect the story? Or would you rather get the green label at like the higher grade?
I mean, because I remember this book. I remember looking at it when we were in Tulsa or whatever. It would probably be like a 4.5 or a 5 green label.
Yeah, easily. easily.
Yeah.
And
So
they took the 1.8, and it's like, and I mean, I have both of them on my wall, and I put them at the same price. It's like, which one
mhm,
would you rather have?
yeah.
As far as would I rather have restored or qualified, I think it depends on the book. I think if it was a golden age key that I wanted, I would be more inclined, and it depends on the resto. If it was a little bit of
Mhm,
color touch up, I'd probably take the color touch up on a golden age key that I wanted. Um, just because I'm buying that book for the collection, and some of that stuff you can't really argue if it's
mhm.
restored or not. You just have to take it because there's so few copies that you come up for sale.
Yeah. Um, I've got a couple of restored books in the collection. I've got a
I
couple of qualified books, so
I
I'm not
made
too worried
myself
about
a liar. I must have sent that one out already because I had a I think it was like the shocking suspense stories where I had
it. Mhm.
a piece of tape that was on the cover and it did exactly what you described, where it's like it turned the yellow,
Oh
like
yeah, it
it
just
basically like melts into
melts.
the cover, and you're just like, ugh.
Well,
But
I don't know if I can get it to show through, but there's somewhere on this ASM4 tape on the spine, but I don't think I can get it to where it'll show on camera. Um, but yeah, it's one of those things that I think it's just you got to weigh what you want to do with the book and how you'd handle it, Dan. Um, so I don't. We may not have
yeah,
been any
archival
help at
tape
all.
doesn't do that. I mean, that's the whole reason
Yeah, for
for
sure.
using it. So
Mhm.
um,
And I think it just comes back around to the same thing where these things are not everlasting. They do have an expiration date, and you know by the time we're old and decrepit and out of the hobby, some of these damn things are going to be 100 years old, and it's
yeah.
just 100-year-old paper is in need of help. It's not made to last forever.
Well, I mean, and that's why like even like books from the 80s, when if somebody's like, oh, I don't want off white to white, it's like it's 42 years old now potentially.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think that's the whole thing. It's like this whole fact that how many years have we been in the modern age of comics at this point? It's like, by all rights, things that are 25 years old are antiques, and we're still calling them modern comics.
Oh yeah, like on eBay, they don't use antique, they use a different term. Vintage, I think. It's like
Oh
for
yeah,
anything like over
Yeah.
25 years, and I'm like, it's like everything.
yeah,
Like it's all
yeah,
vintage.
yeah.
ASM 300 vintage.
Vintage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a soft word. We don't want to upset people. I
Well,
was.
it's like when people contact me to sell comics and they're like, I have a bunch of old comics, and I'm like, okay, well, send me some pictures of what you have. But it's stuff from like 2008, 2009. I'm like,
Mhm.
this isn't old. But then again, I'm like, oh, that's like 12 or 13 years ago. I guess it, kind of is old.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it's, when I think of old and something's like old comics, I'm like, and they show me stuff from the 90s. I'm like, dude, I was a kid when this come out. This isn't old. Like, what are you calling me old? Like what the
yes, that's
hell?
exactly
Does
what they're doing.
my new question is, does it have a barcode? Because if it has a barcode,
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't really consider it old then, but
It's like I saw someone there was a post recently. There were like kids now are calling like it's like the late 1900s, like back in the 90s and
Yeah,
stuff. And I'm like, oh god, don't say that.
the late 20th century. Ryan, do you want to get in on Swag's question here? Would you rather have a restored book or a qualified book?
For me, it depends on what the qualification is. So like all I've had 3 different copies of Hulk 181, and all of them were qualified. All of them were the Marvel value
Value
stamp
stamp.
that was cut up.
mm,
That one doesn't bug me. But married covers, I'm not like I get it. I get putting a book together, like but for me, I'd rather have the restored original. Where
Hmm.
it's all original
Yeah.
than a qualified. But I mean, with that, I have a Phantom Lady 16
Hmm.
that's qualified, that's missing the last page.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you get to, especially when you're talking like golden age books,
Hmm.
yeah,
you take what you can get.
Hmm.
That's really what it
Yeah.
comes down to. When you're talking like silver and newer, um I'm I mean, Hulk 181 is an exception because there's so much demand for that book. But
Mhm.
in general, I steer clear of restored and qualified for anything outside of the golden age, because there's so much of the universal like material available that
Mhm.
the demand really tanks, for it, because
Yeah.
people don't need to get it. But yeah, when there's like 50 copies on the census or 30 copies on the census,
Yeah.
you're like, oh yeah, I'll take restored. I'm like, I don't care,
Mhm.
like whatever you
Yeah,
can get.
And
exactly.
that's one of the problems I'm having right now is I'm working on this Contact Comics run, and there was 12 issues. Number 12 is the big one, but
Mhm.
these great LB Cole covers, but I need a number 3, and there's a guy selling a number 3, but it has color touch, and I'm like, because all of my other copies are unrestored, and it's like I haven't seen this book come up for sale in like forever, it seems. And I'm like, okay, do I just buy it and try to have the color restored removed or what? But then at the same time, if an albedo number 2 came up and it was reasonably priced, if it was like maybe a green label, I'd be like,
Uh-huh.
okay, I really want that book. I don't know. I think maybe I would maybe buy it. I don't
I
know,
mean,
or if it
I
had.
I've had a number of restored golden age books. I don't have any
Yeah.
problem buying restored golden age. It doesn't like I have a couple Marvel Mystery that are restored. It's just like I mean, to me, I mean, in worst case, you get it and it's your placeholder until you can find an unrestored copy or something like that. I mean, because like you said, like there's some books you don't see come up for sale. Like
No.
what was the one that I picked up a Marvel Mystery 29 from New Force recently, and it's a 3.0, and I was like, you're looking at like trying to like price stuff.
Mhm.
Nothing above a 1.8 has sold in 4 years.
Yeah.
Like that's like these things. Like I think a lot of people just don't realize like how uncommon some of these books are. Because I was talking with someone and I was like, imagine before the internet, you would
Oh,
never
yeah.
you would never find these books like
Well,
ever.
and I don't know, I've wondered about that sometimes because, I did that interview with, Steve Borick back this spring or early summer, and the impression I got is that the guys that were really into that high-end stuff, that hard to find golden age stuff, even back in the, late 70s and 80s, it was such a tight community. It's like everybody just kind of knew what everybody had. So when things did change hand, it was just kind of like, you know, the hotline got the information out there. So like everybody still kind of knew and all that because, I think about it a lot. Everybody talks about Overstreet being defunct. It's not a good price guide, all that. Well, shit, it hasn't been for years. I mean, the phrase multiples of guide has been around for forever. So there's this whole unwritten rule book regarding books like this where people knew that, yeah, that's what the book says, but this is what it's actually trading for. So,
I've never understood why they don't adjust it accordingly. It
right?
makes no sense to me why, like you look at Planet Comics in there,
Mm-hmm.
they're still like, oh yeah, near mint, like $800.
I'll
Like,
take every one of them you can
and it's
find.
like, no,
Yeah.
Sign me
like,
up.
it's like, give me a break. Like, just the books sell, adjust your prices.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the big
Well,
question with that new Overstreet tool. Like, are they going to actually use sales data? Are they pulling in sales data like the other ones do? And I don't know. I haven't looked into it enough. The Overstreet
Mm-hmm.
Access or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into it. I threw together a reel and then I decided I didn't like it, so I never published it, and that's all the further I went. But I think Journo had some content out on that, if I remember right. I think it was
Yeah,
him.
I think Mickey did too. I think
Oh,
he
okay,
he covered it some, but
but
I
I
think to
don't.
go back to Ryan's point though, it's like when you see like, and I think we're kind of the same in that we collect a lot of golden age, but it's like when I see a golden age book and it's like if it's within my budget, sometimes you just have to buy that. You
Yeah.
just have to buy it.
well,
Um,
that was with me
because you
with
just
that Marvel Mystery 29. Like
yeah.
when I
Mm-hmm.
saw New Force's post and I messaged him, um,
I like
I
Rick.
was like,
He's a good
what's
dude.
the price? And he's like 2,500. I was like, I'll take it. And
Yeah,
he's like, okay,
done.
let me check
Yeah.
if anybody else had responded yet, because he had two other people. And he's like, you were the first, even though you were the third to reach out to me. I was like, because I knew what I was going to pay ahead of time, and if it was around there or under, I was like, I wasn't going to think about it.
Yeah.
It's like you can't you don't have time to think with certain books,
Mhm.
you know, because like someone will buy it. And it's just like,
I wish I was closer. He's down in your neck of the woods now, right? He's in North Carolina, I think.
well, I'm in Virginia, but I think
What?
he's in North Carolina.
Yeah, that's closer than me, so that
Oh,
counts.
okay.
Yeah.
He used
It's
to be
still
in.
multiple states away.
No, you guys are neighbors.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess yeah. It's. I mean, for me, it feels multiple states because I have
Yeah.
to drive all the way down to like.
Oh, you're up
It's
in
like,
Northeast.
yeah, I'm in
That's
Northern
right. That's
Virginia,
right.
so it's like it is one state away, but it's probably
A
like 8
long
hours.
way. Yeah.
8 hour drive.
But he used to be down in was it Panama City, I think.
Yeah,
In
I think he used to
Florida.
be in Florida, and I think he like I was talking, or was I think he was telling me, or maybe it was a video from Aaron, like how I think they got hit hard with like one of the
Oh,
hurricanes, and
yeah, that one that went through in like 2018. The Rick, it's Gator Rick. If anybody's on the CGC boards, incredibly nice guy, very just straightforward. Met him at Heroes a few years ago. Really enjoyed talking with him. But he also had like one of the best Mego collections in the world that just got completely destroyed by this hurricane, because when it hit their building, the roof to the whole damn shopping center caved in. And as I understand it, if I'm remembering right from his posts, basically the way it buckled, all the water from the runoff of the roof was funneling into his store and his
Oh,
office, and just completely ruined some of this stuff. But no, he's a really good guy. Get some amazing stuff. Hell, he just posted like a whole Hulk 1 through 6 run that walked in.
well, like when you
This
see
week.
his like it was like during like comic boom, like when I think he started like putting up a number of sales, and it's like here are 10 copies of Amazing,
Oh, yeah.
of Amazing Spider-Man
FF1.
14, or like 8 of Tales of Suspense 39. You're like, what is this?
Well, I mean, and that was the reason it kind of caught my eye, because when this was Heroes 2016, 2017, something like that, when I went, it was just like that. It was stacks of this, stacks of that. And he had a case that had multiple AF-15s and like Action 7s, and I think he had 3 or 4 Turtles 1s back then. It was just insane the amount of stuff this dude had. But
yeah, that's why I mean he's one of the people that I like on Instagram, when you can have it like notify you when that person makes a post. He's one of the ones I have that turned on for.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at Joseph's question here. He wants to know how we price coverless comics or books with half of the front cover missing, so like a stripped book.
So for coverless, for me, I look at GPA. I mean, GPA often like, especially for the big books, they have coverless sales in there, and that's the like I that's something else I was just giving him a hard time today about it, newbie, about not having a pricing service. I'm just like, if you are spending like $100 or more, or buying books that are worth $100 or more, maybe monthly, you need a pricing service. It will it will pay for itself in single purchases. It's like, I mean, it's like things like where, if you're watching Instagram or whatever, and somebody puts up a book and it's like really low, and people are like, oh my gosh, that's such a steal. It's like, well, that person probably didn't have GPA, and then they just lost $500 in sales that could have covered 4 years of fees. It's just like, just if you're selling books at that magnitude, whether it's Go Collect, Cover Price, GPA, get one of them. Go Cover Price and Go Collect cost about the same. I think they're like $6 or $7 a month, and then GPA is like 12. You pay a little more. I have all of them. I just pay for them all.
So, after talking with Mickey and Tom as well, I've been really tempted to sign up for Go Collect and use it in concert with GPA, because Tom's told me multiple times how one will catch some sales that the other one misses, and the other one will catch sales that the other one misses as well. So it just kind of, you almost have to have a couple to get maybe not even necessarily the whole picture, but a bigger view of the whole picture.
Well, the thing, so for me, I think they all have their role. Like Cover Price, it's nice that it pulls in CGC and CBCS data. and it's really good for like collection. And I do some stuff with Cover Price, so like full disclosure there. And it does collection management and that kind of thing. So it's better for I think as like a collector for having a view of what your collection is worth and all this kind of stuff. I think that's great, and it's a much better visual tool. Like the other ones are much more archaic. I mean, Go Collect has gotten a little better, but GPA is basically like if you are buying and selling books, it is the pricing tool. You know, like it only has CGC, so that's the downside, but its data is accurate. You know, where you'll find with like Go Collect, they off a lot of their sales have the slash through it because they don't get the correct sales data. You know, their screen. I'm almost guaranteed they're screen scraping, and so what they're so if you have a book that like, and I would almost guarantee GPA has a connection to an API, so they're getting like direct sales data from eBay, because like the way you can tell, because I'm a seller on eBay, so I see this stuff. If the tricky part is like, there are different types of sales on eBay. You have auctions, you have fixed price, and you have best offer. Auctions, guaranteed you're getting the right number because it's an auction. It's the number that it ends at is the number it ends at. Best offer is the one that they'll get the strike through, and you can go check on like 39. What is it? 39 point or 0.39, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so you can see that GPA always has the right number. Go Collect just has the strike through. But the one that's tricky is fixed price, like I do for all my stuff. But you can send offers through eBay's messaging system. GPA gets that. Go Collect does not. And they will put the fixed price. So it's like if I sell a book if I have it listed for $2,000 and I send someone an offer at 1,800, GPA will have the 1,800. Go Collect will have the 2,000. And so they don't know how to catch that data because eBay doesn't provide it. And so that I can that's the thing, is like you have to be aware of that there's some discrepancies between those two tools. But the thing I really like about Go Collect though is the images, because you don't get the images with the other options. And so that's where like the question about like a cover missing half the cover, like, so you can see if there was like a really low sale and you go in and you're like, oh, it's because that book was missing half the cover. You know, it's very useful to be able to get that image, even if it's like a small one that you don't get a real clear picture. I find it very helpful to have those images.
Yeah, for sure. For me, the way I price them is generally fairly close. I just kind of price them out like they're poor copies. If they are slabbed, I mean, definitely I'll go to GPA for like some sales data, because it's kind of a hard thing to track down raw sales on a lot of that stuff. It's just any information you can get quickly is beneficial. But I don't know. I've also kind of like the coverless copies of Silver Age keys that I've been picking up. I've just kind of been stacking in a short box. I'm getting a pretty good little collection. I've got like got a nice ASM 50, a TTA 93, a Sub E1, an Avengers 3. So it's some good reading material anyway.
Well, and like the coverless, like Tales of Suspense 39 looks really cool.
Yeah.
The what are some other ones? Like, I don't know if I've seen a coverless Gem 83, but the
splash
coverless
page on that's not so great.
AF-15 one I think is okay. Amazing Spider-Man 1 is terrible. I think that's the one that's like it's like the worst.
It's got J. Jonah Jameson like pointing at him. Yeah, it's not very good.
It looks like when you see like those people that draw that like the misshapen Spider-Man, I feel like that's kind of how it looks.
I mean, all reverence to Ditko, there are definitely some things he drew in his 39 issues of Spider-Man, AF-15 and 1 through 38, that just, I look at him, I'm like, that don't look right.
But Kirby did the cover of AF-15, didn't he?
Correct. It's all Ditko on the interior.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm not specifying just the covers, but just general art. Some of it's a little wonky. And I think Kirby also did Strange Tales Annual 2, where he let the
Yeah,
spider
I
off
call
the
that Fat
chest.
Spider-Man.
Yeah. It's like that's what I would look like in a Spider-Man costume.
My wife's like, why does like I showed her a copy of that book. She's like, why does Spider-Man look so like so
Yeah.
chunky? And I was like, it's a different artist. But the
Yeah.
crazy thing is the AF-15 is like he looks awesome. It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's such an iconic image, and it looks
Mhm.
it's one of the best drawings of Spider-Man until probably you get to Ramita. You know, I
Mhm.
mean, it's like,
Oh, for sure.
but for some reason it did not work out on that Strange Tales.
No, I think what that was, hey, Jack, we know you've got all this other stuff you're drawing. We need you to do this cover too. So it was probably like a turn and burn situation.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, he can whip out a Human Torch as fast as anybody. So I'm sure the Spider-Man didn't get a lot of extra effort either, as you know, is obvious there. But shout out to Comic Ozzy. The dude is at work and he is tearing up the chat. Stop by to say hi. Yeah, he's one of the guys who I shot an invite to. He's like, yeah, I gotta work. It's like, that sucks, man. That sounds awful.
Yeah, it's not super mobile friendly. GPA.
Yeah.
Go Collect isn't really either, especially after their update that they made. That like I largely stopped Go Collect used to be the one I used predominantly, and then they made that update, and I hated it. I hated it so much. It caused me to switch because it especially made it useless on my phone. Like it was like everything because everything was so big that it's like, oh, I can see like 3 books like 3 sales at a time, you know, and it's just like constant scrolling and stuff. So
yeah, that sounds terrible. But
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I've just gotten used to GPA, or I also have like it's not quite phablet, but it's pretty big.
I'm still rocking an 8.
Well,
I've got to touch the
button,
a finger scanner, not a button, but a fingerprint scanner still on my iPhone.
Yeah, we just upgraded from the 10s or the X or whatever you call it with the 13. It's like, I make content now. I can write this off as an expense. It'll be fine.
Well, I film all my stuff on my phone. Every video I've done is on my phone. And like I remember I was telling some of my buddies about that. They're like, that's nuts. And I'm like,
that was probably me.
Good. Like, I mean, it's quick. I can edit everything on iMovie, you know?
Yeah.
So
I would let's see, I think it was Jim Mint I was watching, and it's like the dude's still shooting his stuff on an iPhone, or was as of the release of this video earlier this year.
Well, I mean,
it's all in 4K, and
I watch like I saw you talking about your first Pokemon card. I'm addicted to Pokemon card openings. So I watch a couple channels that do that. And one of them is this guy named Pokerev, and he's got like 1.3 million subs now. I guarantee, like based on his view count, just knowing how much you make per view, that dude is pulling in like 200K a month, like just from videos.
Just AdSense.
And he films with 2 iPhones. Like that's what like his setup, at least for until maybe it might have changed recently, but his setup was always just 2 iPhones, and I'm just like, that's just nuts. Like their video is so good.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, what phone do you have?
Tight. It's the 13 Pro Max. I need to sit down, and I used it at Chicago, so I shot some footage while we were there, and I need to make a video with it. But I just honestly just to see the quality and stuff.
Yeah, because I think maybe I upgraded before you, because I was like Ryan. I think we had the 7. And we hadn't upgraded for like ever, and we got to the 13. But it's like,
look at all the cameras on the back of yours compared
to but it was
look at that guy.
Because when this was like one of the high school teachers I was talking about, but they said that the resolution off of the kid's iPhone was better than like the professional cameras that they were using for like video production. And when that happened, they were just like, screw it, we'll just let the kids use their phone to like shoot all the video and take the images and then embed that for like our video production class.
Well, like even with this one, when I film grading stuff and I like bring the book up close to the camera and show it, like I've had people ask like, man, what do you use for your camera? And it's like a 6-year-old iPhone.
I most of the content I watch on YouTube is about YouTube, and one of the videos I saw earlier this summer was actually people trying to compare. I think it was like a Sony A6400 or something with some sort of a baller or lens or something, and a Pro Max 13, and they shot the same sequences with one with each of those, and then they brought in 3 professional like video guys and tried to get them to pick which was which, and they weren't always accurate. I mean, there were times where they definitely thought the iPhone was better than the big, I don't remember how many megapixel the 6400 is or whatever, but short of actually getting in and like pixel peeping, they said they couldn't tell.
Like stuff where your eye would never really actually be able to identify the difference.
Which is just nuts. But
I have a question that Dan asked in the chat, just to kind
we're
of
at
change.
here.
But does anybody know what the Overstreet access price is going to be? Is it going to be a monthly, or do you have to pay a yearly subscription?
I don't know if they've announced it yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I'm like Mickey, I'm really interested in trying it and see what it's like. It's just another tool in the belt. Because I will say this, kind of go back to Ryan's thing, but it's funny when people are at your booth and they're pulling up GPA, and you can see that they have GPA scrolling to see like what your book is priced at and what they have it priced at. And then you're with your phone at the same time trying to scroll through Go Collect or whatever to see like what they're seeing to make sure, oh, did I price this right? So
well, that's the funny thing I found on eBay, where like I'll have people straight up lie to me and be like, oh, GPA has this as the price, the like 90-day. I'm like,
yeah,
like, do you like, I got 200 plus listings on here, and like, you think I don't have GPA? Like, I'm looking at that stuff. Like, you're not successfully lying to me.
Well, or the funny thing is too, is we actually had this at the last Conrad, but a guy, it was a book, GPA was about $800, and he's like, would you take 500 for it? I'm like, well, what does GPA say on your phone the last sale was? And like, oh, I don't know, I just closed out. I'm like, well, bring it back up. It's in your history. And it's like, well, here, let me look at it. And I'm like, yeah, last sale was like 780, so probably not.
Well, and that's the thing. At least now, a lot of times when people do come up and you can tell they do that, it's more of an argument over the assessment of the data. Like, I'm interpreting it this way, you're interpreting it that way. Most of the time, hopefully we don't deal with people that are just straight up, being dishonest or whatever.
Well, that's what I was curious, because I don't ever go to cons, so I'm actually interested in that. Because to me, I would feel really uncomfortable pulling up my phone and like pricing, like while I'm sitting there. But
dude,
is it like totally like nobody cares? Like that's what everybody's doing.
It's like common practice that you have to walk up with your phone, pull it out, and like see GPA, and it's like it happens all the time. But I was sitting there, one of the things is, I think somebody was asking me, they're like, what would you rather be upset with, that they're trying to lowball you and they're looking at GPA to get a good deal, or would you rather be upset that somebody's trying to like get you to pay, or wants to only pay you $2 for a $3 comic? Like, which one do you get more upset at? You know what I mean? And I don't know, maybe it's just kind of like the same thing, they're just doing it. But when you do so many shows and you see some of the same people over and over again, like, who's trying to buy and flip, people who are buying for their PC, people that are like doing both, but you just get to
people who would sell their mother to try and get over.
Like,
you see all types.
And it's like you just get to know who they are, and you get to know people. Drew and I I was at a show. Drew came to spectate, I guess, but this guy grabbed like $3,000 worth of Golden Age books.
I heard
his
that
offer was like $1,500, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like,
I was there when he was building the pile. I'm like, damn, Tom's gonna have a good sale here, and I come back and it's all back on the wall. And I'm just like, what the hell happened? He explains that. I'm like, I'd have told that guy to get the hell out of here.
Well,
And
and it's
you
the
were
thing
nice
where
to
I
him.
heard you say like he's like, well, you know, I'm a dealer. It's like I'm in a booth. What do you think I'm
Yeah.
doing?
no, like, what do you think this is? My job isn't to make you money, but at the same time,
Exactly.
I know Drew buys and sells comics. I know that I buy and sell comics, and I got a Vault of Horror comic that I know he wants, and
Correct.
I'm gonna say like, and I will give Drew, a pretty fair price, probably even a good price. But it's like people and you know what they collect, and it's like it's all about relationships. Like I
Hmm.
have some Golden Age Wonder Woman I hooked up with. I'm gonna give the guy a pretty good deal on it because he's spent thousands of dollars with me. I know he's gonna buy it. It's for his PC, and he's going to appreciate it.
And Tom also knows if he doesn't give me a good deal, I'll just call his wife and get a better deal.
Call my wife and
Appreciate
son. They'll
you.
they'll throw it out. They'll give it to him for free, and
Like,
they'll probably cook him dinner to make it
yeah.
even worse.
Like, I just need a Chick-fil-A gift card.
Dude, my son would you just bring him some toys, and he'd be like, "Here you
Safe.
go."
Pick what you want.
Yeah.
Let you into
Um,
the in the basement or whatever. You know, he's like,
Cadet wants to know if we dodge Overstreet, with it being way underpriced, being dealers. Tom, you want to lead off on that?
Yeah, so I am just like everything else. Like I didn't use Overstreet just because um I'm gonna be honest, I own one copy of Overstreet, and there's just some stuff that I'm like, it's so out of date. But I bought this
yeah, this
amazing
one.
I bought
Yeah.
this amazing Golden Age collection, and it's like there were no sales. Like I looked in GPA and there were sales in like 2008.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like I
Mm-hmm.
had no clue, and bought I bought an Overstreet just to see if it could even give me like a baseline to start with.
Yeah.
And so it kind of gave me a baseline, and whatever that price was, I went and kind of priced it a little bit more. And then
Hmm.
they still sold like hotcakes, and I was like, oh, but I made money off of it, but it's at the same time I was like, I needed something to somewhere to start. I
Hmm.
mean, and so I
Yeah.
think Overstreet is good in that. But it's hard for me to rely upon something that's only published once a year, and who knows how they calculate those prices. I don't feel
Hmm.
like this is the 90s where there was no internet and you went into a shop and you just had to go on by like what somebody was saying the market was.
Yeah, I'm trying
Yeah.
to see.
Uh-oh. He's digging for a good one.
Yeah,
I
so
know.
it's like for an example, you know, like so here's like this is last year's, but still, it's like
Hmm.
Punch Comics 12. You know, they've got a 2.0 at $3,400. A
I will
2.0 is
take everyone they
20,000,
can find. Yeah.
like 20,000. It's not even close. It's
Mm.
not anywhere around
No.
what the price is. You know, and so it's like there have been sales since then. Like it's like
Hmm.
update it. You know, I mean, at least the big ones, you know, like
Yeah.
the big popular books that people
Hmm.
want, you know. I mean, that kind of stuff, that's what wrecks their reputation. You know, it's going in there and going, and like you said, like people being like, oh, it's 10 times guide. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
what value is that? I mean, so
And
I would,
who retains all this information? Like, who do you call, or what website do you go to find out how many multiples of guide these books are?
yeah, like I had some, like I've had people on eBay before try to quote me Overstreet, and I'm like, no.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. We ain't gonna do
Like,
that.
no, you're never getting that.
Yeah.
but at the
The-
same time, I've seen people who are, Overstreet advisors, and they're the ones that are providing like those sales prices of those books. And you go to their booth, and those
it's a
comics are
different
not
story.
selling for those prices, right?
That's what
Like,
I wonder where they get the data
and that's
from.
where I don't. That's where it like
Mhm.
drives me nuts, because I went to somebody's booth at C2E2, who is an Overstreet advisor, advertises it,
Mhm.
see a book, and I'm like, this looks even overpriced for like fair market
I would like
value.
the Overstreet price, please.
Yes, like the one you advised on. Could I have that
Yeah.
price? And
Now, the interesting thing there is, I think if you cross-reference the full-page ad buys or multiple full-page ad buys with the advisor list, there may be a significant amount of crossover there.
Yeah.
well,
I,
and that's the thing.
I'm,
It's like, how do I
I'm just
become an
saying.
Overstreet advisor? Because there's also people that I know who used to be Overstreet advisors who are
Mhm.
no longer Overstreet
Right.
advisors, and their ads no longer are in the Overstreet guide.
I noticed that too. Weird. But the way I use Overstreet is I kind of use it just as another tool in the tool belt. I think the way it's really most beneficial for me is that the fact that it actually does break down by grade. I can kind of get a feel for the fall off, like, because I feel like one thing they do kind of maybe have some decent input on is like the scarcity of things. At least that might be reflected in the scope of the grade. So, if a book's harder, the photo journal, I love that. If the book really is hard to find above 6.0, you'll see that ramp up in price. I mean, the prices are definitely not accurate as far as actual value, but I feel like it's at least something to build off of to kind of get a feeling for the escalation in price between the grades. So that's really the thing I look at it for, but then I'll look at like Key Collector, I'll look at GPA, I'll look at eBay. It's just pricing is not a one trick pony. It's an amalgamation of any
Yeah, and with a
data
lot
you
of the
can
older
find.
rare stuff, or like even silver stuff that's really high, that's like higher grade that doesn't sell
Mhm.
often. I mean, it's
Yeah.
you're making a best guess.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
like, it's like I mean, sometimes like I've talked about this in some videos where it's like you almost like you might look for a book that has a similar cover that's nearby in the run, that maybe that
Yeah.
one sold.
Yeah.
Like there's just little things that you have to try to get just a concept for what those books are selling for, and you list it, and if somebody makes an offer that seems reasonable, you're like, all right,
Yeah.
I mean, it's it's
And to Tom's
it's a best effort.
Yeah, to Tom's point, you just kind of have to find that sweet spot to where they sell at a decent enough pace. You don't feel like you're overpriced, but not a fast enough pace that you feel like you gave them away.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
Which that makes sense. DDLT says he'd love to be an Overstreet advisor. I think that'd be cool, but again, I think it's one of those things you just can put on your bio for the rest of eternity. I don't know that there's any like status or anything that comes with it.
You see Mickey's comment
other than your ad buys. Oh yeah, no, this is facts. This is the truth.
about to ruin this career. Makes me laugh.
Yeah, this is gospel right here. You can take that to the bank. Tom, are you muted? Yeah, you muted yourself.
To die. So I'm getting the other set, but I was thinking about this and I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but people contact you and want to sell you collections, and they're using the comic book realm prices, right?
Oh Jesus, yeah. If there's a polar opposite of Overstreet, it's that.
Yeah, and it's like this insane price. And so you're like, oh my gosh, this is like completely terrible. Like these are nowhere near what it should be. So
yeah, when some of those 90s books they're saying are worth $15 and $9.2.
Now, I will say Comic Book Realm massively underprices Golden Age.
Yeah.
It's like it's absurd. It's all, I mean, I'd say it's maybe worse than Overstreet. But yeah, it's the modern stuff, they are high, but older and older they're off, because I don't know how often they update, but it doesn't seem like it's very often.
Yeah, I got no idea on that.
I feel like I know, like one of the things like people have talked about with like grading, I feel like Overstreet probably wishes they got into grading 20 years ago, like that they would have made themselves one of the like the big name competitors in there, because I think their name would have carried a lot of weight, and they would be the one, I think, that's probably the the top tier grader right now, and would be making a lot more than they make off their price guide. But yeah, no, I mean, because even with CGC doing what they do, I don't see anybody pushing them out. They grade so much stuff, you know. It's like, I mean, it's like me. It's like I buy CBCS books too, but I kind of like the label. I like the stuff to match, you know.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, I think it's just, you know, there's that purity aspect of it that everybody likes, the consistent flow. But you know, hell, at this point, they're what, 4 or 5 versions in of labels and a couple different holder styles.
The thing with CGC though is that even though theirs have changed, other than the very first one, they've been relatively consistent over the 20 years. Whereas CBCS has had some pretty, like, they have that rivet label. Oh man, the worst label ever made.
I asked Borg about that, and he's like, you know, I took one day off and I come back. He's like, what the hell did you do? It's like, we've got to get rid of this.
Yeah,
I thought that was great.
One of the guys I talked to at Cover Price, he was like, the one time I sent in a bunch of books to CBCS, it was when they had, it was like the 2-month window when they did the rivet labels, and he's like, oh, I got all these rivet labels.
Yeah, they're not good.
At Planet Comic Con, I had some that I had submitted, like a 181 and like Marvel Spotlight 5, that I'm like, it's time to get rid of these things. Like, I need another label.
Well, I think I'm pretty sure what's their name, Blue Chip Comics on Instagram, that their 98181 I think is a rivet label. I'm pretty sure it's a CBCS rivet label. And I remember seeing that, I was like, oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, that would be terrible. I think I've got a 9.2 New Mutants 98 that I bought or traded into that is that rivet label. I think it's the only one I have left. At this point, I'm just like, I don't even want to mess with having it reholdered. It's like, that book is so cold right now.
The labels I do like, but I don't understand their color scheme. I think it's is it ECG that have like those multicolored, like not multicolored, but
UGS.
Yeah. I actually kind of like those labels. They're kind of nice.
I think they're really, the customization aspect of that company's slabs, I think, is really cool. I hear they have a new holder coming out. I finally saw one, I think at Lawrence at FanCon earlier this year. Tom, is the first time I'd seen one. The previous holder I wasn't crazy about. I really kind of felt
I think they were those
spoiled.
Like
you buy your own
you could buy,
like
you could buy to self slab or something like that.
Yeah, they were kind of flimsy, and I think I just got spoiled after CBCS came out with that latest outer well that's just like rock solid.
I mean, like, honestly, like, if as somebody that sells, and I know like you sell too, so but you send to CB, but you said you're not sending a lot in right now, so I'm assuming are you selling mostly raw then? Or
I'm not selling a lot, honestly. I just seem to keep buying. It's kind of a bad deal, honestly.
But so, like, for selling, that's one of the big reasons I send into CGC, because they tend to sell for more and they sell quicker because there's more demand for them. But but in your hand, the new CBCS cases they're better. There's no question to me. Like, they're better. They feel more sturdy. They don't feel like they're like, I'm always afraid, like, if I accidentally like let a CGC case like slip out of my hand, it's gonna crack like immediately. Whereas I don't feel that with the CBCS ones.
I mean, at least this round of CGC doesn't rattle, which I had one from last summer that I bought off a guy that the inner well rattled. I
feel like it's hit and miss if that happens. I don't even know if it's like certain production rounds or not. Like, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, and I don't know why they don't have that consistency in there, because it's something they know annoys people. Like, I mean, the moving book in the case and everything. But
I think the worst one I've seen though is the micro chamber. Like, I don't know what happened, but as you move the book, the actual micro chamber paper
stick out at the end.
Yeah, well, it doesn't just stick out, but as you move it, the paper slides as well. Like,
really
much more than it should, and it's just like, ugh. Like,
yeah, I mean, I have a couple that have micro chamber paper that's like sticking out, you know, and it's like one of those things where I'm like, do I want to get that reslabbed, but the risk of them like damaging, because it's the one that's most obvious. I have it on. I have a 9.6 of TMNT1, the second print, and it has the micro chamber paper coming out the side, and I'm just like, but I don't.
Not
one,
worth
it. I don't like those magazine slabs they're the worst, like the worst. So I'm just like, I don't know if I want, like, I remember that video Very Gary did, like, I don't know, 2 months ago, where he sent in a bunch of the ones that he had his buddy do like cover work on and everything, like, and everyone came back cracked. It was like, I mean, they're I don't know why they're made of a different material, but they are just trash. Like that's the thing they need to redesign next. They need to redesign their magazines.
I feel like they just bought so many holders at one point that they're just trying to get through the inventory.
I mean, I imagine, like, with all the issues with like supply chains and everything, I mean, I'm sure it's tough to get large amounts of plastic for that kind of thing. It's potentially, you know, because I'm assuming they're probably manufactured somewhere overseas.
And plastic being a petroleum product, you know, that hasn't been cheap lately. But I noticed even with this last CGC order I got, they've changed boxes. Their shipping boxes are a lot less robust than they used to be.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Weren't they like white ones that you said? They were just like not even
here, one sec.
I'd want to see that, because I mean, I was just a few months ago and they felt normal, you know, so maybe it's something that changed recently.
I'll be right back. I'll grab it.
That's like
entertain yourself.
All right. I was gonna say, like, CBCS, remember they would put it in like that, like kind of one box, and they'd put it in another box. That's how.
So I've only ever submitted one book to CBCS, so it came back in its own little box and everything, and it was fine. But the issue I had with CGC in my last submission was I had problems with cracks in my in slabs in every submission that was 25 books. And I forgot to change how I submitted this time. I was planning on, I had one submission that was like 19 and one that was, you know, like 8 and that kind of thing. But then I had 3, I think, that were 25, and the 19s, the 8s, the ones that were smaller numbers came back totally fine. Every one that was 25 had multiple cases that had small cracks in them. And I think the weight of that's totally different.
Yeah. And it's like a thinner cardboard.
Does it say the pound on it on the bottom where it says like the size? It should say like the pound. Like typically some of that stuff is like 60 or 80 pounds.
That's on like the U-line stuff, but maybe that looks like an off-brand. It's like off-brand box.
I don't know.
They got their boxes off of Wish. That's what happened. That's where they're at.
They're out dumpster diving behind the Walmart looking for boxes they can reassemble.
So, like, Mickey's question about, does CBCS know that if they just change their label, increase their profits by 25%? I'm curious about that, because I feel like it's like people say they would switch to CBCS if they change their label, but then if they do it, then they're like, no, you need to change this other thing.
I feel like that's just the complaint they can hang their hat on to not have to send their books there.
And it was valid when Borak was there, because he had always said, like, he was not changing that label. But since he's not there, the Dave from the Comic Book Investments guy, he was saying in one of his recent videos that he was talking to his dad, and who works at CBCS, and there's apparently planning on changing the grading name to Beckett, to be in line with their card grading. It's going to be like brand. Beckett Vintage Grading Service or something like that. And so there may not be a CBCS. And he's like, I don't know how much truth there necessarily is, but it sounded like there may not be a CBCS name moving forward.
Well, when I talked to
and yes, I know Beckett owns them, but there's a comment there. I'm aware Beckett owns them, but they're thinking of changing the actual label to Beckett.
Yeah,
correct. Steve said this spring that one of the last meetings he sat in on was discussing a new label. So if they were already working on designing a new label, it would be a natural jumping off point to switch from CBCS to Beckett.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he was, I can't remember if we were at your booth or our booth, but he was mentioning that, and like it was going to happen. I don't think it was going to happen this year, but like in the future, it would sound like
Was it?
Yeah. But the thing that I've always liked about the CBCS labels is they have that barcode on the back, so you could just, the QR code where you could just scan it and you can get the
which
note.
CGC has now too.
Yep,
Do
finally.
they have that now too?
They just added it
Yep.
this summer.
If they tried hard, they might be able to make it smaller.
Now, the thing I like about CGC for that versus CBCS is like, I like that CGC's is just a number, and so I can easily read it and just type that number in. CBCS, I'm always trying to decipher. I'm like, is that a 0 or an O? Is that a B or a 6?
And there's been
and
so many iterations of their serial number, and I've got old CBCS books that don't even come up.
Yeah, I have too. I had somebody that asked me if I was selling a fake book because it didn't come up in there when you scan the QR code, and I was like, no, I mean, it's a real book. But yeah,
they were trying very hard at that point.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm really trying to rip you off on this FF65 or no, what was it? Yeah, 65. I was like, it's like, no, I'll do that with something else.
Swag says you got a good point.
But like the thing is, like with the graded cards, I mean, Beckett's are my favorite labels. I think the Beckett labels are awesome. But that's the thing, like PSA's labels kind of look like crap, but they sell for the most. So that's where it's like, label isn't because
PSA's labels to me look like the OG CGC labels. It's just like bare bones, just blah.
Well, like you were talking about Pokemon, and so I grabbed a couple of my Pokemon cards, so I've got a Beckett label, and I've got CGCs, but like Beckett's, so like theirs are, let's see, they're like metal, and they'll put individual grades on here too, and it's just like it looks, and the way they do theirs for cards is like you get different colors based on the grade. And so if you are I think a 9.5, a 9, I don't think a 9, I can't remember if a 9 gets it. It might be but I think it's either a 9 or a 9.5. It goes to gold. And if you get a 10, it's still gold unless you get a perfect 10, because they do like corners and edges. And so if you get a perfect 10 where it's all 4 parts, it's black. If it's 8 or 8.5, I think it's silver. I think it's maybe 8 to 9, it's silver, and then below that it's paper. And it's like these the ones below that look like garbage. But then let's see, my PSA ones. Yeah, so then like the PSA ones, it's like just that it's like kind of like boring paper stuff, and it's like, I don't know, I really I like the Beckett labels. But that's kind of the thing where it's like label isn't necessarily everything. It's still what people perceive as the thing that they want. And I think just because PSA has been around the longest, has probably the most graded cards, they command that premium. The strange thing is also how I feel like Beckett hurts themselves with their mid grades. Because like PSA just does like, it's like 9, 10, 8, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And with Beckett, you get a 9.5 that could easily be a PSA 10, but it sells for a fraction of the PSA 10. And so there's some weird stuff in there with grading. People definitely will like resubmit to try to get 10s, or a lot of people will, because CGC's grading is pretty fast. So they'll use CGC because CGC is like super tough. They grade like Beckett. Maybe even a little harder than Beckett. And so people will use CGC as a pre-grade, like a pre-screen for PSA. And so if they get like a 10 from CGC or like a 9.5 from CGC, they're like, oh, I'll send it to PSA then, because it's so cheap and quick to send through CGC. But I'm not a huge, I'm not a fan of the CGC graded, because they look exactly like the comics, but it doesn't look good with the cards. It's like it looks, I don't know, it's too big. It's like the label's like too big. It just feels cheaper. But the Beckett ones with like the metal labels, that's what I always thinking, like if they did something like that with the CBCS slabs, if they had the kind of like a metallic type label, I think that would look super sharp.
Yeah, and where they already have that, I mean, obviously it wouldn't be.
Well, they've got. I mean, they've got.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's how different it is for the a big ass label, versus like this
Mhm.
little thing, like what the price is. But
Yeah.
yeah.
I tell you, one of the things I like the most, and this is a CGC slab, but where they started wrapping their label, CBCS, that is, wrapping the label over. So it wasn't so, obviously we just had the sticker in the middle on CGC for the longest time, but the
Mhm.
fact that the label comes up and all the way over the top and then back down, it just makes them look a lot better and cleaner on the top. That's one thing I liked about the latest redesign of the CBCS slab and label. But no, I think you're right. I think if they go to something metallic like that, that'd be pretty sharp.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm curious how it would impact old CBCS slabs, like if because it's so different or a different name,
Mm-hmm.
if it would drop prices or what the actual, because
Yeah.
it's so weird how like you can have, it's like the value is not the plastic case, but
Right.
it's just so strange how you get that difference in price. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I tell people, I'm like, when I see a CBCS graded like golden age book I've been looking for, I'm like,
Yeah.
awesome. I'm like, this is my chance to get that
Mm-hmm.
book at a good price, because it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what my Batman 42 is. I have like a Fight
Mm-hmm.
Comics 14, like
Yeah.
this, like some of this super rare stuff. I'm like, I don't care if it's in CBCS or
Mm-hmm.
CGC.
Yeah. I mean, I would also enjoy that because I know that there's a lot of people who would maybe be after that book that wouldn't buy it because it's not CGC.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like you. I don't care. A lot of stuff I buy, particularly for myself, I'm not gonna sell it, so I
Mm-hmm.
don't care if it might underperform at auction. I'm not gonna worry about that.
Like every once in a while I get disappointed, like where I think I'm going to be able to get a deal because it's
Mhm.
and it doesn't. I'm like, God. Like I thought I
It's
was
like,
going to be able to steal that book, and then it doesn't happen.
like,
So I mean, it's not 100% rule. It definitely
mhm.
isn't. But
Well, yeah, and I think we've covered this before. It's like sometimes you got to take what you can get on some of that stuff because you never know when the next one will even be available.
yep, yep.
Right on. Tom says CBCS spec is all over the place. Yeah, honestly, right now everything's all over the place.
yeah, and I think the thing is when we say all over the place, it's like I think even reliability, it's like because one of the things I'm at, like I've had 3 bad experiences this year with CBCS after I had really bad experiences with CGC. And now it's like, do I go back to CGC who keeps screwing up, or do I try this new company, or what do I
Mhm.
do? And then I don't know. I feel like it would be nice if there was another company in the market that had
Mhm.
like credibility, because people keep saying, well, we
Yeah.
want a third party credibility, but then at the same time it's like the credibility of the companies we have, whether it's CBCS, us finding out that they're shipping their books to other people to like do stuff, and which I was like blown away by. um so much
I
for
mean,
chain of
that's
custody,
just
or
of everything else
you
that's gone on. Just that fact alone was just the most mind-boggling piece of information I've seen.
Yeah, and that they like told the the customer that's
Yeah,
what they
they're
were
just like,
doing
yeah. So we sent it to Billy over here. You
at Jim's
what?
house.
Yeah.
Well,
You
Oh
and
open
my
them.
this
god.
is what I was thinking. I know Drew knows this, but I sent in a X-Men 2 and number 3 mid-grade copies to CBCS. And when I got them back, I immediately noticed the labels were switched. So the label for the X-Men 3 was
Oh
for X-Men
man.
2 and the number for 2 and 3. I'm like, is this what happened when they announced it? I'm like, did Billy like print these out on his printer and like outsource this to like the neighborhood kid, and he like mixed up the labels? Like,
Well, and I've seen that stuff from CGC too, and I think that's what's really happened is that you know CGC probably grades like, I wouldn't be surprised if they grade like 10 times as much as CBCS. Like they have a huge
Mhm.
volume. And so like you would see errors, and it's because they're grading like, I don't know what it was, something crazy, like 50,000 to 5,000 a day, or it was some absurd
Wow.
number, maybe 50,000 a day.
wow.
It's a really
Mhm.
large number.
Yeah.
And And so you're like, okay, when you grade that much, you're gonna have mistakes that happen. And so then people went over to CBCS and overloaded them, and then they started seeing the same types of mistakes happen over there. And so it's just like, that's why I say, like, that's why I give some leniency, because it's like nobody is perfect out there, but there are certain mistakes where you know that the person that is handling I feel like it's one of maybe two things. Either the people that are handling the book that are putting it into the slab have zero concept of comics. They have their job, they're slabbing the books, and that's it. And so they don't recognize, like, oh, this is not the right label for this or whatever, or they do, and they maybe the what's the word, the I can't think of what it is, but the company basically, like, if you don't meet a certain quota, they're going to be like, they're going to penalize you, and so they're just like, screw it, we send it out anyway, we'll let the customer deal with it when they get it. Because if they actually reach out to their manager and say, hey, this is the wrong book for this thing, it's like, oh, great, thanks for letting me know, but now you didn't get through 100 books over the last 30 minutes, so you're getting docked X amount.
Like at my job, we swing through different seasons. The pendulum will swing to where we're focused on volume. Like, we don't care if you make some mistakes, we just need you to do more. Like more quantity, quantity.
Culture. That's what I was.
Yeah. There you go. Then circumstances will change, and maybe we'll get a little slower, do the time of the year or whatever it is. And now it's like, quality. Now that you've completely stopped caring about quality and have just been churning out widgets at the most rapid pace possible, now we're going to start talking about quality again, and all those little mistakes you make, we're going to start talking to you about them. Never mind the fact that we wanted you to do just quantity for so long. I feel like that's kind of where they're at. Also, I've started calling QC qualified chaos. It's no longer quality control. That's just, I feel like that's what happens over there.
And so I know the question about like a legitimate contender to compete with CGC and CBCS. One of the difficulties I think there is, since CBCS was basically founded by, the person who was the head grader then at CGC too, you have very similar grading styles between them. I know some people say CBCS is stricter and some people say CGC is strict, but they're close enough. They're very close. But if you had like Overstreet come out, Overstreet grading is very different from, or different enough from how CGC and CBCS grade. And so now if you're sending to this other company and they're giving it an 8 when in CGC that thing's a 6 or it's a 9 or whatever it is, like, that's where I feel like it's like you have what happens with like PGX, where everybody's like, oh, that's a it's a grade high or 2 grades high or whatever. It's like that may not be that they're doing poor grading, it's that they're using a different standard than the other two companies. And so when you don't have everybody using that same standard, that's where I think you run into some big potential issues.
Yeah, and it's a natural thing. I mean, you don't want to be the new kid in town and be like, yeah, well, we're using, their grading standard. You want to be your own thing. You want to have your own standard. So there's kind of a natural interest in, and not just adapting
but it's that. Like, if you're like, oh, I'm going to grade harder, it's like people are like, oh, I don't want to send to you then.
Yeah, no.
So you're the new guy and you're giving me worse grades.
So, I don't know. I've been thinking about Overstreet a lot, and I know they just came out with this new app, but they just kind of seem like old, like Mickey likes to say, the old man, like yelling at the clouds, just like
I messaged him when I saw that in his video, because I love Simpsons quotes. I was like, I immediately was laughing at that.
but it's just, that's what I feel like. They're like, the internet. What the hell is the internet? No, we don't want to be on the internet. We don't want to do anything. We just want to put out our book. Yeah. Just this. Real-time updates. Why? We publish just once a year. It's fine.
That was good enough for 30 years. It's good enough.
Exactly.
And that's the thing, is you meet people like that. And it's like, you go there and it's like, you're, I think like Ryan was saying, you're either going to get some really, really good deals, um, or there's going to be like, you're going to walk away and just be like, wow, that's like insane. I think we've all seen booths where it's like those comics are like 3 times what it should be, but at the same time, you see stuff what's there. And so, I mean, I don't know. And I think it's also these older collectors, like for them, like seeing all of these variants and incentive variants, like it's a very different feel.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I think collecting it, like when I think of collecting in the early 90s and 2000s and going to a con, like it's very different now than it was like
Yeah.
today. It's very different, but in same ways, it's still the same.
Well,
Like,
I mean, like for me, when I was growing up and I first got into comics, that kind of thing, I only bought at like our LCS, and then when I played tennis when I was a kid, and it's like whenever we go to a tournament, you know, the first thing we do is like pull out the phone book from the hotel room and look for comic shops, and
Yep.
we'd make our dad take us to the comic shop.
Mhm.
But like now, like I buy everything online. I
Yeah.
mean, like everything. And I did one buy, like I bought a collection earlier this year. That's the first time I've ever bought a collection. The only time I've ever bought a collection.
Mhm.
Everything else I've bought is just online, and it's just, I mean, that's how I do it. And I think part of it is because I've had a lot of people tell me they're like con prices are insane, and so I'm like, oh, well, I'm
Yeah.
not going to even go there and spend the time because I'm not buying for things like run fillers. I feel like that's a good place for stuff maybe like that where you're looking for like a large quantity of books to fill runs, that kind of stuff, going through dollar bins or $5 bins. But I
Mhm.
like to, I mean, I'm predominantly buying, you know, like bigger keys. And if those are all priced 20, 30, 50% above what I can just go over to some auction or eBay or whatever to buy it, why am I going to go there? You know, and
Yeah, I mean, for the kind of collecting and buying and stuff you do, I online's perfect. I mean,
I will say though that there are sometimes surprises. Like I know there's a con that Drew and I are going to go, well, in a couple weeks to
yeah, we'll be there in
Oklahoma to
2 weeks.
Oak OafCon. I mean, you walk in there and these guys have been collecting since the 60s, and you just look and you're just like, holy cow, like how the hell do you
Mhm.
have this? And
Yeah,
they're there, and it's just like, I remember last year talking to a guy, like I really like Captain America, and I showed him my page. He's like, well, what does the number one go for now? And he just started laughing. He's like, I have the first 20 issues. Like, he's like, I bought them all, like, in the
and that's when you
70s.
go, it goes for $1,000.
Yeah.
oh, and then he haunts you for the rest of your days.
Yeah.
But
Um,
Oh
but I think
god.
sometimes at cons you can still find like really good deals, even on Golden Age stuff. Like there's some stuff
Mhm.
that I found that I'm
Oh
just like,
god. I saw somebody post a picture on Instagram last summer of a Seven Seas 4 that he got for like $300 at a con, and I was like, oh my god. I'm like, this is like a $10,000 book, you
Mhm.
know. And I feel like at maybe like not the major cons, like the more local cons, I think maybe that's where you have a chance at finding some of that stuff. But um I don't know, like, but yeah, I was like, why can't I find something like that?
Yeah,
Like,
and
uh,
I know. I mean, I can talk all day about this show we go to. It's you hear people talk about like the Big Little show up in the Northeast, how great it is. This show is unlike anything I've ever seen. It's like per square foot per capita, it has the highest volume of golden age and platinum age stuff of any show I've ever seen or heard of. It's just in like a hotel conference room. It's a little bigger now. They've started getting extra space, which is nice. But it's literally, Tom put the comment in there. It's the Oklahoma Alliance of Fans. It's an old school comic club. Like these
mhm.
guys have had this club since the 60s, and it's not just comics. Um, the first year I went, somebody literally sold, it was massive. It was like, I don't know, a 3 panel or 4 panel like movie poster size, but it was an oil painting that was used to the cover of a spirit pulp.
yeah,
Sold for like 32 grand. That same year, this little old man walked in at like noon one day. Of course, we'd gone out to hit some shops in OKC and stuff. And this little old dude walks in with just like a briefcase, talks to the promoter, and just kind of sets it on one of the empty tables. He walked out of the room like an hour and a half later with what was it, like $100,000, Tom?
Yeah, it was insane. People couldn't throw money at the guy fast enough.
I mean, big dealers come like to this show. It's crazy, and it's fun because you're all there like all weekend long, elbow deep with these crazy people who just have massively deep pockets, and everybody's just pulling out this awesome stuff. It's a spectacular show.
And the
That's
thing
cool.
is too, is you have people like Bedrock that come up from Texas and they know like, okay, I know it's going to sell here. And they just have been collecting this stuff for like the year to bring up to the show because they know like, this is the show it's going to like sell at. Like I almost bought from him. I think if the Rockets were winning, I probably could have got a better deal. But he had like all like pretty much a whole Yellow Jacket run, or at least like part of it, and it was just like, man, like I thought about buying it. There
And
was
he
somebody
also
who had
brings his like Action 32 cover or whatever.
yeah,
issue that is.
yeah,
He has the original art.
He has the original art. Oh my god.
yeah. Action
How
32 cover.
many original art Golden Age like covers are out there? I mean, I know that what is it? Shock Suspense Stories 6.
A lot of the EC stuff still exists.
The original cover art for that one sold last year for it was like 800,000.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy what the multiple is, because like in that same auction they had a 9.8 of that book, and it sold for I think 28. And so it's like you have the comparison, like the direct comparison of a 9.8 to
the art
is like 40x.
30 and 28 is like top tier for an EC book.
It's because every single book almost has a 9.8 out there. It's like almost
all the file copies.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting run because you have that. Like a lot of books, you don't have that, but ECs, it's almost every one.
Yep, absolutely. I'd love to have one. I'd be fine with like an 8.0 or something. I don't need any of the really crazy ones, but just the value increase in those over the last 3 years is insane.
Yeah, and it's like, because I talk about like pre-code horror stuff quite a bit, but it's still, you still need to know which covers people want, because there are some that are kind of like meh, like they just like there's not a lot of demand for them, but then there's others that like you just they just are keep going. But I mean, if you look at like Crime Suspense Stories 22, it's just consistently gone. I mean, it's been like this, and
it's got
like
coattails. It's dragging a lot of books with it, like because
like
Crime
20?
Suspense 20 is really getting up there, and even some of the George Evans covers for like 23, I think it is, and 24.
Is that the one where the choke?
The
one where that woman's
boat,
being choked is like gotten really expensive too.
I think that's 23, and then is it 24 where he's like the guy has the axe and he's hacking somebody in the bathroom. That one's starting to creep up.
that one's expensive. That one is pricey. But there's some crazy covers out there too, like the guy with the limbs on the table that he's like, I just wonder, I'm like, what was going through these guys' heads when they're making these covers?
Oh, well, great. It's like the Vault of Horror that I just picked up that Drew's interested in.
Johnny Craig.
The thing that's really interesting about that is we know that people would write their names on their book, but this one has like a girl's name. It's like Mary. Like Mary wrote her name on that book, and I was like, wow, Mary was really into the horror.
I want to party with Mary. I'm gonna put this out there. That girl.
What issue is that one? Or is it
14?
Oh, 14.
Yeah. It's a Johnny Craig zombie cover. It's in
between,
the
one with like the big zombie heads on the
yellow,
cover. I thought that was 17.
No, it's not that one. It's yellow background.
Yeah,
got just a typical Craig ghouly zombie on it. It's not the best.
Because I think the other one is a Jack Davis. I feel like just the detail makes me think it's a Jack Davis, but like the one that people often think about with the zombie.
Yeah, the Tales 37. The one where the guy's crawling out of the grave and he's got like the dirt falling out of his mouth and the moon in the background and the
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a low grade copy of that. It's a good book. But
What's the one with the car coming and it's like the hand reaching out of the dirt?
that's
Do you know
Vault 26, like the car's
Yeah.
driving out of the
I've always
the
loved that
cemetery.
one, just the hand coming up.
yeah.
I feel like the original art for that one sold sometime recently too. I
Mhm.
feel like I remember that one selling, but
Yeah.
Was
The
it last year that the Chamber of Chills cover
Yeah.
went up? Do you know which
Yeah.
one? I
20,
thought, yeah.
or
Is
is it
it the-
20?
19.
Yeah. With the glass and it's the
That-
The
girls-
Misfits.
Gosh, I want that book. It's just it's
You
gone up.
and
It's gotten
me
so
and everybody.
expensive.
Yeah.
It's like ever since they started homaging it, it just like went up even more. You know, you're just like, God, like I'm never getting that. It's like a 2.5. I feel like is like 15 grand now or something like that. I was like, this isn't happening.
Yeah, I know it's
Captivating
terrible.
people on quilts.
I don't care if
actually
Mary's
incredible, but
90. You know, we'll drink our Metamucil and have a great time.
Here's Mary.
But, yeah.
See you, Jordan. Thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah. I don't know. I've thought about, because I really like Harvey Horror. I've thought about working on Chamber of Chills, but it's just that book alone makes it almost undoable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can kind of see it. It's pretty bad.
nice.
Mary.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's the first time I've actually ever seen. Well, I have some romances that I've picked up where I've seen girls' names on it, but it was this one. When I saw it, I was like, it says Mary on there, and I'm like, all right, well, Mary's pretty damn cool in my book then.
Yeah,
she knows how to
Harvey,
party.
like they were the ones that really put out all the most insane covers in like 53 and 54.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're largely responsible for the comics.
Right? Yeah, I mean, and I like Witch's Tales has some great covers.
Yeah,
There's
just
just
a head with that's the and the bell, you know, like that one's awesome.
Yep.
You've got the Black Cat books, you got
oh yeah.
I've always liked the horrific ones. Those are some
Yeah.
great.
horrific.
Don Heck.
That is a rare run. You do not come
Yeah.
across issues from horrific very often.
Yeah, they're pretty tough. And the thing I like about, everybody wants Horrific 3, and it's like Don Heck mailing it in. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to take this head I drew on this other cover and blow it up. And
that's the fight, or is that
The War
Horrific
Fury.
4?
The
bullet in the head. Yeah, it's straight from another cover.
Yeah, he just straight up stole it. It's like, I want paid, but I don't want to do any work, so I'm just gonna swipe it myself.
Well, it's really
I
funny
didn't know
because
that relatively recently. Somebody was like, "Oh, it's from this cover." I was like, "Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it's like straight copied."
Was it War
it's
Fury
War
1?
Fury number 1, and I have it on my wall, and it's a really low grade copy, but people want to look at it, and I'm like, yeah, this head is the swipe that he used for Horrific. And I'll tell you what, that book is shot up. I had opportunity to buy it, and I should have bought it. Like everything else, I've always wanted that one.
Yeah, I'm just glad to see Don Heck's stuff starting to get a little bit of love. I'm also not sad that I missed out on the LB Cole fad that's going on right now. Because just listening to you and Bob talk about it, that's enough for me. Because holy God, are those things nuts?
Dude,
You go after some
great.
Cole too, don't you, Ryan?
Yeah, I like the LB Coles. I luckily I don't have all the bigger ones, but I got a number of the bigger ones in like 2020, early 2021. And so
Nice.
like I didn't have to pay like an arm and a leg for them now. I mean, because just things like Suspense 11, that like devil cover. I mean, it's just great. Like I had wanted I like Mask 2 more than Mask 1. I'd wanted one of those, but they're just, you've got to spend like $8,000, you know? I'm just like,
and hope that it's in one piece at that price point.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I started with the Contact comic run, because it's number 12 that's going to really break the bank. But even trying to start with like Captain Arrow, like to get all those, I'm like, oh, this is going to be too hard. Or
and you don't see Captain Arrow come up often, those later issues that he did. But Contact, that's the one that like usually like when I was talking about LB Colon videos, I'd be like, if you want to try for like a more affordable run, you start with like the ones that are like the airplane covers, you know, like Eagle and Contact, but they're still not easy to find, you know. And
I've only seen one copy of Eagle #2. Like, I just cannot find that one.
yeah,
But
Dan's,
the contacts are even going up in price as well.
yep, they definitely have. I mean, I feel like they were one of the. I feel like LB Cole was one of the first ones to spike, and so I think that they've calmed down a little bit on average, but yeah, I mean they're not cheap, and his horror stuff is just, I mean that's really expensive.
mm-hmm.
And then some of the startling comic stuff. Oh no, I'm thinking. Never mind. Schomburg is the other one that a lot of people always ask if I have any airbrush Schomburg covers.
That's
like Wonder and
that robot Startling has just exploded.
Yes.
I mean, God, I would love to have a copy because I love Futurama. I love it, you know, and so I would love to have a copy.
Most of the appeal is,
it's all the appeal. I think.
Yeah.
It's like it's the Bender cover, you know. Everybody's calls it the Bender cover. But like it. I mean, the thing for that one is I feel like you have to buy that one at auction because when people are like when I've seen them, like when I watch like some of those like IG live sales and people have them, they have like outlandish prices usually on them. But like an 8.0 recently sold for like 26,000, which is a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but like I've seen in live auctions at cons 4.0s listed at 40, you know, and so it's just like you kind of have to pick your, you know, your time with those types of books. But
for me, the thing, I'm not a Futurama fan. I never watched it. I might love it if I did, but for me, when I think Schomburg, that is not what comes to mind. I'm like World War II cover, like, you know, something that's probably horribly racist as far as how, you know, the Axis are depicted. But, you know, that's what I think about, just these larger than life battle scenes and crazy stuff.
That's why I don't really tend to buy the Japanese World War II covers because I'm just like, I don't really want that, you know. And it's just like, I get it. I get the era, you know, and all that stuff. But it's not something I want to go for. It's like, that's the other problem. It's like, he does those like Young Allies ones and he has a bunch of racist stuff on there. And I'm like, come on, Schomburg, you know, like, I don't want those covers.
We were really sore at them in the early 40s.
But I always think it's so easy to like compare those early, like those like Young Ally covers, and then comparing those to like the DC covers at the time, like how busy those like early Atlas covers are with just all that stuff going on. And then you look at like the DC covers and it's like very much like,
it's like Superman. You know, he's just standing there.
It's
you know?
like, it's there and he's like waving. Or we have a friend, he picked up Batman 12, you know, where they're just sitting there shooting the machine gun. But then it's like you go to the Marvel one and it's like 30 different battles happening at once. Oh,
Batman 15.
Yeah. He picked up that, which he got a great deal on. He won't admit it, but
because
you know, I was.
Batman won't carry a sidearm anymore, but if he finds a water-cooled Browning machine gun, he's going to light that thing up.
He's going to take out. But those covers are just so different than like the Atlas covers. And I've always like been intrigued by that. Like, why were they so different? They just
I love the busyness of the Atlas covers. I love all this. Like when you look at one and you're like, there's all this stuff going on everywhere.
It's a story in and on itself. I mean, you can just sit there and take so much of it in. But then, you know, you also think about how much greater was the reach of DC's publication back then. You know, there's a hell of a lot more of those DC books out there than there are of the Timelies.
Yeah, it's surprising. It's like maybe, I mean, they must have been more appealing to the people at the time, you know, if they were able to have, because I mean, my understanding was the print runs were massive. I mean, like put like numbers from the 90s to shame a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So,
and they had no competition, right? I mean, short of baseball on the radio.
and like pushing a hoop down the road with a stick.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I assume that's all people did back then, right?
Oh, they didn't have time to work or to read. They were too busy walking uphill to school both ways.
Well, that's the
great.
thing. It's even buying collections, and I'm pretty sure it's the same for Drew. But it's like I can occasionally get some Golden Age DC or like even like Golden Age Dells just because they're so, or four colors just because of how mass produced. But it's like I think in all the years that I've been buying and selling, it's just like I don't think I've ever come across like once I got like a Golden Age Atlas book. Like I just don't see it.
No, I've never owned one. Period.
Yeah, I keep my eyes open for like Marvel Mystery. Like that's what I mean, I'm not trying to put like, you know, like a run or anything, but like there are like if it's a cover with them like beating up Nazis or something like that, I'm like, I'm in. I'm like,
I mean, the sad thing is like a Grail I'll probably never own. I would absolutely love to have a Marvel Mystery 9. I love the fight between Submariner
and Torch
and the
right?
Human Torch. Yeah, with the elevated train in the background. Just like I absolutely love that cover, but you know, it's one of those 6-figure books if you can find it. Mark asked us a question. He wants to know what our favorite Golden Age patriotic cover is. I know, Tom, that's gonna be tough for you to pick.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of it. It's a DC book, but it's I want it and I can't get it. But it's a soldier who's missing his arm, and it's like his sleeve is pinned, and he's like saluting, and it has all the characters around it, and they're saluting him.
Is it Foxhole? Is that, or no? Foxhole's the one. Maybe that. No, that's the one.
It's not Foxhole. It's a DC cover because all the DC superheroes are like surrounding him, and they're all saluting him. But and then it's like support like the 8th war bond effort or something. But that's the one. I can't think of it now, but it's a red background. Gosh, I gotta look it up now.
I mean, I'm gonna go with Captain America 1.
There you go.
Yeah, Captain America punching Hitler in the face. Like
that's pretty direct.
I mean, but if I mean, I really like the I don't know the number. It might be 20. It's Superman where he's got the eagle on the cover, and I think it's like a black cover.
Yeah.
I can't remember the number though, but I always really like that one when I see it.
Yeah, that's probably my runner up. But for whatever reason, I've really been into, I think it's World's Finest 12 lately, where you've got Superman, Batman, and Robin sitting on the cannons of a battleship.
Yeah, that is a solid one.
That's just like star-spangled awesome. It's like Superman can literally do anything you can imagine, but he's going to ride into town on the cannon of a battleship just for grins.
I would say the other one would probably be Batman 18. I've always wanted that one.
Is that the Jeep?
No, that's the one where it's like the fire or bomb goes off and there's like Mussolini and Hitler.
Oh, the yellow.
Oh, yeah.
The other one.
Yeah, the real bad caricatures. Yeah.
Superman tends to have the I feel like the most patriotic stuff, you know, like in terms of like if you're picking from like the major characters.
I really like the one where he's riding the bomb down. That's a fun cover.
I sold that one at Planet. I don't know if you remember. I had that 1.0 copy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
So Tom, how often do you do shows?
Too much, if you ask my wife. So I'm doing one next week, but I would say I do a lot. I'm probably up to about 10 shows a year, but I'm probably going to start cutting back. But I'm in the Kansas City area, so I'll go down to like I'll go to St. Louis, do some here. I've gone to Des Moines. I'll go down to like Tulsa and whatnot. I set up at a lot of the same shows Drew does, or sometimes whatnot. But it just really depends. COVID, I did a lot more online and eBay. So like my eBay sales have kind of gone down. I have about 500 listings, but it's just like, it's nothing major. IG has done well for me, but setting up at cons, I mean, that's pretty much the bread and butter from small cons to little cons. But it's also hard setting up a con like Fan Expo or C2E2 and trying to $3 book your way out of that expense for the weekend, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because I mean, just the booths are probably a pretty significant cost at the major cons.
Yeah.
I didn't ask anybody what a space at C2E2 was this year. Did you?
I think it was like 12 or 13.
1,000 or 100?
100.
Okay. I think because I thought New York City, I thought it was pushing like 5 or 10 grand, like something like that. But I mean, so I feel like you could get to some of those numbers, but I don't know for sure.
Last I heard, like SDCC was like 10 grand a spot, but that'd been a while. I'm sure it's probably more now. And the sad thing is, like, you know, the big show we do in Kansas City, the prices have been steadily going up for that for several years, which, you know, it's fine. We do really well there. It draws big crowds, and you know, it's your local show. You got to support them. But I'm looking at a show in Indy that's extremely comparable. When you look at like, you know, number of people through the door, size, stuff like that, market size as well, and it's like half price. It's like $650 for a corner. It's like, yeah, I think it sucks. It's like 5 hours away.
How nerve-wracking is it driving with all the stuff in your, like in a trailer? Or
I'm full pucker the whole way, dude. It's nerve-wracking. That's for sure. And you know, I've got it pretty good. I use my in-laws have a covered trailer, but it's got a single axle. And by the time you get a full load, like if I go all in, I'll roll with like 50 long boxes about to a show. If I go like discount books underneath and stuff, I tell you what, you hit some of them bumps and that thing gets to bouncing. You're just like, oh hell, here we go. It's nerve-wracking for sure, but the wall books always stay in the cab. So
yeah, I think that's the other thing too, is like setting up for a show. I don't think people realize like how much work it is, because like I'll tell you what, trying to push a cart. Well, Drew has like the
green meanie.
He has like the nicest cart ever, but it's like trying to move a cart with like 12 long boxes on it and push it, and then people just walk out in front of you, or even just trying to organize and set it up. Like it's a lot of work. I mean, I definitely get my workout in those days.
The interesting thing is you roll into like some of these bigger shows, and you know, you'll wait in line to get in so you can have your chance to unload, and then they're like, yeah, you got 30 minutes. Never mind the fact that your booth is, you know, half the convention center or 3/4 of the convention center away, and you've got to take everything for the whole weekend down there. It's a little nerve-wracking. And then we do pretty good. Like the Kansas City shows pretty well, but you hear horror stories about loadout at other shows where people wait in line for 6 hours to try and get a good spot where they can get out there and get out at a decent time after the show and not sit there after, like later in the day to load out. So I don't know, it's different.
But there's also some shows where it's like, I mean, we used to go to St. Louis and do it, and I loved it because literally the back doors are right there, and you just like push your cart in and you're like 20 feet away from your booth. And then some of these smaller shows too, like, I mean, you can go in and buy a table or 2 tables for $200 and then, you know, be there for a day, and, you know, we'll stay the night or whatever. And, you know, you'll just do really well just because people are willing to be there to buy and make deals. Whereas
do you get skunked ever at shows where, you know, it's just like it's really dead? Or
I mean, there are shows where it'll die at a certain period, but I've never walked away from a show where I've been in the red. That said, Drew and I
came damn close this summer.
Drew and I have done shows where it's just like, what like, this is not gonna go well. Like, but I mean, and I'm not gonna lie, I think the worst show I've actually did is in Drew's hometown.
See, I killed it at that show.
And he killed it, and I'm like,
Were you wearing
Like,
that
okay,
Kansas
we
shirt or
we made
something?
like
And they're
10.
like, screw this.
Probably.
Yeah.
No, I guess I didn't even wear this one. But at the same time, there's been shows, even like I mean, it's just so hit or miss because somebody could come in and just drop like $1,000 on two big books, and that'll like
Mhm.
make your show. But at the same time, there's times where I've just need to blow out stuff, and I'm doing like $50 a short box, and I'll go home with like 10 less long boxes, and like that's just a win because that's just pure money at that point.
Mhm. Yeah, it's weird. And the funny thing is, we've been around a lot of the local shows enough. We can kind of get a sense within the first hour or two how the show's going to go. And it's interesting because you don't go to a lot of shows, right, Ryan? Like,
No, I really
hardly
don't go
ever.
to shows. Yeah.
The weird thing is, like, when you're at a show, you have a booth, so you're kind of there and you're experiencing it all, right? You're taking it in. The show has a life force. Like, there's a pulse, there's a vibe that if you sit back and you're experiencing it, you can just feel like you just get in the rhythm with the show. And there are moments when you're doing this that you can just feel it drop. Like, it
Mhm.
just like died. But you can also ride the wave up. It's a very interesting thing. Uh
But it's
and I
also interesting too because it's just not the customers, like it's the other vendors. Like you can look
Mhm.
at the other vendors and see like what do they have, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna kill it because sometimes before I go to a con, because I have multiple inventories that I can take, I'm like, I look to see who's there, and it's like based on who's there, I decide like, okay, what am I gonna bring and what I should do. Um, you
I'd
know
be
what?
okay with that.
I would be okay with that as well. Um, um,
Yeah.
because if you look around and you see like somebody who has like, you know, their wall books way overpriced, then it's like, okay, like I might move a couple of the similar books or whatnot.
Well, I
Mhm.
remember, I think Mickey was saying, like at San Diego Comic Con, like if you had your books priced around fair market value, they were selling like that. But
Mhm.
if you were high, like you said, you were seeing at like C2E2,
Oh yeah.
they were sitting.
Yep. Well, and I think what a lot of people don't realize is some of like a lot of the national level dealers, the big names that you'll see at all the biggest shows, they buy a lot of the stuff they sell from people like me and Tom when they come in to, regional shows. They'll hit up the regional dealers and they'll buy up a lot of the better stuff just because they've got to replace it. They'll go to the big
Mhm.
shows and sell through stuff. So when they're buying stuff like that, I know when I was starting out, I think Tom probably is the same way. When he was starting out, somebody shows up at your booth and wants to buy your best book when you're just kind of getting going. Hell yeah. I'll work you a deal because selling that one book is a huge freaking thing. Um, that can be the difference between making your show and not. But now that we're like more established and kind of know how the game is played more and have seen it a time or two, it's like, okay, I know who you are. I know what you're doing now. It's like, if you build enough of a pile or whatever, I may be able to work with you a little bit, but I'm not going to take a bath on this. So you can go over and mark it up 40% and make a killing.
Mhm.
Um, but
And I
that's
think,
why there's all
oh,
this upward pressure on pricing it shows, especially at those bigger dealers, is because that's where they're sourcing a lot of this stuff.
Well, I mean,
and
I
that's the
remember I
thing.
watched.
Yeah,
Sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
I was gonna say that's the other thing too. It's like, Drew and I have time during the week to meet up with the guy at the Kroger parking lot to buy
Yeah.
comics from. These guys who are doing cons like every weekend, when do they have time to go buy stuff? And it's like, I remember when I first, like Drew said, a big established dealer would come over, like, sure, I'd give you 30, 35% off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I've realized like it's pretty hard to replace that 181 when it sells.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can be pretty aggressive on my price, and I can price sometimes some stuff high because that's what it's going to take to get off my wall because I'm not going to get it back.
Hmm.
Um, and so in that way, we have some luxury. But at the same time, I mean, I think even like some of the vendors at C2E2, like they bought a lot of stuff. And there's guys that'll hit us up and they'll try to buy us, and we can work a little bit of a deal. But, I'm at the point now where I have enough, there's enough in my treasure chest or, my chest war chest that I don't necessarily have to like sell everything.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's a good point. When you're first starting out, and it's still a big investment to go some of those bigger shows. I mean, I think my expenses for Planet last year were upwards of 2,000 for the weekend. By the time you do the booth and parking and hotel and stuff like that, um, but it's not going to take selling 25% of my wall or 30% of my wall to recoup that anymore. So I don't feel like I'm as desperate for every sale necessarily.
Yeah.
And another thing I think that I've noticed, especially, there's a good community in our areas. There's a lot of collectors and stuff like that. But you go into a lot of the comic shops, and I mean, they're picked over. You can't hardly find Silver Age. You can't hardly find Bronze Age. Nothing hardly of a lot of the Volume 1 Marvel titles and stuff, back
Mm-hmm.
before they did the reset. You come shopping at like Tom's booth, my booth, some of the other guys we set up with, we have better inventory than 90% of the comic shops in the state.
Mm-hmm.
So that helps draw people in and keeps the business going. And I think the thing I've really enjoyed is just being established as I am and building the inventory over the years. I've got better stuff in the boxes now than they used to be on my wall when I first got going. and the secret to doing this is I almost hate to sell wall books. I mean, it's nice every once in a while. You like to see the big ring. But if I can sell as much out of a box that I would have got, out of like 4 or 5 books as I would have got for a wall book, I am so happy because that's where a lot of the profit is in the books that are in the boxes. A lot of time you're paying up more for the keys. So it's interesting. You should get out to some shows, man. I think you'd enjoy it.
Yeah, I know.
For the small,
what's his name? Comic Book Love Affair. If you follow him or anything on Instagram or YouTube, he lives in the same area as me, and he always posts things at a show. And I'm like, God, I should have checked that there was a show around here.
Yeah.
But it's always like, I know there's a couple I could easily hit up that aren't like there's like one big one here, but I feel like it's like no comics. It's like all like pop culture stuff. But then they definitely have a few shows that are around here that I might have to go to at some point. But
yeah. So Tom, I like Mickey's point here. Let me throw this out there. Or do you have a point on that last thing we were talking about?
Well, I mean, it's kind of to add on to what Mickey was saying is that wall is your billboard. And what I found is that if your billboard has books that are overpriced, people are not going to dig in your boxes trying to find the other stuff they need. But I feel like if your wall books, or most of them are fair market value or adequately priced, then people will dig through your boxes and look at your stuff because they see that billboard of whatever it is you're selling as representative of what's going to be in your boxes and like how that's going to be priced.
Yeah. So Tom, give me 2 showstoppers, 2 books you'd always like to have on your wall to draw people in.
Yeah.
And don't
So
steal mine.
2 books that I would like to have on my wall that I think I can sell pretty easily is any ASM book, like a 252, kind of those books. This is the ironic part. I've owned, stuff like that is good. ASM is good. I've owned the same number of ASM 14s as I have 300. I can't get that.
You're so broken.
I just can't get ASM 300. But ASM books, like overall, are pretty good. And then I would say some other really just good books are that I like to have, and it's because what I like to do is having, and I have a lot of it, is just pre-code horror. I think
Mhm.
pre-code horror, people see those in ECs and they're drawn to it because it's not stuff that people see a lot of.
You kind of stole one of mine.
Yeah,
That's
which
okay.
I don't know. What's yours, Drew? I'm just curious.
Having a TMNT third
Oh,
print always. If I ever go through and don't have a third print TMNT one on my wall, I'm unhappy because that book always gets people to stop. Unless they really know the book and know how to tell what printing it is by just looking at the cover, they always stop and they ask you what printing it is. And at that point, I'm in, right? Like
Mhm.
the conversation has started. I can be like, okay, it's a third print. Is that what printing are you looking for? What else are you shopping for? What, that kind of thing. Like the conversation started. So I absolutely love that book. It stops people in their tracks all the time. I also like,
That's a good one because it's not very expensive either, especially
no.
like like anything below a 9 even is
Mhm.
relatively affordable for that book.
Yeah, which is pretty nice. It's definitely a lot higher than it used to be, because I used to have them like 250 bucks, and hell, there was a time where it was not even $100 book,
Mhm.
within recent memory, 7 or 8 years ago. But it's a great starter. Then Tom mentioned ECs. I think those are great, especially like Tales from the Crypt, specifically, just because it has that name recognition. And then another book is Hanzi. I think
Oh.
is really good at just
Well,
stopping
especially because I
people in
don't
their
think you
tracks.
can sell that book on eBay now. I
Oh,
feel like,
really?
yeah, I think they
Really?
pull them. I think they
Ugh.
pull your listing if you try to sell it on eBay. But
Which is so dumb. They completely missed the whole point. But I
yeah,
digress. But no, it's just a book that people are like, oh my god, and it's
well,
it's a good one. You need that shock value to, if you can't have, like Tom's talking about, the big ASM books or things like that, just having something that stops people in their tracks. I mean, when I had Bob's 6.5 Strange Tales 110 on the wall and stuff like that, that helps too. But anytime you have something like a mega key or a major first appearance, that helps. But I think I defer to those more often than not.
I
yeah, I
also
mean,
think
like
the other thing. Oh,
I
go
was
ahead.
just say for prices for like the TMNT books. I mean, it's crazy. Like I bought, I don't own it anymore, but or
Mm-hmm.
it was like early 2020. I bought a 9/8 of issue 2 first print for like $368. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's like $2,000 book now.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was a $4,000 book at peak comic
Mm-hmm.
boom prices. I
Yeah.
mean,
That's one I'd really like to have in a 9.8 because TMNT, right?
yeah.
Yeah, because I love the Mousers. Like those are my favorite
It's a cool cover.
turtles.
Like the first time I saw it, I was like, "What is that?" And then I was like, "Oh, it's a Mouser." I'm like, "That's
Yep.
awesome."
Yep. Absolutely.
I was gonna say the other thing too is like just impulse books, like books that
Mhm.
are between like the 10 and like $20 to $25 range. Like I like to put that on kind of like the bottom, but just
Mhm.
like weird stuff, like some of the old rock and like Metallica or like
Yeah.
Two Live Crew, just weird stuff like that, or
Wait, you
just
have
like
people coming to your booth stopping because you have Two Live Crew rock and roll
yes,
comics?
yeah, but
It's a
everybody
weird
makes fun of me,
crossover.
but it sells. Like you put like the Rocky Horror Picture Show comic book up there, or just something like totally weird and out there. Like
Mhm.
whenever I see stuff like that, I buy it because like if I can buy it really cheap and put 10 to 20 bucks on it, like those things will like sell
Mhm.
because they're like straight up impulse stuff. But
See,
even like some really cool variants and other things too, like do really well.
I love to think I would do that, but instead all I do is throw that stuff in a box and then I wind up putting like a 30 issue X-Men Silver Age run out and leave that stuff under the table.
Everybody makes fun of me because I put that stuff out. Like I just put those up there and they sell, they do very well. Because you got to let people know they needed that comic book about Metallica with really bad art.
Sharing the secrets here, folks. You're
It
getting the
is,
real dirt.
yeah. Um, but even like variants, like I picked up quite a few Peach Momoko variants and just putting them up
Yeah.
there, for like $5 each. Like people see those and like they'll buy it. I have some David Nakayama variants I picked up, and it was like I just put those up, and those like people will see those and they'll sell. But I just think one of the things that this year it's like trying to expand, like just not do silver and golden age, but I realized I need to put some variants up and invest in those as
Boo.
well because people want those.
Yeah, I don't play that game. Honestly, I rarely have anything that's much newer than like 2000 for the most part. I
Yeah,
like old stuff.
like I've bought a couple modern things. Like I bought the what is it, Spider Gwen? I think it's one, the Gwenum cover. I bought that one recently,
Yeah,
and
that's a
just
good cover.
because I like the cover. I bought a I don't know, one of these other ones where it's the J. Scott Campbell ones. You know, I've
Yeah.
bought a couple of those. You know, and those are more just like whatever. I just thought they're fun, and I bought them. But yeah, I'm the same as you. Like most of my books, they don't even go into the 90s. I mean, I would say most of like a vast majority of mine are in the 60s and earlier. I definitely have some bronze and stuff, but like I'd say like 90% is 95% probably is like 79 and earlier. You know, it's just it's just what I'm into. You know, that's what I like because I got back into comics like 3.5 years ago now or something like that, and it was kind of like when I was a kid I was generally into the older stuff anyway. I definitely had like 5 copies of X-Men 1 and all that kind of stuff,
As is
like
required.
everybody. But I also had some like bronze and silver and some golden age stuff that I'd gotten from like my grandparents and that kind of thing. And so I just kind of like when I got back into it, it was the stuff that I had wanted when I was a kid and I couldn't afford, and then it just kind of snowballed into whatever it is now. So, like stuff like I didn't even know this stuff existed. Like I had, like I didn't know anything
Buck Rogers.
Like I didn't know who Frank Frazetta was. I didn't know any of that stuff, and so that's all new knowledge for me.
Right on. I kind of had a similar story, but I was a huge Spider-Man fan, and it just like I was buying Silver Age ASM from Mile High in the mid 90s as like a 11-year-old. It's like that's not a normal story. So I'd be like saving up my allowance. I get the guide and I'm like, okay, what can I get? And all this. And like my grandma, I talked her into writing me the check so I could get a near mint ASM 40 once. So she wrote me a check. It was $240 for a near mint copy. Mailed the check in, sent the order form in, got the letter back. We don't have this right now. Crushed. Like, what do you mean you don't have it? It's in the damn catalog. So I don't know. I wound up getting a bunch of other stuff, but it's I went and that was one of the first 9.2 ASMs I bought for my high grade ASM run that I'm gonna work on until I die.
Oh yeah, I've heard you talking about that. Those are some nuts numbers.
Yeah, it got a little rough. I haven't bought one in a little while because the pricing kind of got stupid, but there for a while, hell, you could buy quite a few for under $500. Now those are few and far between, but
yeah, especially above like issue 20, I guess, for the most part. Yeah, with a few exceptions. There's a lot in there that are some really like you can have some really like beautiful covers too. Like some of those, like the little bit like 50s and 60s when you got like the Vulture covers and the Mysterio cover. Like there's some awesome covers in there, and they like it's like 9s are not that expensive.
No. The very first one I bought, I actually got for under $200. I bought it off Reese's. It was 72, that great shocker cover with the black background. It's like 190.
Is that the one where like the Spider-Man like cut thing that he's like shattering?
Like Spider-Man spider signal or whatever, and he's giving it a blast. That and the really nice Ramita Mysterio cover in 66 on the white background. Love that one. And then I got, where am I at now? I think I've got 33, classic Ditko. I just figured I had to start there on the Ditko stuff. The Spider-Man, Into Spider-Man or whatever the hell it is. It's a great one. Master Planner. 3940 I have 46, 50, whatever the first Mary Jane cover is, 56, 58, whatever that
I
is.
can never remember what the number. It's like that's where like for me like a lot. It's like a combination of knowing the numbers and the covers. You know, it's like I know it when I see it, but I don't always have the number in my head for some of them.
Yeah, and then I've got like 66, 72, and I think 84. So I got to start.
I just picked up a was it a 9.0? Is that what I got of 41?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it was like that's where like eBay auctions right now are they're the place to.
That where the magic is happening.
Yeah, you can get some deals on. Yeah, I have a 9.0 of 40, 41 and let's see, yeah, and 42.
Ooh.
Those ones, but the 42 I bought raw off eBay back in like 2019, and I wasn't sure how it was going to grade out because I mean it was a stunning copy, but it had the thing that ended up being, I wasn't sure if it was a printer defect or not. And it ended up, it was definitely a printer defect. And when I showed the book in a video like a year ago, somebody was like, oh, that's from, it's like this like blotch that's on the cover. And somebody said it was like something was on the cover when it printed and it created that defect because they worked at a printing somewhere where they do printing. And they're like, I've seen that before. And I was like, okay. So it ended up grading out a 9. And so that was pretty cool to get back, but it's like I bought that one raw for I think like $150.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, I mean
that's how you do it.
But that one, the other cool thing about that one is it's a single staple manufacturing error. It only has one staple at the top, and so I was really worried CGC was gonna like damage it when they were going through, you know, and so
like they would ever damage a book.
Yeah. but yep.
So do you mostly just sell then, Ryan, on eBay or?
Yeah, I mean for sales, yeah, I sell like 95% on eBay and then a little bit on Instagram. Usually it's somebody that sees the listing on eBay and reaches out to me on Instagram and I give a deal. I give like, you know, like 8% ish, 10%, because I do PayPal goods and services, so it's not exactly 10% different, but yeah, I give a discount off so if anybody sees books they want on eBay, then come to me on Instagram. I'll give you a deal.
There you go. Yeah, I think didn't I hook you up with a guy who bought like a ASM 9 or something?
Yes. Yeah, he bought. Did he buy the? Yes, he bought the 9. That's right. Yeah, it was a 9.
Yeah, he's a good dude. It doesn't matter what I pick up. It's always like one issue off of what he needs. I think he's just down to needing a 1 now, and that market's just brutal.
Well, the thing I've noticed with ASM, I've been thinking about. I had talked about this in maybe a couple videos ago. I've been thinking about making a video about it. Is I like normally for me, I can't keep Silver Age ASM. Like they sell, and like right now, I have more Silver Age ASM than I've had for a while, and it's like the market on it. Like I think it was like just after the movies and everything had hyped up, and it just kind of like softened some. But it's like that is when you buy Silver Age ASM.
It's as sure of a thing as there is. Yeah.
And it's like it's stuff that I'm like, I don't care if it doesn't sell. Like it's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't bother me. I'll just keep it.
Absolutely. I like to buy that stuff when I can find it, especially, you know, sometimes I've got to pay up for it a little bit, but a lot of times, you know, if I'm buying VG copies or something like that, I can bring them home. I can clean them up. I can throw them in and do like a quick press and kind of just make them present better. Hell, you can throw them on Mylar and just give them better eye appeal because the number of stores that just leave books in shitty bags and boards and just it's like they actively
Mylar makes them look so much better.
It's not even fair. I mean, it's like cheating almost. But you know I can set it on my wall and I know where I need to price it to be where I need to be. And if it sits there for a show, that's fine. If it sits there for 2 shows, that's fine. If it sits there long enough, the market will eventually catch up and I'll be fine. But there's a lot of people that they don't like buying online. They like being able to just go and see the book. And when you're the guy with the book they need, nobody else has one, or yours is the nicest one, or whatever. It just kind of works itself out. So there is a convenience premium that some people are willing to pay just to be able to, like, this is the book I'm looking for. It's here. It's time to pull the trigger.
Well, and that's what I tell people, like with Instagram, or not Instagram, with like eBay with fixed price. I mean, that's what you're paying for. Why they tend to sell for more than the auctions. You're paying for convenience, because who knows when the next time that book is going to come up in that grade in an auction. It might be 6 months, but it's sitting there right now. And so you're paying for not having to wait. And then even if you happen to catch it, maybe somebody else really wants it then and then bids it up. It's like, it's you're paying a convenience fee for fixed price a lot of the time, but
for sure.
Yeah, I only do fixed prices on eBay. I don't do auctions at all.
Yeah,
I feel like that's the majority of people anymore.
Yeah,
like during the comic boom, you could get records off auctions, but it's back to where it's like that's where you find the deals.
Those were the good old days.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to the chat. We're at 33, but we've been hovering between 30 and 40 most of the night, upwards of 50 at one point. So
yeah, people hanging out.
For hanging out.
1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, see, it's real late on the East Coast. It's getting there here, and West Coast, it's after 10. But
I'm sitting in like a dining room chair. It's like super comfortable.
I'm sitting in the same model of office chair I sat in all day today. So yeah, it's pretty wild, but appreciate everybody hanging out. Shout out. Swag wants to give us a shout out. I mean, I don't know how long they went over there, but he got his live stream in tonight as well.
I was gonna say I watched his video right when I got home from work, but the one about the D23 happening next week and what was going to be announced, and Swags had his like spreadsheet out and stuff, but started to make me think like what's gonna come out. And I mean, I don't do a lot of like speculating like, oh, I'm gonna buy a bunch of Wonder Man #1s or stuff like that, but
why do we need to buy them? Just go check your boxes. You probably got a dozen copies.
That's funny because I went and checked my like childhood like boxes, and I was like, hey, I got a Wonder Man #1 in here.
When WandaVision came out, I walked over to my $2 boxes and went to like West Coast Avengers, and there was like 3 copies of like First White Vision, and I just threw those on eBay. But no, I was watching that and thinking about, okay, what's going to come out, because I've actually liked She-Hulk. It's been pretty good.
I haven't watched the new episode.
I haven't seen the third episode. Okay. We haven't watched that yet, but my wife and I both really like the first 2. I don't know. I mean, when I think of like content for this stuff, I'm like, all I can ask for is to be entertained, and I'm entertained watching the show. We laugh at it. It seems, I don't know. It's fine to me.
My only gripe is I wish that the first 2 episodes were one episode, because at the end of the first episode, I wasn't really into it. I'm like, what's the whole point of the show? Like, she's better than Hulk at everything. Like, she's perfect. Where do we go from here? But then the second one came along. I'm like, all right, this is great. Let's go. I just feel like if they would have made that one whole episode, it would have just bought in.
Maybe did like a longer episode for the first one or something like that, or drop 2 at once. Because I know like that's what I remember when Obi-Wan came out and they dropped the first 2 episodes at once, and I was telling my brother, I'm like, they did this because this first episode is boring as shit. I'm like, this is terrible. Like, I was so bored. But
I've been around long enough to know that I don't care. You've got to get to at least episode 3 before you go out and make any sort of judgment about a lot of these Disney Plus shows, because they just generally have that lull episode or 2 that, they've got to get through all the setup, and then we can actually get on with things.
I mean, like with like Obi-Wan, I'm glad I stuck through to the end of it, because I really didn't care for the first 3 episodes, but I think it was 6, like 4, 5, and 6. Awesome. Like, awesome.
They were fun.
I mean, that scene with Vader in that ship, that's one of the best scenes I've ever seen in anything Star Wars. I loved it. I was just like, oh, so good. But yeah, so I mean, there are moments in there that are pretty incredible, but you had to work through some. And then I get it. It's like a redemption story, but it's like, you hate seeing like your heroes like as like weak garbage characters.
Yeah.
That's what he was for like the first 3 episodes.
he was just broken, just like
Mhm.
that was rough. But no, I thought some of the fights and just the dialogue, it was good. I enjoyed it.
I still
I was gonna
haven't
tell you
watched
that.
all of Moon Knight yet. I haven't finished
Oh,
it.
really? Well, don't worry. There's not more Moon Knight in it. No matter how much you've already watched, that's all the Moon Knight there really is.
I got to where he's in like he's like in his mind in like a mental hospital or something. That was the last episode I watched where he sees the hippo,
Okay.
Oh,
and
yeah.
but then I got into other stuff and I haven't gone, like I went back and finished Mandalorian, or not Mandalorian, Boba Fett, and I'm glad I did. The last couple
Mhm.
episodes were solid of that because they were basically the Mandalorian. But
I think we're like, I don't know that we watched the last season of Mando, and I know we didn't watch Boba Fett, so we're a little behind on that.
I've liked all of Mandalorian. That show's solid.
Mhm.
That's a, and that's why I feel like Boba Fett was so disappointing, because I think people are like, you did this one so well.
Mhm.
Why is this one kind of more of like you expect him to be kind of more of a kind of like a badass, because he is when he makes his appearance in Mandalorian, and then he's not
Mhm.
really when he's in
Hmm.
in Boba Fett. But
Interesting. I don't know. Swag mentioned the new Lord of the Rings. I
saw the
don't know
first
that
two
I'm going to
episodes.
go down that road.
It's pretty good, but it's kind of like we were talking about. You needed 2 episodes to get through it. Um, I really liked it, but I had to go because I didn't know some of the lore. Like I had to actually stop and Google and look up some of the stuff. But it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I mean, like the
I
opening
really enjoyed
20
it.
minutes really pull you in, though.
Yeah.
It's that opening 20 minutes is solid. But I was watching it on the bike tonight, and so I didn't finish it. I'm like 45 minutes in.
Mhm.
Did they drop 2 episodes at once, or is it
They
just
did
okay? All
drop
right.
2 episodes.
I don't know. I sat through the Jackson movies. I'm like, I figure I'm good on Lord of the Rings at this point.
Well, see, like the original Lord of the Rings ones, I really like. The Hobbit ones, I hated those movies.
Yeah.
They were I felt they were terrible.
I don't know that I've watched all of those, honestly.
Like
Well,
they
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 didn't.
made it too like it's like slapstick comedy kind of in
Mhm.
them, and I think the problem is it's because they took one book and stretched it out into 3
Yeah.
movies. It's just like the
Yeah.
content wasn't there.
Who produced that? Was that Warner Brothers or
Oh, I don't know. I think
Universal?
it might be
Probably.
Legendary or something. I don't know.
Um,
Yeah, I have no idea.
Well,
The internet knows, but I don't
yeah.
know.
yeah.
Look it up.
I did like Sandman. I thought Sandman was pretty
Well,
good.
I've
yeah.
heard that's good. I haven't watched that one yet.
It's
There's
really
so
good.
much. It's too much content.
Yeah. Yeah. I got to listen to it before I watched it because while we were at C2E2, my buddy who I shared a room with watched it on his phone. So I was basically just listening to it. And I mean, Preludes and Nocturnes, the first Sandman arc, has 2 of my absolute favorite comic stories ever in it. And to listen to those episodes, it was just like having the book read to me. I mean, it was just spot on. And
That's
then,
what I've heard. They stuck very true to
yeah,
comics.
definitely. And then to come home and me and the wife watched it and just like, yeah, that was really, really good. The death episode, The Sound of Her Wings, is just a gorgeous story, and they did it absolutely perfectly, I thought. So I would highly recommend it. Highly recommend it.
Yeah, I'll say the one thing I do like about Amazon's shows is I like the weekly release. I like where it's like I get some break where I can talk about things with friends if I want to, where it's why I like the HBO shows too, where it's like it's something I'm looking forward to, and but because with like Netflix it's just like it's out and then it's like gotta watch it so I don't get spoiled. So you just feel like it's a rush and you can't really talk about any of the stuff. I felt like Netflix was going to go back, but they didn't. I thought they would maybe go to weekly releases, but
well, like the binge is what we did with Stranger Things.
Yeah.
And we were a few weeks late, like we hadn't watched it and all that. And it just kind of came up when I was like a Friday night like this, and we're like, you want to start Stranger Things? It was 9:00 or something, I think we did. and we sat there and watched the whole damn thing. It was 5 o'clock in the morning
So,
before we.
so did you? So you started after they had released the last 2 episodes? Then
No,
okay.
we were still a few weeks out from that.
Okay, because those last 2 episodes are like 4 hours long combined.
Yes, yeah, no, we did not have that in us. But no,
So I watched it
1
with
through
my
7.
son, and he was like, "Is this ever gonna end?" And I'm like, "I don't think so." Because he's really into it, and he's just
Pipe
like,
down, kid.
"Dude," he's like, "This is never gonna stop." And I thought this was the last season, but
Yeah, there's one
you know,
more.
one of the things, and somebody asked earlier, like, do we feel like the movies or whatnot influence the price? And I will tell you what,
Mhm.
the biggest indicator of like what is going to do well and what is popular is what my students know. If my students are really into like WandaVision, they all loved WandaVision. And I was like, okay, like that was a good indicator for me. The other show that they
Mhm.
really like is Groot. Like they love Groot,
Is
but
Groot
like
out?
no,
The cartoon?
yeah,
Oh, I didn't realize
Are
it
they
had
just
actually
like
come out.
little shorts, or is there
they're
an
just little
just
shorts, but my wife and other people love it. And so like whenever I get like comics, like I have some of the Peach Momoko like Groot variants, like kids see
Mhm.
that and they're like that's another thing that like yeah, it's not a major key and they're not going to be able to afford the first Groot,
Mhm.
but it's like kids are really into that. Like they really tell me like what like kind of
Hmm.
like a pulse on the market a little
Well,
bit.
Yeah.
I used that as an example in my last video about the impacts of. So it's a little weird with pricing of with impacts there, because I'll say yes, they do, but because of what happened over the last year, where we had this massive spike, what we kind of know, or I've noticed at least, is that movies aren't really moving books much now because they've already moved up so much,
Yeah.
and so
Everything is bigger at
yeah,
this
it's
point.
already at the price it would be at if the movie came out. But Tales to Astonish 13, First Groot is a perfect example of the impact a movie can have on the value of a book, because that book was, I'm not going to say it was worthless, but it was a nothing book. It
Yeah.
was like
It was just a
any
generic
generic
pre-hero
monster book.
book.
It's like mid-grade, 300, $400.
Yep.
Mid-grade now is like $6,000 or $7,000. But every book around it is not worth $6,000 or $7,000. So that is, I mean, you legitimately have impact and it's the thing about it has to be done well, though. People have to connect with the
Mhm.
characters, and that's the problems with things like Eternals, where nobody's connecting with those. That was the biggest issue with that movie, among other things, is that they were not relatable characters. Like I was just like, oh God, I feel like you're looking down on people. Like, even though you say you're like, it's like, I don't want to feel like you're babying me. It's like, there's nothing I liked about those characters. And so you don't connect with them. I mean, that's, I feel like part of the thing there, but like Groot
Mhm.
and, the Guardians of the Galaxy is probably like the most relatable group of characters that are out there. And that's why that's had
Mhm.
such an impact. I mean, even
Well,
like first appearances of Star-Lord and first appearance of
Mhm.
Rocket Raccoon, those books used to be worth hardly anything, and they're
I
very expensive
I
books
think
now.
I literally paid $3 a piece for upper mid-grade copies of those Marvel
The
previews.
previews, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Um, TTA 13 is probably one of the biggest misreads or misses I've had. Because when that movie came out, the book kind of blew up a bit. But I was talking to, I think it was Dale Roberts. I'm like, yeah, in 6 months, this thing's going to crash back down. Nobody's going to give a crap about it again. And I was very wrong. Very, very wrong.
Well,
I'd
to
love
good
to have it, but I don't know. At those prices, I'm going to spend funds
It's
on
a
something
thousand
else.
plus dollars a point book now. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
wow.
Which
Well,
is
that's like
crazy.
we sometimes at the beginning of my class we do like the song of the day, so I just put a random song and the kids got to guess it. But it's like
Baby Shark.
it's no. They'd probably all kill me in revolt. No, and they'll want to put other things on, and I'm like, we are not playing that. But I'm playing, the Star Lord song, "Come and Get Your Love," and it's like they all know that, and they don't know where it's from, but they know what movie it's from, right? They
Mm-hmm.
all know it, and it's just kind of funny how that like trickles down to like them, and it's like what they know and what they're impulsive about.
If that movie accomplishes nothing else but to expose kids' from today to decent music from the 70s and the 80s, that fine, so be it. Let's go.
Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one for a while it was my favorite Marvel movie. It's a battle between that and Ragnarok, probably for me now. I really like that one, but I mean, Infinity War is very high on my list. Winter Soldier is very high on my list, but there's something about Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one. It just and Ragnarok, they're very rewatchable. That's what I really like. I've probably seen that volume 1 like at least 10 times, probably more than that. Ragnarok I've probably seen like 4 or 5, but it's just, yeah, there's something about them that just has great rewatchability. Whereas like a lot of the Avengers movies, not so much. It's like once you see it, it's like the big event, and then it's like you might skip to like big battle scenes or something like that if you want to watch those, but the rewatchability isn't there quite as much for me.
Yeah, we rewatched Winter Soldier quite a bit. That's one of our favorites. And the interesting thing about Guardians is I feel like all they did was make a Fantastic Four movie with characters that they actually owned the rights to. I mean, because that's basically what it is. It's
that's an interesting take. I've never heard that before.
And let's be honest, Disney still has made the best Fantastic Four movie. They just called it The Incredibles, and it's slightly different. But I think that's one of the interesting things about comparing the Marvel universe with the MCU is the anchor point to so much of the Marvel universe was the first family, the Fantastic Four, and just how they interacted. And because everybody else was just, for the most part, a side character in the Fantastic Four, you'd always see the FF pop up everywhere. And just being based in those real world situations where, Reed and Sue are squabbling, or Johnny's being a brat, or Ben's just a grumpy ass. It's, that's real world stuff. And I think that's just the formula they applied to Guardians. I'll be honest, I haven't read a lot of, the early Guardian stuff, not the 90s series or, anything like that. But I got to assume it's nothing like what we got on screen.
Probably not. I wouldn't be able to tell you either, though. So,
yeah. Let's see here. Swag's talking Frogman and MODOK. The Living Mummy. Are we still thinking The Living Mummy? For what? What, for like the Halloween special? I don't know. What was that Supernatural Thrillers 8? Isn't that his first appearance?
I know the cover. I don't know the book.
Yellow, big mummy.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I think the one that I think everybody wants, and they're not going to do it, is going to be the Midnight Suns. I would love to have a Midnight Suns. And this was a couple years ago, but Greg Smallwood, who's a comic artist and did a lot of stuff here, he did the Moon Knight one, but he did some art for a pitch that they were doing on the Midnight Suns, and it was shut down. And it's like the Midnight Suns that need to happen. I think that would be great, just to have Blade, Moon Knight, all those characters in it.
I feel like the tough thing with Disney that's gonna, they don't seem willing to go down the like Netflix road where you get like something a little grittier, and that's why I'm like, I feel like people are going to be really disappointed with whatever Daredevil ends up being in the MCU, because they're expecting Netflix Daredevil, and they're going to get, kinder, gentler version of Netflix Daredevil. And I think that's really going to be, I think that's going to be like I don't know. I wish they would get into some of that kind of stuff, like have something that's got that level to it, that they're willing to put out. But I don't feel like they're, I mean, Moon Knight was like looking at Moon Knight. I mean, I feel like that's about as hard as it's going to get, and
they're not going to do a Punisher Netflix. Like, I mean,
well, like I was talking with one of the group chats. I was like, they're not going to have Kingpin cutting some guy's head off in a door on Disney Plus. Well, I guess technically they probably do because it's on Disney Plus now, but
That's right.
But they're not going to make it themselves, and so I don't know. I could be wrong, but I just don't get the feeling they're going to put out that kind of content.
Yeah, and I don't see them like sending it to Hulu or something like that. I feel like they want to keep this all under Disney Plus.
Like Hulu's been the place where shows go to die. So
yeah, I still haven't watched Prey, which I hear is pretty good, and I'm assuming it's a Predator movie. They didn't pull many punches
Prey
there.
is solid. That is a solid movie. Yep, I've seen that one.
There's some solid stuff on Netflix that are not comic related. Like I really like The Bear, which is has the guy from Shameless on there. That was a really good series about cooking, running a kitchen. There's some good stuff on there, but it's like
my wife and I, we watch Never Have I Ever. It's the Mindy Kaling show. That show is funny. We really like that one. We also watch a bunch of like trash TV on there, and but what's the other one we've been watching? Can't remember, but Never Have I Ever is a solid comedy. If anybody's looking for a kind of like we watch Legacies, which is like an old CW, or not old, but it was a CW show or something, and it's like about like werewolves. It's like a boarding school that has werewolves and vampires and what's the other, and witches that all live in the same place. And it's very CW-y, but we enjoy it. It's fun.
Be careful calling the CW old. I remember the WB. Which, if you don't remember, that was the precursor to CW.
I was gonna say, the other show that's on there that was really good is it's a series with Michael Keaton, but it was called The Pill, I think, or it's about OxyContin.
I haven't seen that.
Addiction. That was pretty like eye-opening. The Tommy and Pam one is just junk TV.
That's the tough part with Netflix. They have so much stuff on there. It's hard to filter through to find like what's actually going to be good. You almost have to like wait for somebody to recommend something. And then like, it's like 75% of their shows get canceled after one season. So you're like, I'm going to dedicate this time to it. And then I'm not going to get, another season. And
I learned to not trust Netflix and like what's popular on Netflix when Tiger King took off.
Tiger King was amazing. What are you talking about? Oh man. Must see TV.
I can't go there, guys. Like, no, like I no longer trust your recommendations.
It was the pandemic. Me and my wife were like, well, what are we gonna do?
Yeah.
And like everybody's talking about this show. And I think we started at like maybe like noon. And then it was like 10 p.m. We're like, what just happened? Like we just binged that whole thing through, and we're telling our son he has to stay in his room. Like it was just like, what happened?
Oh god, yeah. No, it's like there's something about trashy TV like that I like that I don't have to think when I'm watching it. Like it's just like what you're watching. I don't have to pay attention that much. I just but
see, I don't really do that. I'll rewatch the same movies over and over and over again, but I don't do a lot of just the mindless TV.
I mean, a lot of what I like, we don't even, I don't even watch like regular TV anymore. My wife watches a few things on there. I mean, other than like college football season, I watch stuff. That is all I really watch on regular TV anymore. And but like I watch a lot of what I watch is just YouTube. I mean, it's like other people's comic channels, and like I said, I watch like Pokemon openings and that kind of stuff. It's just there's already so much content out there that it's, I don't know, like I could easily cancel TV and just get it for around college football, like just to have it for that, because otherwise I don't watch anything.
Who's your team there? I was supposed to be seeing something.
That's Michigan.
Michigan. Okay,
Michigan is my. There's something up there. It's hard to see it, but I have my little Michigan thing on the top there.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that's my team. So
I could have messed with you and said Wisconsin, I guess.
Yeah. No, I is the only team I really have a lot of animosity towards is Ohio State. But
Well, I feel like we're all
the
that.
Ohio State.
Yeah. I generally don't care who's in the final as long as it's not Alabama or Ohio State, which means I'm upset a lot.
Yeah, it's every year.
Yeah.
It's like every year. But
I just want to get like 2 wins. Like that's where I'm at in my life with college football. Like just means we're getting closer to basketball season.
well, like for me, it's like the last 10 years has been rough. As a Michigan fan, the last 10 years has been difficult, and I keep watching, but the thing that's finally gotten me to where I'm like, I'm almost done with it was the expansion of the Big Ten. How USC and UCLA are joining the Big Ten.
Really?
Like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like it's just it's so stupid, and it bothers me so much that it almost is making me like, where like once it happens, I think it's in 1 year or 2. It's official.
Yeah.
Like it's been announced, and I'm just like, I don't know if I'm gonna watch at that point, because it's like, what is this now? Like, it's not like, stop pretending that these are college athletes at that point when you're pulling in schools across the country. It's like, what's your travel like from? We've got Rutgers. That's full East Coast, and what they're gonna go play in California, like a 6-hour flight. Like, give me a break.
It's not as bad for us, but like, we're in the SEC East. You literally can't get further west than Columbia, hardly.
Well, and that's the thing. Like when West Virginia joined the Big 12, I'm like, it's like these leagues used to be like Big 12 was like Midwest and South, and now we have University of Virginia. Now we're adding BYU, and it's like,
I think we can all blame the ACC for this. They basically started it, and like with their expansion. But no,
I would love it. I think it would be. There's lots of talk of it, but I would love if KU went to like the Big Ten. I think basketball wise, that would be.
It would make a lot more sense than
it does
than California. I'll tell you that.
I mean, it makes sense because Big Ten has great basketball teams, and historically, and we fit in there, and we suck at football, so
we get our free win, out of
there it is.
I tell you, Tom, we were at the Mizzou game last night, and we were doing some sort of a thing, and the next thing I know, everybody starts chanting FKU. I'm like, man, it's good to be back.
Yeah.
If I'd have thought, I told Jay, I'm like, I should have recorded that and sent it to Tom. It would have been great.
Well, and I'm not gonna lie, but that was like our rival. Like Mizzou is our rival, and I'm like, I hate the fact that they went to the SEC. I'm just like, man, that just like sucks, because like we don't have a rival anymore. Like we just don't.
And the SEC's doing all these, like, trying to drum up and like manufacture rivalries. It's like we've got the border war with Arkansas now. It's like, we don't give a crap about Arkansas.
No, the border war is Missouri and Kansas. Like,
that's like the Big Ten with Notre Dame, when Notre Dame basically joined the ACC. I think that's who they're in now. And so we play them once every like 7 years or something like that, where it used to be yearly we would play them. And so that always bugged me that we lost that rivalry game. I mean, we still have Michigan State and Ohio State, so we've got like our solid rivalry games, but that was easily like the number 2, and it really sucked that we don't get that one anymore. But but college football started up this weekend, so
I've already been to a game.
Well, it was really funny because I don't know why KU played tonight, but because they played tonight, all of our local high school games were last night. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, it was really weird. We normally don't start the season off on a Friday night, but we played Tennessee Tech, and when I turned it off, we were up like 35-3, and I was like, holy heck, we have a win. But I will tell you, one of the coolest things that I do like about our KU team. Yeah, Tennessee Tech.
Oklahoma School for the Blind was unavailable.
you don't understand. We play South Dakota and lose, okay? Like we're pretty bad. So, but
Oh,
I will
man.
say this, the kid who's our star running back at KU was one of my former students, and he's just
Mhm.
a great kid. So that has been like
That's
the
cool.
coolest thing.
Yeah.
And then the one team that Drew and I do agree on is that we are both Chiefs fans because
Mhm.
we sit there and text each other as we watch the Chiefs just slowly fall apart or like do
Yeah.
something as they do something
Yes.
miraculous and pull a win.
There is no middle ground.
We just
Oh, man.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, being from Michigan, I have never really been a professional football fan.
Mhm.
My team goes 0 for 16 fairly regularly. So, but
Well, you guys had a run there in the 90s. Like
Barry
Barry
Sanders.
Sanders was good.
that's all people remember. I feel like it's still Barry Sanders, and like then the quarterback Stafford leaves and then wins the
Mhm.
Super Bowl.
I saw something about that. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Oh god. He suffered for years in Detroit to earned that Super Bowl. Oh man.
I I don't know. I haven't watched any of the preseason games for the NFL, but it's like I don't know. I hate Tom Brady so much.
Now see, I can't hate Tom Brady. I
I
can't
hate
hate him.
Tom Brady.
You know?
Oh,
I
I
hate that
can.
guy.
I can.
I swear I've seen games where he's played and it's like Tom Brady like 10 seconds after the play is over, Tom Brady looks at the ref and the ref just automatically throws a flag and it's just like, are you kidding me? Like
Just hating his greatness.
I'm just like,
Yeah.
stop it.
Yeah.
Actually, we
Oh
have
man.
we have a common friend who has a shop in it's other side of St. Louis in Illinois, Alliance Toys and Games, and we put a big bet on that game, and I lost, and I had to take that one. I even sent him the PayPal because I lost before the game was over with. I was like, he messaged me his PayPal, and I just sent it, and I'm like,
It's like my
I'm
younger
not doing
brother.
this.
He used to have a bet with I think it was one of his like med school friends that went to Ohio State, and like whoever won the Michigan Ohio State game the other one would have to wear the other team's like a sweatshirt for them like the next day.
Mhm.
And he never had to, he always had to wear an Ohio State sweatshirt. It's just the word. He stopped making that bet. I was like, yeah, because you never win. we haven't won that for like, it's so frustrating because like before 2000, it was like, we were we won more than 50% of the time. And then it was
Mhm.
like 2000 hit and it's just solid red. When you look at the comparisons, we won like 2 games. It's like, oh God, it's the worst. It's so frustrating watching those games.
I'm just excited because football means summer's over, means it's eventually going to stop being so damn hot, and I like fall.
Fall's an awesome part of the year. I am a fan of fall. So
It's time
Yeah.
to bust out with flannel, and my wife will be pulling out the pumpkin spice soon and all the fall decorations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the wife doesn't know it yet, but I'm working on a set of the Universal Monsters TMNT figures, so I'm going to incorporate that into her Halloween decorations, along with my complete set of 1992 McNugget buddies that I insist on being on the mantle in the center. Like this is primo stuff right here.
I'm sure she's excited.
I really am just a child. That's all there is to it.
Well, that's one of the things I joke about whenever you see people getting like all like upset or worked up about something like with comics. I'm like, collecting comic books, man.
Yeah,
it's like you can't take yourself too seriously. Like it's like we're collecting comic books. Like it's all right.
Yeah, it's like our LCS guy. He's always like, dude, it's paper with ink on it. Like it's paper with ink. Like calm down. Like I'm sorry I didn't order the 1 in 250 variant.
Of the book that I usually order 7 copies.
7 of. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I feel for some of these LCS people because people are so adamant. Like I want the 1 in 50 variant or the 1 in 25. And it's like, I'm not buying like 25 copies of Devil Dinosaur number 38 so you can get this
Yeah,
variant,
this
right?
terrible Peach Momoko cover. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. And it's like, now,
Oh,
mind
man.
you, I've bought some variants recently and probably this year more so than last because I'm like,
Mhm.
that's a pretty badass Moon Knight cover. I mean, those are some pretty cool covers and I picked them up, but it's like, man, I just feel bad for some of these LCSs because it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, you know, there are those LCSs, and then there's like my old LCS where literally my standing order is order every ASM cover you can get, period. Like if you can order me one, I'll buy it. So when I think it was 850 or whatever came out, there was a 1 in 25 that was a green goblin cover that I really liked. And I think of the other like non-ratio covers just that he could order, there were 13 of them. So at $9.99 a piece. So yeah, screw you, Marvel. So I buy 13 copies of this book, and the guy won't even give me a chance to pay FMV for the 1 in 25. It goes in a box in the back. He's like, I'll sell it on eBay when it settles down in price.
Oh man.
Like, dude, I don't want it for like cover price. Like, I'll pay fair market value. And he never gave me the chance. So I actually bought it on the way back from Tulsa. I think it was, Tom. I found it for all of $15 in Wichita, I think it was.
really, it's so
Yeah.
funny. Like when you buy, there's so many collections I've bought and you just find like those incentive variants in it, like the 1 in 25 or the 1 in 10 and 1 in 15.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like you look, oh, it's a 1 in 25. I'll look what it's going for on eBay, and it's like $10, and you're just like, okay.
Well,
That's the I keep referencing his channel, but the guy Dave Comic Book Investments, he did a variant video recently that was actually really good.
yeah, I watched that one.
And he makes, it's like, I mean, I know it's tough when like you want the thing now, but it's like if you wait like 6 months, you can get any of those with very few exceptions for significantly less than when they came out. And
That's like some of my runs. I've made list of variants just to keep an eye on. But the one variant I scored this year was a San Diego variant. It was the Space Usagi that Stan Sakai and Peach Momoko did, and it was like I tried to win a couple, and there are people selling them on Whatnot, and like I couldn't buy it on the site.
Wait,
and I
a
just
convention
waited.
exclusive was being sold on Whatnot?
I know.
Unthinkable.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
It had a real cover on it with a real signature. Okay, I want you to know that. Okay, but I end up buying the thing. I ended up buying it like 2 days after the San Diego Comic Con was over, and it was signed. I bought it cheaper than if I was actually there at San Diego for what it cost and what it would have cost Stan Sakai to sign it. And I'm like, wow, like that FOMO hit real quick and ended really quick. Because I mean, I got a great deal on it, but I mean, it's just interesting how some of those market
prices settle
fluctuate.
quick now, like the FOMO prices, because there's something else really soon after, and then that takes over, and it's just
it's a constant shifting of focus from one thing to another.
It reminds me of my students because it's like you just throw something new out there and it's like squirrel, like.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot to be distracted. There's a lot of people in the space vying for that attention, so it's very easy to be pulled in a lot of different directions.
Well, it's like I was talking to Kyle Strom, who did Twig with Scotty Young, and he was telling me for number one there was like 85 different variant covers for like Twig number one when you factor it in. And I was like, are you kidding me? Now, first of all, Kyle's a great guy. He's a Kansas City guy, just so chill and down to earth. And I hope they option this and he makes money. And there's Twig the cereal and Twig the flamethrower and Twig the, the
Yeah.
Squishmallow. Like, but at the same time, I'm just
Man, you get
thinking like,
Spaceballs references
I
too.
know,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, do we get? I'm like, I hope you get a kickback or something for all 85 of these covers. But it's just like,
Mhm.
there's that one guy out there that's trying to get, all 85 covers, and I'm just like, wow, like, how do we even?
Yeah. I feel sorry for those folks. That seems awful. I mean, I hate it when Marvel comes out with a new number one, or like, there's a relaunch at ASM, because there's a billion covers.
Mhm.
It just annoys the hell out of me. I honestly, what I would really like to see is what Marvel's sales would be if you stripped out all the variants, all the exclusives that are, because I think you've got to order 3,000 copies to do a variant, a store variant.
I think
So
so.
apparently I think Marvel's 3,000, and I get from that Death of Superman thing, it seems like DC is 1,000.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But it's like, if you strip out all those different variants at all these different stores order, it's like, what is the actual sales they're hitting on these books? Like, if ratio variants went away, custom covers went away from stores that are, I mean, because they don't give a crap. They've bought 3,000 copies. They don't have to worry about it. What would the actual number be? Like, how overinflated our market is, our market data, just because the variants are propping it up?
I don't even wonder if it's like the variants, but even just like the non-incentive variants, just like, like the A, the B, the C cover.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you think about it, they're having to pay the artist to do the cover. So it's like, are they getting that big of a return on their investment by saying, hey, have this person make another cover and shops order it?
Mm-hmm.
Because I know in talking to our local LCS, like, he's very leery about ordering that stuff because he gets burned on it. Like, if he's like, okay, I like this cover and I'll get some of these covers and this cover and this cover. And
Mm-hmm.
then sometimes he's like, hey, this is what I have. Like, this is what you got in your pool. Like,
Yeah. I just soon see people buy all A covers unless somebody special orders something else.
I think that's the way to do it. But I'm also getting to the point with like comics, like, I'm tired of buying new comics. I'd rather just get the trade paperback, or like, the X-Men series started off pretty amazing when they restarted it over with House of X and Power of X. It was a great story, and then they did exactly, and I was like, okay, I can start reading X-Men again
That was
without having
Hickman,
to
right?
buy. Yeah, and I thought I can start reading X-Men again without having to buy like 30 titles like I did when I was a kid. But literally, you take off like a year later, and there's like 30 titles that I have
Mm-hmm.
to buy to be able to stay up with the story, and the story just got kind of worse. And it's like, why am I doing this again? But House of X and
Yeah.
Power of X was great.
Yeah, that's like my buddy that kind of got me into reading some stuff. Like he really only buys like trade paperbacks for the most part. He
Mm-hmm.
like he's given me all like the Invincible ones I've read through and the Walking Dead ones that I've read through, and it's just, I mean, there's somewhere he's like, I wish I would have bought the number ones, instead of waiting for the
Mm-hmm.
trade paperbacks, but still, that's how he, and I agree. Like, I like reading those. Like, you sit down, it takes you, depending on how wordy it is, maybe an hour or something to read through each trade, or 45
Mm-hmm.
minutes read through each trade, something like that. Like, Why the Last Man, those were hefty. Those ones took me a little longer to push through, but yeah, I enjoy reading the trades. It's just, and then you're not ever really thinking about damaging it. You're not really concerned about that kind of stuff. And
Well, even my students, like, I've bought in a lot of trade paperbacks, and I put it in there, and I put single issue of comics. But even like students and kids are like, they rather just have the trade. Like, if they had a choice of checking out 6 comics to read or the trade
Mm-hmm.
paperback, they rather just grab the trade paperback because it's all there.
mhm.
And so I think that's another thing with like the market. Like, are you buying it to collect because you want to put it over here and then
Mm-hmm.
maybe read it as you get it, or would you rather do this? So it's like, Drew talked me into this, but it's like, I bought like The Last Hunt instead of buying all the issues. I just bought the hardcover of it. and then I think
Of what?
bought.
Oh, like the omnibus or something like that?
Yeah, the last time. What is it? Craven's Last Hunt.
Craven's Last Hunt. Fearful
Yeah.
Symmetry.
Yeah. So I
Such
end up
good
buying
story.
the hardcover instead of trying to buy all the issues. I'm like, well, I'll just buy this instead.
Yeah, because like $293 and $294 of a ASM are $25, $30 books in high grade. But it's such a good story. Love that book.
But yeah, I gotta say, I've had a lot of fun talking to you guys, but I probably need to, start heading out.
That's what I was going to say is like, it's been a blast. Thank you to the 24 folks still in the chat right now. Never did I ever think I'd sit here and do a 5-hour stream tonight.
I can be very talkative. So yeah, it's dangerous when I'm
yeah. So thank you, gentlemen, for hopping on. Tom, it's good to get you on here again. And
yeah, nice meeting you, Tom. Yeah,
and
you know, I follow you on IG, so I see.
There you go. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
I guess I didn't really do introduction there.
I don't really do any
trusted you
videos,
guys to play nice.
Just IG. So
see, instead of watching Tiger King, you could have started a YouTube channel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Wow.
I started mine in the middle of the pandemic. That's what kind of drove me to do it. So I was like, I need to connect with some people. I think again.
There you go.
Lonely in the, you know, like it's just like my wife and I, you know, and it's like you're afraid to talk to people out in the public, and so you're like, oh,
exactly.
Make
Exactly. Let's talk to a camera. It won't judge me.
The comments do though. So.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Well, thank you, everybody. Have a great night. We're going to go ahead and shut this bad boy down. You guys want to take a quick pass here? Ryan, let people know where they can find you.
Oh, yeah. My Instagram handle is right there. And then I'm on YouTube under the same name. Put out videos a few times a week. It'll be surprising if like people actually make it to the 5-hour mark that are like, if they're like watching.
Yeah.
So, I'm sure I'm talking to nobody.
I'll just
I'm talking to 25 people that are still here. But yeah, check me out on Instagram and YouTube. And I usually do like a giveaway or something like almost once a month. So, you know, make sure to check out the channels for those giveaways and stuff. So
right on. Tom, where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me at on Instagram at MSG Comics. That's it. No YouTube channel, no nothing. I'm pretty boring.
Not even trying.
Also, congrats to Tom Lennox, who made it all the way, all 5 hours. So
that's right. He's a trooper.
He stuck it out. Yeah.
That's right.
Nice.
Yeah. Very cool. All right. Well, everyone, you know where to find me right here on the CoMo Comic Books YouTube channel, also over on Instagram and probably somewhere else. Whatnot. I do Whatnot on occasion. Well, I have a Whatnot. I haven't really done any sales there either, but thank you everybody for hanging out on the dust off the live stream. So it's been a pleasure to hang out and talk with everybody, and we will see you next week with probably a top 10 video. I think that's probably what I got up next, but take care, everybody. If you're in the States, have a nice holiday weekend. If you're not in the States, just have a nice weekend, and we'll see you soon.